The Beginning After the End. Book 6. Hello listener, as we are limited on what we can upload on YouTube, you can always check our Patreon for a lot more books, or you can support this channel through PayPal or Ko-fi. Thank you for your support and for listening. Transcendence. Warring Premonitions. You're clear, Nico. Hurry, I whispered, looking over my shoulder in case someone passed by. Two adolescent boys huddled up in front of a house door could only spell trouble. Just stay on guard, Gray. I've almost got it, my dark-haired companion hissed back as he worked on the doorknob. I watched doubtfully as Nico fumbled with the hairpins he had stolen from one of the older girls. Are you sure you can open it? Picking locks, he said through gritted teeth, is a lot harder than that guy in the alleyway made it seem. Suddenly, the doorknob clicked and both our eyes brightened. You did it, I exclaimed in a loud whisper. Bow down to my powers. Nico held a colorful hairpin high in the air. I smacked him on the shoulder and pressed my finger to my lips. Nico shoved the hairpins back in his zippered pocket and nodded at me, then we tiptoed in through the wooden door. You made sure the owners are out today, right? I asked again, scanning the meticulously furnished house. I scanned this house last week. Both the husband and wife go out every week at this time and don't come back for at least an hour. We have plenty of time to grab a few things and go, Nico answered, already looking for anything of value that we could stuff into a bag. Letting out a deep breath, I reasoned to myself that it was necessary. Stealing from someone, however rich they were, didn't sit right with me, but I had overheard the conversation between the orphanage's headmaster and those government people. I'd only caught a few comments, but it seemed our orphanage was in danger because we didn't have enough money. This should be enough, Nico said with a nod, looking at the contents of the backpack we had brought. Peering over his shoulder, I asked, now what? How are we going to get money for this? We can't exactly just give Headmaster Wilbeck all this jewelry. Way ahead of you, he smirked. I found a guy willing to pay cash for anything he finds interesting. And this guy is okay buying off two 12-year-olds? He doesn't ask questions, I don't ask questions. Simple as that, Nico shrugged as we headed out the door. Taking the back route toward the far end of the city, we blended in with the crowd of people walking along the cracked sidewalk. Keeping our heads low and paces brisk, we veered left into an alleyway. Weaving through the piles of trash and stacked boxes of who knew what, we stopped in front of a faded red door, protected behind another gated metal door. We're here, Nico said, motioning for the bag. I slipped it off my shoulders and handed it to him, and my friend knocked on the door in an unfamiliar rhythm. Slicking back his black hair and puffing his chest out, he coughed a few times and narrowed his eyes to appear more intimidating as any scrawny 12-year-old can be, anyway. After a few seconds, a rangy old man in a worn suit opened the red door. He stared down at us from behind the metal gate with a scrutinizing eye. Ah, the rather persistent child. I see you brought a friend, he said, but made no move to open the gate. Nico coughed again and deepened his voice. I've brought some items you might be interested in. My friend's unusually deep tone didn't sound fake, surprisingly. He opened the drawstring bag in his hands to give the lanky, narrow-eyed man a peek at some of the jewelry we had just stolen. Raising a brow, the man unhinged the lock on the gate, and it gave a shrill creak as he opened it slightly. He scanned the area around us, then bent down to examine the bag. Not a bad collection. Did you steal this from your mother, perhaps? No questions, remember? Nico reminded, tightening the string to close the bag. Now can we come in and discuss prices? The thin man looked around once more with suspicion in his eyes, but after a moment he let us in. Close the door behind you. As we entered the dainty shop, a thick layer of smoke greeted us. From the other side of the room, two men, each with a cigarette between their fingers, were puffing out clouds of smoke. While the dense cloud of gray covered much of their facial features, I could at least distinguish their general shapes. One of the men was burly, muscles clearly displayed underneath his tank top. The other man was much rounder, but with thick, firm limbs that showed he wasn't any weaker than the first man. "Come, children. Let's get this over with," the thin man said as he scratched his unshaven cheeks. Nico and I exchanged glances, then he went up to the counter. I hung back, looking around at the various books and gadgets displayed on the shelves. My gaze fell on a thin, tattered book. From the few words I could make out from the spine of the book, it seemed to be an old instruction manual on key. Gingerly removing it from the shelf, I saw that half of the front cover had been ripped off. My first instinct was to put it back. After all, the orphanage had books in much better condition on core development for key use. However, my fingers seemed to move on their own as they flipped through the pages. Inside it were pictures and diagrams of a person in different poses with arrows and other lines around the figure. I wanted to take it with me and was half tempted to ask for the price, but I held myself back. This book was a luxury when we needed the money to save our home. I continued trying to make out the vague instructions, but soon lost interest. My eyes kept returning to the two men playing cards on the folding table, who kept taking glances at Nico as he and the shop owner did business. I buried my face in the old book, taking a peek from behind the pages. I wasn't sure what they were up to, but I didn't want to stay long enough to find out. Fortunately, Nico soon finished his transaction and approached me, flashing a quick smile before putting his stoic face back on. "Did you find something interesting?" he asked, eyeing the book in my hand. "It's nothing," I said, putting the thin, coverless book back on the shelf. "You can take it if you want," the rangy store owner said, leaning his elbow on the front counter. "No one knows how to read it, and it's just been collecting dust here." "Really?" I asked, my suspicion showing on my face. He revealed abnormally white teeth in something akin to a smile as he nodded. Without another word, I quickly tucked the book in the bag and murmured a thanks to him. Nico and I left the store, and my friend unzipped his jacket and showed me the wad of crinkled cash. "See, I told you it'd all work out," he beamed. "I guess so," I replied, still skeptical about this whole endeavor. I felt bad for the couple we had stolen from, but comforted myself in the fact that we didn't take much of their jewelry. Nico had explained that, while taking a few items might make them suspicious, they'd be hesitant to call the authorities and report the theft. After all, the couple were both well past retirement age, so the cops would most likely assume that they had just forgotten or misplaced the items. I sighed with relief as we began heading back to the orphanage. The further away we got from the scene of the crime, the better I felt. "What did I even come along for, Nico?" I asked, dodging people as we walked down the street. "Feels like you did this all on your own." "Hey, you got a free book out of it, right?" Nico nudged me with his shoulder. "Besides, it's more fun." "We're being followed," I whispered, cutting him off. I kept my eyes straight ahead. I had felt two pairs of eyes practically boring a hole in my back almost as soon as we'd left the shop, but I hadn't wanted to assume. But I'd caught a glimpse of one of the guys, and I instantly recognized him as one of the smokers from the shop. They were still behind us after 2 turns, and I no longer had any doubt. "This way," Nico ordered in a hushed tone. As we reached the outskirts of the city, we took a right into an alleyway, hopping on top of a trash can to reach the other side of the locked fence. I landed nimbly on my feet, and Nico clawed at the fence to keep from losing his balance as he tumbled over. We raced down the old alley, which smelled like a mixture of rat turds and rotten eggs, and was darkened by the tall buildings on either side of us. Hiding behind a particularly large pile of trash, we waited. Soon we heard 2 pairs of footsteps, growing louder as they approached. "Little rats made it easy for us," a hoarse voice snickered. "A fitting grave for them," came the gravelly reply. Nico darted his head out to take a peek. "It's the men from the shop." He cursed as he quickly hid behind the trash again. I know. I was already scanning for anything I could use as a weapon. They're either here to get the shop owner's money back, or they're going to steal it for themselves. Nico clutched the money in his jacket tightly. Suddenly, a dark figure leaped up from the other side of the pile of trash we were hiding behind, casting a giant shadow over us. Surprise! The barrel-chested thug exclaimed with a sinister grin. Run! I screamed at Nico, giving him a shove. He wasted no breath on a retort as he rushed down the narrow alleyway. The muscular man swung his beefy hand, and I stepped back out of reach. A gust of air from the force of his swing tickled my nose as I swung the broken plank I had plucked from the ground toward his ribs. The burly man buckled, more from surprise than pain. I took the opportunity to bolt toward Nico, who was being chased by the burly thug's round companion. But before I could get there, the man smacked Nico to the ground, knocking the wind out of my friend. Nico gasped for breath, and the pumpkin-bodied goon raised his leg over my friend's body. Over here, pig! I roared, hoping the provocation would make him turn. What did you say? The thug snarled, turning around to face me. I bolted past the heavy thug just as he lurched toward me, his fat fingers clawing in the air. He might have caught me, but his muscular companion careened into him an instant later, and I heard both men grunt from behind me. My mind whirled, thinking of possible ways to get out of this hopeless-seeming situation, and my eyes darted left and right. Then I spotted a long, bent nail protruding from the brick wall of a nearby building about 3 yards off the ground. Cursing under my breath, I feinted to my right just as the musclehead behind me grabbed at me. Sidestepping without even glancing back, I leaped up, hoping to reach the nail. As my body launched upward, everything around me seemed to fall silent. It felt like the world had slowed, and I could hear my heart thumping erratically, as if every other noise had been tuned out. Behind me, I could sense the grasping hands ready to drag me to the ground, but I was surprisingly calm. My peripheral vision all came into focus, as if I were able to see everything around me all at once. The muscled thug had tripped and was crashing to the ground just behind me. Wedging a toe into a deep crack in one of the lower bricks for leverage, I sprang upward, reaching for the rusted nail. The iron nail felt rough and cold as I snagged it between my index and middle finger. I had it. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was something. As I pulled the nail free of the crumbling brick, I pushed off the wall with my feet to accelerate towards the hefty thug, who had only narrowly avoided tripping over his partner and was moments from catching me. I watched the man's expression change from surprise to grim concentration. His right shoulder twitched, and I realized clearly that he was about to intercept my attack somehow. I used my free hand to vault off of his right arm as it arced toward me. In that same instant, I jabbed the nail in my hand directly into his eye. I felt the sensation of iron passing through soft tissue, watching as his face shifted from concentration to surprise and then to agony. At his shrill howl, the world resumed its normal pace. I tumbled gracelessly into a pile of old boxes as my opponent frantically clawed at his face, too afraid to go near the nail in his left eye. Come on, I urged, pulling a stunned Nico back to his feet. I looked back once more and saw the muscular thug rushing to his friend's aid. We ducked out of the alleyway and bolted, running for our lives. Out of breath and sweating from every pore in my body, I collapsed next to Nico behind a convenience store just outside the city. We leaned against the wall, too tired to care about how many drunks and homeless people had vomited and peed here. Nico ripped off his jacket and lifted up his shirt to cool himself off. That is what you came here for, he panted, smacking my thigh. Oh man, you should have seen yourself, Gray. You flew around like those kings fighting in duels. I shook my head, still trying to catch my breath. I don't know what I did. Everything just started moving really slow. I knew you had it in you. Remember that time Pavia dropped all those dishes next to you? Yeah, why? You caught them. You caught 3 plates and 2 bowls, Gray. Nico exclaimed. And you hadn't even been paying attention. I admit, that was an impressive catch, but it has nothing to do with fighting, I argued, sagging further down against the wall. You'll realize soon, he replied, seeming too tired to argue. Now let's go, I don't want to get extra chores for being out past sundown. We arrived at the old 2-story house that served as the orphanage just a bit before dinner, plenty of time to wash up and be on time so we wouldn't look suspicious. Nico slowly opened the back door, wincing at the creaking of the old hinge. Keeping the lights off, we tiptoed down the unlit hallway, but just before we reached our rooms, the clear voice of the orphanage's headmaster called out from the living room. Gray, Nico. Can you come here for a moment? She said in a quiet yet frighteningly stern voice. Nico and I traded glances, fear evident on both of our faces. Nico quickly threw his jacket and the drawstring bag into his room and closed the door. Do you think she already found out? I whispered. I'd normally say it'd be impossible, but it's the sorceress we're talking about, Nico replied, his normally confident demeanor shadowed by dread. We arrived in the brightly lit living room, our clothes and faces dirty and our hair disheveled. Sitting on the couch, her posture perfectly erect, was our headmaster Welbeck, the elderly woman we all called the sorceress. Standing next to her was a girl about our age with dusty brown hair that fell over her shoulders and a creamy complexion. She wore a luxurious red dress that not even the money we had just acquired could have purchased. The headmaster regarded us with a raised brow, but didn't question our untidy state. We approached cautiously, and when the brown-haired girl lifted her gaze to meet mine, I shivered at her cold, emotionless eyes. Gray. Nico. The headmaster nudged the girl softly. I'd like you two to meet Cecilia. You 3 are the same age, so I hope you can show her around and become friends. Arthur Lewin. My eyes opened as if I had just blinked, yet it felt like I had been sleeping for days. I sat up in my bed, a mixture of feelings weighing on my shoulders. Why was this memory coming to me again after so long? My insides twisted in guilt at the thought of Nico and Cecilia. Is everything all right? Sylvie asked from the foot of my bed, where she was curled up in her miniature form. Yeah, I'm fine, I lied, running my fingers through my hair. It was long and messy now, past my chin. The dream had been so vivid. It had felt like I was back on Earth, reliving my previous life. I lay there, dazed and unable to get out of bed, until someone knocked at my door. Come in, I answered, expecting it to be either my parents or my sister. Instead, the man who entered appeared to be in his late 20s, dressed in black clothes underneath the thin leather armor used by scouts. He dipped his head in a respectful bow before relaying his message. Sir, the location for the meeting with the Alacrian messenger has been decided. Commander Virion has asked me to request that you to prepare to meet with the messenger with him and Lord Alder. Got it. I'll be out in 10 minutes, I replied, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. Shall I send over a maid to help you get ready? He asked. I shook my head. No need. Very well. The man left after another bow, closing the door behind him. I quickly washed up and tied my hair back at the crown of my head, leaving my bangs to fall just past my forehead. I dressed in a fine white tunic trimmed with gold to complement the dark mantle I wore over it. Properly clothed, with my hair pulled back neatly, I looked like a very dashing noble. My dream was still fresh in my mind, and it had brought with it a flood of memories from that life. Even the clothes were so very different. The pants in this world were incredibly tight, by comparison, but I had to admit, they offered great mobility and freedom when fighting. A dapper appearance for one about to fight in a war, Virion remarked as I approached him and Alder. Thanks. I winked, smoothing my sleeve. Alder's clothing practically glowed with all the gold and gems decorating it, but Virion wore a simple black robe, as he was still in mourning after director Cynthia's murder. It had only been a few days, but Virion appeared to have aged a century. By the signature black metal spike that had been found jutting out of Cynthia's chest, it was obvious that the assassination had been carried out by one who possessed the powers of the Vritter clan. It was unlikely that an actual clan member had performed the attack. That would have jeopardized the No Azura agreement in the war, but that didn't mean one of their descendants couldn't have done it. The question that ate at my mind, and Virion's, was how they had done it. According to the guards and the nurse caring for her, nobody had seen anyone leave or enter the floor Director Goodsky had been housed on. The door, which had been closed and locked, hadn't been tampered with either. Everything remained a mystery except one fact, that somehow, the Vritter clan was involved. The ships are about a day away from our shore, Arthur. Are you ready to meet this representative? Virion asked. I am. But are you ready? I responded, genuinely concerned. You're not going to kill the messenger, right? With a faint smile, Tesha's grandfather shook his head. Alder stepped toward the glowing teleportation gate. Good. Then let us depart. Ultimatum. Memories I thought I had forgotten flashed in my head with every blink, the scenes haunting me in broad daylight as we prepared to make our way to the location we had designated to meet with the messenger. Are you okay, Arthur? Sylvie's concern touched my mind. I'm fine, SYLV. Though I'm still getting used to the fact that you call me by my name now, I replied, scratching her small ears. Grandfather said it's important that I uphold the dignity of the dragons. My bond held her tiny snout up high, sauntering beside me as we exited the teleportation gate Alder had conjured. It had brought us to a small clearing on a rise just above a remote fishing town called Slor, more than a dozen miles south of Atiston. Well, I can't say you weren't cuter before when you called me Papa. I smirked. Don't worry. I still see you as my Papa. She rubbed her side against my leg while we walked, as if to comfort me. The occasional moist breeze carried with it a strong smell of the sea, and I felt sticky despite the frigid air. I still don't feel right about having this meeting without any backup, Virion said warily. If this messenger has the audacity to act against us, I will have every right to intervene, Alder assured the commander, one corner of his mouth twitching up in the barest hint of a smile. Though two of his eyes were closed, the third, a single, vivid purple eye, stared down the path ahead, ever watchful. Considering everything the Vritra have done, breeding Azura half-bloods, turning our mana beasts into mutants, and now the ships, I can't imagine how long Agrona has been planning this. Despite the extensive preparation, though, I can't shake the feeling that this war is just some sort of game to him. The choices he's made, the risks he's taken, Commander Virion trailed off, shaking his head. If Agrona were easy to predict, he never would have gotten this far, Alder acknowledged reluctantly. Since he, like all the other Azuras residing in this world, is prohibited from directly participating in the war, he's been coming up with ways to work around that by being the almighty hand that moves the chess pieces, at least for his side. And who is the almighty hand moving the pieces for our side? Virion asked with a raised brow. You're the one leading this war, are you not? Alder retorted. Virion shrugged. That's what I tell myself at night. All right, I interrupted. Is this the meeting place? Of course not, Virion said with a weary sigh, tying back his long white hair. This is the farthest I can take us. From here we'll travel to our real destination, Alder clarified. It's in the middle of the ocean. Lead the way, I said. Alder's feet slowly rose from the ground as a milky aura surrounded both him and Virion. After a moment, the aura lifted Virion into the air as well. Virion's lips shut tight, and he curled in on himself slightly, like a cat picked up by its scruff. As the two of them picked up speed, rising quickly above the clouds, Sylvie scampered towards the edge of the cliff. Jump! Sylvie chirped, then leaped off. Without a second thought, I followed my bond. As I propelled myself up and over the steep edge, I took a moment to admire the bird's-eye view of the bustling town directly below me. Just as I began to fall, Sylvie's massive figure appeared below, scooping me up from the air with a snap of her powerful wings. I patted the base of her long, black neck as we sped through the clouds. "Sylvie, have you gained weight?" I joked. "That joke is getting old, you know," Sylvie grumbled. "Not to me." I let out a refreshing whoop at the top of my lungs, and it was blown away by the harsh wind slicing against us as we gathered speed. I spotted the tiny figures of Alder and Virion ahead of us. Sylvie caught up to them, but stayed a few dozen yards behind Alder as we surfed along the top of the clouds. This far up in the sky, the only sound was the sharp whistle of air around us, making the journey peaceful despite the purpose of our trip. As I stared in a daze at the blue and white of our surroundings, my mind wandered back to that day in Epheotis after I had finished my training. The brusque king of the Azuras had wanted to see me before I headed back to Dicathan. It was the second encounter I'd had with Lord Indrath, and also the moment I realized who Myre was. The elderly Azura, who had healed me and taught me how to read spells using Relheart, had been seated next to the stone-faced Lord Indrath, an amused grin on her now youthful face. I'd stood there speechless, my mouth ajar, until Lord Indrath beckoned me forward, saying simply, "I'm sure you remember my wife, Myre." Needless to say, the meeting hadn't gone as I had thought it would. For one, Lord Indrath had been much less critical this time compared to the first time we had met. He'd even, barely, acknowledged my improvement, although he had added that if it weren't for Myre's help, I would have been a lost cause. Before leaving, Lord Indrath had given me one piece of advice. Oddly, he had activated his ether ability, freezing time for everyone present, even his wife, except for the two of us. I'd stared blankly at the king of the Azuras as Myre, Sylvie, and the guards remained static, and he had left me with a cryptic message. "It's wisest to close your heart to the elf princess." That was all he had said before withdrawing his powers and having the guards escort Sylvie and me back to Win Som and Ren, who were waiting for us outside. "We're almost here," Sylvie announced, snapping me back to the present. Alder and Virion had stopped above the clouds, waiting for us to catch up. "I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but I will anyway. No one knows how much the Vritra actually know, so it'd be wise to keep your true strength hidden during this meeting." Alder's voice tickled uncomfortably in my ear as if he was whispering right next to me. "What about Sylvie?" I shouted over the sound of the Azura's dragon wings beating at the air. "Lady Sylvie will have to transform back into her miniature from," Alder answered. "I will carry you down, Arthur. I'll lay low for now, but I'm not going to stay hidden during the war. If I want to protect you, I'll do so with you on my back," Sylvie declared as she turned into her white fox form. I began free-falling, but Alder dipped underneath Sylvie and me, wrapping us in the same aura that enveloped Virion. We descended beneath the layer of clouds below us, plummeting through the blanket of white, the moisture in the air dampening our clothes, until we spotted the shimmering ocean gently rippling in all directions. Despite the phenomenal view of the never-ending stretch of water, my gaze instantly focused on the dark specks littered across the ocean to my right. A few dozen miles north, I could see the fleet of Alacrian ships heading toward the shore near Atistan City, the capital of Sapin. "Look there," Sylvie pointed out. Floating on the water below was a pitch-black platform about the size of a small house. As we descended, moments behind Virion and Alder, I could make out two small figures. From a distance, they had blended in with the platform they stood on. A shiver ran down my spine. Every hair on my body stood on end, and I could feel my heart beating faster the closer we drifted toward the platform. "They're there," I said aloud to no one in particular. "But I don't think they're ordinary messengers." Making a soft landing onto the platform, the three of us walked toward the center, with Sylvie following behind me. My jaws clenched at the sight of the two supposed messengers. By their familiar pale gray skin tone and striking red eyes, I knew they had to be part of the Vritra clan. "Welcome to our humble abode," the taller of the two sneered, his lanky arms spread wide. Virion narrowed his eyes. "We assumed we'd be meeting with a messenger. That role seems to be beneath both of you." "I'm flattered, but at this moment we are mere messengers," he replied with an exaggerated smile. His companion remained silent. Examining the two Vritra, despite their ancestry and blood, the two couldn't be more different. The one on my left stood just a bit taller than me with a ramrod straight posture. He had deep-set eyes underneath heavy lids, giving a mysteriously charming quality to his stern face. With his neatly cropped head of ash-black hair and his tight-fitting black armor underneath a lavish purple cape, the Vritra would have looked like something out of every woman's dreams if it weren't for the pair of horns jutting out just above his ears. The other Vritra, the one who had been talking, stood well over 6 feet tall, towering over us all despite his hunched posture. His long, thin arms dangled by his sides as if they had popped out of their sockets. This Vritra didn't wear armor. Instead, his body was wrapped completely in thick dark bandages underneath a shabby black mantle that hung from his shoulders. Messy bangs peeked out from underneath his tattered hood, accentuating his peculiar appearance. This was the first time I had come face to face with a Vritra, so I was surprised to see how much smaller the horns of the purple-caped Vritra were compared to the one that had attacked Sylvia in the cave during my childhood. But I couldn't sense the level of either of these messengers, which could have meant they were purposely hiding their auras, or simply that they were that much stronger than I was. "I am Silrit, and this is Yuto. It is an honor to meet you, Alder. We retainers have heard much about the famous Azuras in Ephiodus." Silrit's gaze locked onto Alder's as if Virion and I didn't even exist, but it wasn't out of respect. "I trust that you will uphold the pact and remain a non-combatant?" I was surprised at how casually he had mentioned that he was a retainer. That meant he was one of the leading figures in this war who were actually allowed to fight just beneath the 4 sides. "Assuming your side will do the same?" "Yes," Alder answered, his stare just as piercing as Silrit's. "That's a shame. I wanted to try fighting an Azura, but I guess I'll have to settle for slaughtering a few thousand of you lessers," Yuto spat, glaring at me. The lanky Vritra took a step toward me, craning his neck down with a sneer. "I get why Mr. One Eye and Grandpa Elf are here, but I didn't expect the boy wonder, Arthur Layan, to grace us with his presence." I wasn't sure how the Vritra had heard of me, but I maintained my cool facade. "I could say the same for you. To what do we owe the pleasure of the retainers showing their faces here? Like Silrit said, we are here as messengers. We didn't want to give you the opportunity to capture and torture an innocent messenger for information. Because that's what I'd do." Yuto's slanted red eyes peered into mine, searching for signs of fear or anger. Instead, I returned his provocation with a nonchalant smirk. "I can't wait to find you on the battlefield," he replied with a murderous gaze, his lips spreading into a wicked grin. "Why wait? I love slicing through children's flesh the most." "Yuto." "Enough," Silrit reprimanded him. "What?" Yuto shrugged innocently. "Mr. One Eye here can't touch us anyway. Nor would I want to touch any filthy Lashurans," Alder answered calmly, holding the lanky Vritra's gaze. "Now, since we didn't come here to exchange frivolities, get on with your message and disappear from my sight." By the slight twitch in Yuto's brows, I could tell he was annoyed that his attempt at provoking Alder had backfired. However, before he had the chance to respond, Silrit stretched out an arm to restrain him. "The message that His Majesty has tasked me to deliver to the leaders of Daikathan is simply this: surrender the ruling families and mercy will be given to those who deserve it. Continue resistance and our army will eradicate everyone on this continent without discretion," Silrit recited, still looking only at Alder. "You call those terms?" Virion burst out. That's a one-sided ultimatum. Yudo bent down to be at eye level with Virion. Be thankful you even have the choice. Don't worry. If you decide on the first option, I promise to be extra gentle when slicing off your head. Silrit stared daggers at his companion. We weren't sent here to incite a fight, Yuto. That was never my intention, just a friendly warning about the upcoming battle, the lanky Vritra replied, but then he turned back to Virion with a perverse grin. I hope to meet you again, Elf King. You and your granddaughter. I'll make sure to enjoy myself thoroughly while you watch. Disregarding Alder's warning, I stepped forward, ready to draw the sword in my dimension ring, but Virion moved first. In a flash, his fist made contact with Yuto's jaw. Tesha's grandfather had already activated his second phase, a shroud of black covering his entire body and head, but I could still make out the rage in his eyes. Yuto's head immediately snapped back at the blow, lifting him off the ground and knocking loose the hood that had been covering his head. That kinda tickled, the lanky Vritra growled, cracking his neck. Yuto's nose jutted out at a weird angle, but my eyes were glued to his horns. It wasn't the shape or the size of his horns that stunned me. No, it was the familiar chip on his left horn. The chip that the lance, Aaliyah, had made in the battle that cost her her life. What war means for everyone. The haunting images of Aaliyah's bloody corpse, her limbs brutally severed and core destroyed, flooded my mind as I stared at the chip in Yuto's left horn. Any form of inhibition that had kept me from killing the Vritra disappeared as I advanced toward him. Was it you? I asked, my voice dripping with malice. Sylvie's concern seeped into my head from behind, but it was no use. With each step forward, the self-control that had enabled me to remain neutral during this meeting faded. Mana surged from my body like a storm, shocking the Vritra and snapping Virion from his outrage. Were you the one who killed Aaliyah? I took another step. What was that, pup? Yudo snapped, his eyebrows furrowed with impatience. The lance in the dungeon who had all her limbs cut off before dying, I clarified, my voice icy. Was it you? Ah, the Vritra said, his lips curling upward. Just from the tone of his voice, I already knew the answer. Taunting Virion and using his granddaughter as ammunition was one thing, but the fact that he was the one responsible for Aaliyah's horrible torture and death now gave gravity to his threats. He had to die. That pretty little elf? What if it was me, brat? Yuto spit. I opened my mouth to respond, but Alder gave me no chance to act on my impulse. He moved in front of me with a stern gaze. This is what he wants you to do. Don't let him provoke you. I let out a deep breath. Of course I knew Yuto was provoking us on purpose. Anyone with half a brain could see that. As for whether it was with forethought or because he was just that impulsive, I had a feeling it was both. Swallowing the bitter taste in my mouth, I ignored Yuto. Facing Silrit, I asked, was there anything else that needed to be discussed? Or was that predictable threat all you came here to say? You will be given 2 days to decide, Silrit answered callously. If the royal families of Daikathan have not been surrendered by then, we will take that as your answer. I looked back at Virion, who had finally gathered himself. We'll show ourselves out. Virion's words were clipped as he glared at the Vritra, but he smoothed over the creases on his robe casually. As I turned to leave with Virion and Alder, Yuto's voice rang out. You should have heard her scream, he laughed. Almost made me want to not kill her, keep her alive so I could keep making her scream, you know? I could feel my blood flowing faster, pounding in my head as I stepped toward the edge of the platform. Alder caught my gaze and prepared to lift me up with his aura, but I stopped him. Sending ice, lightning, and wind attribute mana into my palm, I raised my arm and whipped around to face Yuto. The thin, translucent beam of fused elements pierced the narrow gap between the two Vritra, creating a crackling gale in its path. The ray shot past them and into the water, and the ocean split from the force of my spell. The waves instantly froze over, Then a current of electricity shattered the ice into shards of sparkling glass. I could see Yuto's expression crumple, slowly giving way to one of doubt and shock. Even Silrit's cold face showed surprise as the shower of ice shards rained down on us. Whether or not we decide to proceed with the war, I really hope to meet you again, Yuto. I turned my back on him as the shadowy platform we had been standing on convulsed. Alder lifted Virion, Sylvie, and me into the air, and I fought the urge to turn back around. Staring at Virion's face, lined with worry and frustration, I could tell he was thinking about the Vritra's words. "You're not really considering their offer, right?" I asked as we rose above the clouds. "No, but if they were to keep their word, imagine how many innocent lives could be saved," Virion said, the creases between his brows thickening. I scoffed. "That's a big if to be sacrificing your and your family's lives for." "Arthur's right," Alder chimed in. "You know what becomes of the world under the Vritra's rule. Even Ephiotis won't be safe from harm if Agrona is able to populate 2 continents with his half-breed descendants. It'll be only a matter of a few generations before they strike against the rest of the Azuras as well." "I know," Virion sighed. "I'm not looking forward to the protests that will undoubtedly greet my choice, though." "You're going to tell everyone?" I asked, surprised. Tessa's grandfather nodded solemnly. "Trust is a fickle serpent, laboriously gained yet so easily lost. A leader must be trusted by his people, but how much do you think they'll trust me after realizing I'm basically using their lives as a gambling token?" "Not much," I admitted, still reluctant toward the idea. I wouldn't question Virion's decisions, though. As far as leadership went, he had much more experience than me, even with both lives under my belt. I could have offered a different perspective, but ultimately I trusted his choices, as did Alder. When the Azura had first come to Dicathan, killing the Graysunders in one sweep as soon as he had arrived, I'd assumed he would try to control Virion like some sort of puppeteer in the background. However, Alder simply protected and advised Virion, never forcing him to take action. This said a lot about the Azura's respect for him. As we flew back to the western shore, Virion used a mental transmission artifact to coordinate the arrangements for the public appearance that would supposedly take place tomorrow. From the bits and pieces I managed to pick up as Virion murmured into the artifact, it seemed all the major figures in the war would be present at the speech. The Lances, the royal members of the 3 races, and other influential noble families were to be gathered and stand beside Virion as a sign of respect while he made his speech. We came through the teleportation gate and into the circular room in the castle just a few hours later. Before leaving the bland brick chamber, Virion patted my back. "Get some rest, Arthur. Lord Alder and I will handle the rest from here," the white-haired elf said with a tired smile. "I can help," I protested. "There's a lot you need to plan if the announcement is to be made tomorrow, right?" "Let me worry about that," he countered. "Your family is here right now, waiting for you. After the true war begins, I'm afraid the amount of time you will be able to spend with your loved ones will be limited." "Listen to Virion," Alder agreed. "Judging by your little parting gift to those Lashurans, you've prepared your body. Now, use this time to prepare your mind and heart." Tired and dirty from the journey, I relented, and we went our separate ways. I headed for the living quarters, which were on the upper floors. With the castle always shrouded by clouds, it was hard to imagine how large this floating structure must be to accommodate almost 100 people while still having space for luxurious amenities. Walking up the stairs with Sylvie silently scampering behind me, I thought about how everyone's lives would change during this war. Until now, the battles had been isolated, taking place well past the Grand Mountains and never reaching civilization. There hadn't been any civilian casualties, only military ones. But once the ships landed on the western border, that would all change, and for the civilians, it would come as an unpleasant surprise. I feared how the inhabitants, the non-nobles, would take Virion's announcement. At best, they would reluctantly accept the news. More likely, protests would arise. And it was even possible that the citizens the soldiers of Dicathan were trying to protect would betray us for the blind hope that the Alacrian forces would let them live if they cooperated. I exited the stairway on the 4th floor and made my way down the wide corridor, warmly lit by orbs mounted on both walls. Narrower hallways branched off, with doors every few yards or so. "How do you suppose we find our parents, SYLV?" I asked, veering right into a random hallway in hopes of running into someone who would know. "Searching for mana signatures seems over the top here and would probably alarm some of the mages," Sylvie chirped. "How about knocking on every door until we find someone who can tell us?" I took another right at random and kept walking until a familiar sight caught my eye. A wide archway led to a patio garden outside the castle. I never thought I'd see such an open deck on a flying castle, but the vast orange sky of a beautiful sunset, dimmed by the transparent barrier surrounding it, illuminated the area. Playing on the neatly kept grass lawn were groups of children, some sparring with friends, others simply chasing each other. What had made me stop, though, was the towering dark brown bear playing amidst the scampering children. I spotted an uncomfortable Ellie just beside her bond, talking to a blonde-haired boy about her age. Puffed-out chest, chin held high, a fake smile that didn't reach his eyes. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was trying to flirt with my precious sister. Sick him, SYLV. Make him scream like a castrato. I grinned evilly. My vicious bond was scampering to my sister, sending a mental message asking me what a castrato was, when Ellie's mana beast picked up the blonde boy by the back of his collar and flung him away. I locked eyes with the bear, Boo was his name, for a brief second. I gave him a stern but approving nod as I raised my right thumb. Still seated next to my sister, Boo responded with a furry thumbs up as well. At that moment I decided Boo wouldn't be such a bad companion for my sister after all. "Sylvie?" Ellie exclaimed when she saw the little white fox scampering towards her. She looked up, and her face lit up when she saw me. "Brother." The children, all nobles, who had come here for safety, whipped their heads around, dropping whatever they had been doing. Some of the parents, seated nearby on the patio chairs talking to one another, turned to look at me as well. I walked toward my sister, feeling everyone's eyes following me. Ellie scooped up Sylvie and embraced her tightly before looking back up at me. "Brother, you're back already?" "Yep." I smiled, glancing around at the onlookers. I hugged my sister in greeting, whispering into her ear, "Why are they all staring at me? There's not a noble in Dicathan that doesn't know who Arthur Leyen is." She giggled. "You should see how those nobles treat me." So that's what it was. "I thought I had done something wrong to your friends here." I gave a relieved chuckle. Turning to Boo, who remained seated on his hind legs, I raised my hand. "Good to see you, Boo." The giant mana beast responded with a low grunt and received my hand with a large paw. "When did you two get so close?" Ellie marveled. "Men with common objectives tend to bond fast." I answered as Boo and I nodded at each other once more. "What?" "No, never mind. That's not important," Ellie amended, shaking her head. "It's good that you're here right now. You've got to stop them." "What?" "Stop who from what?" I could hear the worry in her voice. Ellie pulled me inside, off of the patio and away from the other children and parents. Her eyes darted nervously left and right. "It's Mom and Dad," she said solemnly. "They've decided to join the war." Unexpectedly. Leaving Sylvie with my sister, I made my way to my parents' room. I strode down the corridor, my gait growing faster with each step as I arrived in front of the door labeled Leyen family. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. The thought of what Ellie had said, that my parents really planned to take part in the war, filled me with unease. A dull thud resounded as I knocked on the wooden door. "It's open," the warm voice of my mother chimed from the other side. The hinges creaked as I turned the knob and slid the door open. Bags lay open on the floor with clothes folded neatly beside them. I stepped inside, looking around to see my father polishing his gauntlets with a set of chainmail armor spread out beside him. My mother, who had been walking toward the door to greet their visitor, stopped when she saw me. She masked her surprise with a weak smile, and my father dropped his gaze as soon as he saw my expression. "So it's true," I muttered, picking up a polished shin brace from beside my father. "Son." He put down the gauntlet and rag but remained seated. "We weren't expecting you back so soon," my mother added, taking another step toward me. "Were you planning on leaving without saying anything to me?" I asked, my gaze still focused on the shin brace in my hand. "Of course not. But we wanted to finish preparing before you got back." My mother lifted her hand, hesitating just a bit before she placed it on my shoulder. A mixture of feelings welled up in me as I squeezed tightly at the metal armor, confusion as to why they had suddenly decided to fight, irritation that they hadn't even bothered to discuss this decision with me, and anger that they'd be willing to risk their lives when Ellie was so young, barely 12. I finally lifted my gaze from the armor in my hand and looked at my father. "I thought you were both going to wait until Ellie was older before joining the war. Commander Virion advised us to stay until Ellie was older, or until you came," my father said, his gaze firm. "I don't believe you've suddenly decided to fight just because I came back," I replied doubtfully. "We didn't," my mother answered, her hand squeezing my shoulder more tightly. "I just got a transmission from Helen." My father stood up, his gaze unusually hard as he tested out his gauntlets. "They were attacked in a dungeon as everyone was leaving. They stayed back to buy some time for the younger soldiers to escape, but, I echoed. My father, Reynolds lay in, the man who had always endured every hardship with an optimistic smile, looked up with an icy venom in his eyes. "Adam didn't make it." "No," I shook my head. "That's impossible. I was there just yesterday. I was the one who cleared the dungeon and killed the mutant holed up inside." My father nodded solemnly. "Apparently after you left, as everyone prepared to depart, another horde of mana beasts, led by a mutant, attacked them. Helen thinks the bottom floor of the first dungeon was connected to another dungeon. The fight was a mess. No one had been expecting a battle," my mother said. "The Twin Horns and some other veteran soldiers stayed to give everyone else time to get away. Luckily, the mutant was only B-class, but because its army was larger and caught them off guard, there were more deaths than anyone expected, including Adam's." A barren silence lingered in the room after my mother finished speaking. I couldn't believe that someone I had just seen yesterday was dead. Then a sinking realization made me bolt upright. Tess had been in that dungeon. Who else died?" I asked. Despite my worry, I didn't want to seem insensitive of Adam's death by asking if Tess was okay. That was all I was able to get from Helen. It was an emergency transmission, so the message was short. But she didn't name anyone else, so I figure the others who died were soldiers we don't know, my father said, letting out a slow, weary breath. "Commander Virion probably knows more about the situation than we do. Surely Helen would have mentioned if something had happened to Tess, but I was still uneasy, to say the least." "I'm sorry about Adam," I said, trying to console my father. Adam wasn't my favorite of the Twin Horns. I had found his quick temper and cynical sarcasm to be distasteful, but he had been loyal. Underneath his impatient and cranky exterior had been a trustworthy comrade who stood by my parents' sides when they had been members of the party. I could see now why the atmosphere surrounding my father was so heavy. "Don't misunderstand, Arthur. We're not doing this out of guilt. A soldier's life is always in danger," my father said. "Even so," I said, shaking my head. I knew I was being unreasonable. My father had every right to fight the battles he chose. But it was my own selfishness, wanting to keep the ones I love safe, that made me want to try. It didn't matter what level your core was or how knowledgeable you were about mana manipulation. No matter how much you strengthened your body or heavily you equipped yourself, death could come at any moment in a battle. No matter how strong I became, I firmly believed that. Yet my father was willing to risk his and my mother's lives when it was not only unnecessary, but reckless. "Arthur, it's not his fault," my mother consoled me. "I'm the one who wants to go back to the Twin Horns and help out in the war." "What?" I blurted, completely taken by surprise. "You want to go to war?" She nodded. "Yes, but you can't." I turned to my father, certain my bewilderment was written on my face. "I mean, Dad said you avoid using magic because something happened in the past." "Why now?" My mother cast a glance at my father, who dipped his head in a solemn nod. "Arthur, sit down." I obeyed, taking a seat at the foot of the bed as my mother gathered her thoughts. "What else did your father tell you?" She eyed me guiltily as she tripped over her words, but I didn't take it to heart. She had told me she would need time to accept the revelations about who I was. It was clear that she was still conflicted, but I could tell she was trying. "That was about all," I said. "He said you would tell me the rest when you were ready. What we never told you about the Twin Horns, Arthur, was that there was actually one more member." My brows furrowed and I glanced over at my father, who remained silent. "Her name was Lensa. She was a talented young augmenter," my mother continued. "She told me the story of a very bright and hopeful mage who had joined the Twin Horns shortly after my father had brought in a young Alice from Valden City." My mother's eyes glazed over as she described how she and Lensa had hit it off immediately, Lensa's brash nature and straightforwardness meshing well with my mother's timidity. Lensa had done well for herself as an adventurer even without the help of a party, and she was already fairly well known. So when she had asked the Twin Horns if she could join their party, it came as a surprise to everyone. My mother closed her eyes and paused for a breath. It was only about 2 years after she joined that the accident occurred. I tensed in apprehension as I imagined what sort of accident had transpired, but my mother faintly smiled. "It wasn't some dramatic calamity that befell us. Not everyone's life is as exciting as yours." Embarrassed, I laughed uncomfortably and scratched my cheek. "We got careless and ran into an ambush by a pack of stingers. None of us had sustained any major injuries, and I thought very little of it. I healed everyone's surface wounds." My mother pursed her lips to keep from crying. "The thing about being an emitter is that everyone expects you to know how to heal every injury, that your magic is a one-spell-cures-all when that really isn't the case." My father placed a consoling hand on my mother's back as she shuddered. "I didn't know that either at the time. It hadn't been that long since I had awakened, and I'd never fully trained in the different aspects of healing. I didn't think I needed to." Wiping away her tears, she looked up at me with red eyes. "I closed everyone's wounds, but the venom from the stingers' tails had infected the flesh below. Everyone else, including your father, was able to get treated in time, before it could do any serious harm, but Lensa's wound was close to her mana core, and, although I closed her wounds, the venom spread." I drew in a breath sharply. "Then, yes, her mana core got infected to the point where she could no longer practice mana manipulation. I had robbed my friend and teammate of the one true joy in her life." "At least she survived," I said, trying to comfort her, but she shook her head. "She went off into a dungeon by herself and never came back out," my mother said. "She had always said she wanted to die gloriously in battle, but she went into a high-risk dungeon knowing she couldn't use magic. She wanted to get herself killed. And you know what the funny part is?" My mother looked up, trying to keep the tears from falling as she laughed bitterly. "If I hadn't closed the wound, the doctor would have been able to extract the poison easily. She probably would have been fine if I hadn't healed her." I opened my mouth, hoping words would form, but none did. My father remained silent as well, his hands still gently stroking my mother's back. After a few minutes, my mother composed herself. I've been scared to properly use magic for anything more than minor injuries since then. When we were attacked on our way to Xyrus, I was barely able to bring myself to heal your father. But after you told us about your secret and went off to train, while we were holed up in that cave, Elder Rinia helped me. I doubt Adam's death was a sign, but after everything the Twin Horns have done for your father and me, I think it's time for us to be there for them. The resolution in my mother's eyes made it clear that she wasn't saying this to gain my approval. That's not the only reason, though, my father said in a hushed tone. Now that you're back, it's been killing me to think about you fighting in the war while we're here, safely twiddling our thumbs and waiting for good news. But what if something happens to either of you? What will happen to Ellie? I argued, still uneasy about them going into battle. I cut off, unable to finish that thought out loud. The same goes for you, Arthur. No matter how strong you are, death rarely comes from just weakness. It sneaks up when your guard is down. I'll protect your mother, and you can bet that our goal in this war will be to make it out in one piece and come back to you and your sister, but you have to do the same. My father paused for a second as his gaze hardened. We may not have raised you as we thought we had, with your past life memories and all, but you can be damn sure that Ellie sees you as her loving brother, so don't be too eager to sacrifice yourself for some vague greater good. You need to come out of this war safely. Even if we lose this war, there will always be a chance to fight back. You only truly lose when you die, because there are no second chances after that. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well, you know what I mean, my father snapped, eliciting a faint smile from my mother. Just then, a hurried knock drew our attention to the door. After trading glances with my parents, I said, "It's open." The wooden door swung open to reveal Virion, still in the black robe he had worn for our meeting with the Vritra. "Boy, have you heard? Commander Virion." My parents bolted up from their seats. "Please. Just Virion is fine for Arthur's parents," he replied with a quick wave of his hand. "The attack?" I guessed, judging by his perturbed expression. "Good, you have then." Virion nodded. "And have you told your parents?" "My parents were the ones who told me." Virion's brows rose in mild surprise, but he merely shook his head as he regarded my parents. "Then you must have heard what happened to your ex-party member." My father responded with a solemn nod. "You have my deepest condolences," the commander said somberly. "Some of the soldiers who were there have just arrived at the castle. I came to get Arthur, but I'm positive that at least the leader of the Twin Horns is here. Would you like to come with us?" I sent Sylvie a quick transmission telling her we were going to be on the lower floor and that she should stay with Ellie, and the four of us hurried to the teleportation room. The towering iron doors that protected the teleportation room had been left open. Soldiers, exhausted from battle, stumbled out of the glowing gate in the center of the chamber. Some still had their weapons drawn and bloody. Guards lined the walls in case anyone other than Dicathan soldiers made their way through the portal, and handmaids and nurses waited with fresh gauze and vials of antiseptics and ointment to treat the badly injured soldiers as they were led or carried away on stretchers. I spotted Helen first and nudged my parents, pointing in her direction. Needless to say, the leader of the Twin Horns was in a miserable state. Her metal chest guard was cracked, and only a fragment of her shoulder brace was still attached to her. The leather armor that protected the rest of her body had gashes all over it, lined with dried blood, but her expression wasn't one of weariness or pain. There was a raging tempest in her eyes as she walked down the platform, her broken bow still in hand. "Helen," my father called out. My parents immediately rushed toward Helen. Her expression softened at the sight of my parents, and she returned their embrace. I left Virion, who was still anxiously waiting for Tess to walk through the portal, and made my way toward Helen. "I'm glad you're safe," I said, giving her a gentle hug. I'm sorry for what happened to Adam. If only I had stayed down there with you. Don't. Helen stopped me. No good ever comes of thinking like that. What happened, happened. The best thing to do is focus on how we'll make those damn Alacrians and their mutant pets pay. What you have to focus on right now is resting, my mother said. Come, we'll have a nurse look at you. Helen insisted she was okay, but let my mother guide her out of the portal room, following the trail of wounded soldiers headed toward the medical wing, my father trailing closely behind them. I wondered when they would tell Helen about their plans to rejoin the Twin Horns, but I stayed near the teleportation platform, waiting for Tess to come back. The soldiers who escaped had managed to reach one of the hidden teleportation gates within the beast glades, but they hadn't had time for a head count. It was possible that the horde of mana beasts could still ambush them outside the dungeon. Each minute that passed by without Tess showing up made me worry even more. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity passed as I watched the unfamiliar faces stagger out of the teleportation gate. Finally, a familiar face popped out of the portal. It was the boy named Stannard. He had a few scuffs on his tunic and pants, and his face was smeared with dirt, but there was no blood on him. I took that as a positive sign. I didn't hesitate. I dashed over to him, pulling him aside the instant he stepped out of the gate. Whoa! What give? Where's Tesha? Was she with you? I bombarded him with questions, gripping his arm tightly. Arthur lay in? A twinge crossed his face. Ouch! Your grip is a bit tight. I immediately let go, my gaze darting from Stannard to the teleportation gate just in case Tess came out. Sorry, Stannard. I heard about the ambush in the dungeon. Where's the rest of your team? I asked impatiently, forced to raise my voice over the increasing noise of groaning soldiers, shouted orders, and hurried conversations as friends and comrades found each other in the chaos. They should have been behind me, he replied, looking back. It was too crazy. We had to keep running in case they chased after us. Stannard was shivering and his knees buckled. I let him lean against me and helped him to the side of the room, where he could sit and lean against the wall. Looking at everyone's state, I realized that Helen had clearly understated the severity of the ambush. As I peered over the crowd of soldiers, I spotted the rest of Tess's teammates. The girl named Curia was carrying Darvis, the boy I had dueled against, on her back, despite her own multiple wounds. His feet dragged on the ground because of their difference in height. Her curly brown hair was tangled and caked with blood at the ends, and her leather armor was tattered beyond repair. Rushing to them, I lifted the unconscious augmenter from Curia's back and carried him myself, which seemed to surprise her. She thanked me, sounding exhausted, as I guided her to Stannard. When I put Darvis down, he stirred awake with a pained groan. He tried to focus on me from under his wild hair, and as soon as he realized who he was staring at, his glazed eyes narrowed. You, because of that bloody technique of yours, I couldn't muster up any mana to fight. Despite his anger, his voice came out hoarse and weak. I'm sorry. I really am. Darvis sank back against the wall before falling back into unconsciousness, joining the sleeping Stannard. I snagged a pitcher of water from a passing handmaid and gave it to Curia. She immediately raised the glass pitcher to her lips, sloshing water down her front as she clumsily gulped down the entire contents before passing the empty container back to me. She slumped down next to Darvis, clearly spent. Curia. I gently shook her shoulder to keep her from falling asleep. I need to know what happened to Tesha. Curia's eyes were already half closed. She seemed about to speak when, instead, her lips curled into a grin and she pointed behind me wordlessly. Confused, I looked over my shoulder. Hobbling out of the portal, dirty, her clothes tattered, hair in disarray, armor dented and cracked, but alive and in one piece, was Tesha. Numbers behind age. Tesha Aerolith. I stepped through the teleportation gate and onto a platform, feeling weary and frustrated. I could have helped back there, but they wouldn't let me. The soldiers who stayed behind to fight had all echoed the same words, that I needed to go. My safety was the priority. What the hell was the point of training so damn hard if everyone treated me like some glass sculpture? I let out a deep breath, hoping to expel the frustration from my system, but all it did was remind me of how thirsty I was. I looked around the crowd of soldiers, guards, and nurses for anyone with the water I needed to quench my parched throat. Then I caught sight of my teammates. Stannard and Darvis were asleep against the wall. Curia was sitting up, speaking to someone, and then she pointed at me. The man she had been talking to turned his head. My chest tightened as he stood up from his crouching position. His furrowed brows and the sharp gaze with which he regarded his surroundings instantly relaxed as he locked eyes with me. It was Art. I stared mindlessly as he walked towards me. The first time I had seen him, 2 years ago, he had been covered in blood and grime, looking somewhat like a monster himself. However, the Art approaching me now looked like a completely different person. Dressed in a sharp white tunic which was trimmed luxuriously with gold, and a long black mantle that seemed to shroud him in mystery, he exuded a sort of grand aura that belittled every royal family in Dicathan. His long hair was bound up, accentuating the sharp lines of his jaw. His auburn bangs fell messily over his forehead and past his azure eyes, which crinkled with his breathtaking smile. He was almost upon me before I snapped out of my daze. There were soldiers and guards nearby that I had to keep my composure around. It had barely been a day since the last time I'd seen Art, and judging by his demeanor then, I was sure he disliked emotional reunions in public. With a hoarse cough, I tried to stand taller, puffing myself up to muster as much poise and dignity as I could, despite my unkempt appearance. I stuck my hand out for him to shake, keeping my expression stoic. "Good to see you so soon, Arth." But my gesture was ignored. His powerful hand wove underneath my arm, landing firmly on my back as he pulled me toward him. I stumbled forward at the sudden force, and my face pressed against his thin tunic, bathing me in his warmth. I stood motionless in his embrace. I'd been approached, pursued, and courted by almost every man brave enough to look past my lineage, and the only things I'd ever felt for them were pity and annoyance. But now my body felt as if it had been both frozen and melted at the same time. Whether the entire room had fallen silent or my sense of hearing had just disappeared, I couldn't tell, but my other senses had become overwhelmed. Within the safe haven of his sturdy arms, a faint hint of oak and a crisp ocean breeze filled my nose as I felt him bury his face into my neck. My limbs remained frozen, but my empty stomach fluttered uncontrollably when Art's arm squeezed just a fraction tighter. Art finally spoke. "I'm glad you're okay." His warm breath blew against my neck, sending shivers down my spine. My arms twitched, instinctively wanting to hug him back, but the piercing stares I felt from everyone around us made me stop. "Of course I'm okay," I said, somehow mustering up the strength to push him away despite every fiber in my body urging me to pull him closer. I could feel blood rushing all the way up my neck to the very top of my head as I stared at Art, his face just inches away from my own. I could see his eyes moving, tracing every feature of my face as he studied me. Taking a deep breath as if a large weight had been lifted, he looked at me with a gentle smile. "Come on. I'll take you to your grandfather." It felt as though I was swimming in some sort of thick, viscous liquid in my head. The world around me blurred with muffled conversations and shadows of people I couldn't quite make out. My body seemed to move on its own, acting and responding on instinct as my mind kept replaying my arrival at the castle. Now that I was just remembering it, I started analyzing every action and inaction of the scene, trying to put meaning into each thing Art had done, the firmness yet tenderness of his hug, the desperation and relief that had poured out of him when his eyes locked onto mine. I replayed the scene over and over again in my head, nitpicking every little detail. However, the conclusion I reached every time was the same. I hated how composed he was every time we met. And after all of this time, I hated how weak and helpless I still felt around him. I wasn't able to see much of Art after our initial reunion at the castle. I was swept away and escorted to my room by a team of nurses as soon as my grandfather had released me from his embrace. After checking to make sure my teammates had been tended to, I plopped gingerly into my bed, finding comfort in the fact that my simply furnished room was exactly as I had left it. While the nurses removed my armor and wiped me down with scented towels, I felt my body sinking deeper and deeper into the sheets until the world faded to darkness. Should tell her, Virion. Art's familiar voice pulled me out of my slumber. Rubbing my eyes, I squinted at the morning sun just barely peeking above the layer of clouds below us. I took a second to assess the situation, then a frightening thought struck me. I immediately peeked underneath my covers, giving a sigh of relief to find myself clothed. She's going to find out eventually. You can't hide something like this from her. It's impossible. Art's muffled voice came from the other side of the door. He spoke in a hushed tone, but his words rang clearly in my ears. It's fine if she finds out later, but she's not ready for this. Now shush. What if she hears? My grandfather whispered back. She'll listen to you if you respect her enough to tell her. If she finds out from anyone else, what do you think she's going to do? Art argued back, his voice growing sharper. Damn you, boy. What if she decides to go? Then what? We'll figure it out after we hear her response. Virion, you and I both know what your granddaughter is capable of once she puts her mind to something. I know, my grandfather snapped back. I just can't. Those Vritra bastards murdered Cynthia right here in this castle, Arthur. What if? I couldn't hear the rest of their conversation over the sound of my heart, which was beating louder and louder. Master Cynthia is dead? That's impossible, right? Master Cynthia had always been leagues above anyone I knew in terms of magical abilities. Her expertise in mana manipulation was on par with, maybe even above, Grandpa's. She had taught me everything from basic control to advanced execution of spells while sword fighting. There's no way she could be killed by Vritra thugs. I tried convincing myself of this, but my hands trembled as I gripped my blanket. I sat up in bed, wiping away a stray tear that had managed to escape, and waited for them to come in. I answered immediately when they knocked on the door. Dressed simply in a gray tunic and black pants with his hair tied up into a knot, Art came in first. He was followed by my grandfather, who was wearing the same black robe he had been wearing yesterday. After one glance at me, Art sighed and closed his eyes. How much did you hear? Enough, I answered matter-of-factly. My grandfather took a step forward, his face furrowed in concern. Child. I cut him off, saying, Take me to her, please, as I slipped out of bed to find something to wear over my nightdress. I stayed silent as we descended the flights of stone stairs, the only sound coming from our echoing footsteps. My grandfather led the way and Art trailed closely behind me. My grandfather kept glancing back at me, but he didn't say anything until we reached the bottommost floor, where the dungeons and cells were. Why is Master Cynthia holed up in such a filthy and degrading place? I demanded. These rooms are for murderers and traitors. We don't have a burial ground in this castle, Tesha. We're keeping her here until circumstances permit us to safely give her a burial, my grandfather answered patiently. And the dungeon has been empty since the start of the war, when we moved all the prisoners to more remote dungeons on the ground. While the rest of the castle was well cared for, the dungeon level seemed purposely designed to repulse those who might be held here. Dim light, provided by a handful of artifacts attached to the walls along the main corridor, revealed fungus growing between the stone blocks and thick nets of dusty webbing draped from the ceiling. Foul, musty smells blended with the near-toxic odor of decay and waste, and I, despite my father's words, felt again that this was hardly a fitting resting place for such a renowned conjurer. At least she wasn't also surrounded by the screams and moans of prisoners. Only a hollow silence lingered. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the farthest end of the corridor, there was a single metal door with a soldier standing guard. "Open the door," my grandfather ordered. The armored guard nodded, his expression hidden underneath his helmet, as he stepped to the side and turned the rusted handle without turning around. The metal door screeched against the uneven ground. A flawless stone casket lay in the center of the empty cell with a small pile of flowers resting on top. "Only a few people know of her death," my grandfather explained, walking up and gently laying a hand on the top of the stone coffin. "She deserves a public ceremony. All her students, the professors who taught at Xyrus, she doesn't deserve to be here," I muttered. My grandfather nodded. "I know." "Then why?" I said harshly. "Why is my master rotting away in a corner of this foul dungeon? For everything she did for this continent, she deserves a diamond coffin and a countrywide funeral. She deserves anything but this." "Tesha," Grandpa rested his hand gently on my back, perhaps hoping to quell my anger. "How could you keep this from me, Grandpa? If I hadn't heard you through the door, when would I have found out?" "After the war," I scoffed, shrugging his hand away as tears blurred my vision. "Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Despite everything I did to show you that I was mature, you still treat me like a child." "That's because you are a child," Art snapped. "What?" I blurted, my face going red with anger. "How can you? You should know better than anyone else how I'm feeling, but you call me a child. You, of all people." Arthur's face settled into a hard-edged mask as I huffed in frustration, the stern eye with which he regarded me casting into doubt my memory of yesterday's affectionate hug. "Maybe I'm saying this because I know both you and Grandpa Varian so well, Tess. What you're doing right now, needlessly putting yourself in harm's way just to prove a point, is no better than a child throwing a tantrum," Art continued. "Arthur," my grandfather cut in. "Enough. How dare you?" I seethed, tears rolling down my cheeks. "If you took a minute to think this whole situation through, you'd realize why your grandfather had to keep it a secret. What do you think would happen if you were to announce that someone had been killed by our enemy in what's supposed to be the safest location on the continent?" Art said, his gaze unrelenting. "Well, I'm sorry that not everyone is as smart as you," I retorted. Art's gaze softened. "You're only 17, Tess. And you're only 16. Yet Grandpa, Master Alder, and even Master Cynthia have never treated you like a kid, even though you're younger than me," I argued. "If they see me as an adult, that's something they've come to realize on their own." "I haven't been deliberately trying to prove it," he answered. "How's that even fair?" I choked back a sob. "You get to do what you want because you're good enough, but no matter how hard I try or what I accomplish, I'll always be some damsel in need of protection." "That's not it, Tesha. Your grandfather and I—" "What?" I cut in, my face numb with anger. "You want me cooped up and isolated from anything potentially dangerous or distressing so badly that you can't even tell me my own master was killed? Or is it because if we told you, the first thing you'd try to do is find the Vritra that killed Cynthia so you could take revenge and get yourself killed?" Arthur exploded. This was the first time I had ever heard him raise his voice to this extent. It stunned not just me and Grandpa, but even the guards standing outside. You don't know that," I denied. "Don't I?" Arthur pressed. "Because I know for a fact that you acting this way isn't because Varian didn't tell you about Director Goodsky dying. You're not mad at him, you're mad at yourself for leaving your master to go prove to everyone how strong and helpful you'd be to the war. This isn't about—" but I couldn't finish my sentence. I broke down, falling to my knees and sobbing uncontrollably. "Arthur, I think you've said enough," my grandpa growled. "Guard, escort him out." I didn't look up as Art left. I didn't know what kind of expression he had on his face or whether he was sorry. It was too much. "Tesha, Let's take some time together to pay our respects to Cynthia. I'm sure that, instead of having millions of people at a ceremony, she'd rather have the few she truly cherished mourning for her. Mustering up a shaky nod, I whispered hoarsely, "Thank you." We both turned to face the smooth stone casket that my master resided in. Waves of emotion continued to toss and turn within me. Grandpa knelt down beside me, gently stroking my trembling back. "After this, I'll tell you everything." Invaluable allies. "I understand your problem, Gray, but I'm not sure I'm the best person to help you with this," the headmaster said. "No matter how lacking your key pool may be compared to most kids your age, you're still a child with plenty of time for that to change. However, and I say this as a general life lesson, if you find yourself lacking in resources, save what you have for when you need it the most." I pondered over her cryptic solution to my key problem. "Thank you, Headmaster Wilbeck," I grinned before heading out the door. "Oh, and Gray," the headmaster called from behind her desk. I halted, peeking my head around the doorway. "Yes. How is Cecilia getting along with you and Nico?" "Well," I paused. "Besides her little accidents, I'd say we're slowly getting through to her. She hasn't said a word to you two, has she?" Headmaster Wilbeck sighed. "Nope. Not a single one." "Very well. I really do hope you keep trying to break her out of her shell, though. If anyone can do it, it's you two." I came back into her office. "Headmaster. Why are you pushing so hard for us to be friends with Cecilia?" I asked. The headmaster's lips curled into a gentle smile as she stood up from her chair. "That, my child, is a story that I'm hoping she'll tell you herself. I mean, she looks normal enough, but everyone's scared of her because of those accidents, even though they only happen every once in a while." I scratched my head. "Not that Nico and I are scared or anything, but, a few kids have been sent to the infirmary because of her, so I just thought it'd be better to know more to help her." Walking around her desk, Headmaster Wilbeck tousled my hair. "Your job isn't to help her, it's to be her friend. Let me take care of helping her." "Yes, Mother." I saluted. The headmaster's gentle, downturned eyes widened in surprise at my words. "It's Headmaster Olivia or Headmaster Wilbeck to you, Gray." Her voice was firm, but her eyes betrayed her. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay in her office and help her with the pile of papers that never seemed to diminish, but I knew she would never let me. Like a broken record, she always said that it was her job, not mine. Dragging my feet as I left the small office, I trudged down the hall toward my room. I often imagined my life as Headmaster Wilbeck's son. Her stern, yet loving voice scolding me every time I got into trouble. I'd do what I could to help her around the house, do the dishes, take out the trash, mow the lawn. And when she came home, I'd massage her shoulders, which she always seemed to be rubbing. Nico said it was weird for me to want to do so much for her, saying it was usually a daughter's job to spoil the mother, but I didn't agree. If I had a mother like Headmaster Wilbeck, I'd make sure to pamper her. I'd help dye the white streaks of her brown hair, and once I was old enough, I'd make a lot of money and buy her fancy clothes, and even a car and house. Maybe that was the difference between someone who had known their parents, like Nico, and someone like me. I didn't have a single memory of what my parents looked like. Nico hated his parents. Just the mention of his last name, Sever, would set him off like a fuse. But I didn't even have a surname. For me, there was an odd comfort imagining myself as Gray Wilbeck, son of Olivia Wilbeck. The sharp creak of the floorboard underneath my feet snapped me out of my fantasy, and I puffed out a long, defeated breath. I kneeled down over the old, misaligned floorboard and snapped it back into place. Testing the floor with my feet, I gave a satisfied nod at the plank silence. A group of kids came running through the hall, chasing one another. "Gray, I'm going to tag you." A little girl named Theta giggled as she skirted toward me with her arms stretched out. "Oh yeah." I stuck out my tongue. I bet you're not. Theta accepted the challenge and picked up her pace. As soon as she was within range, she swiped at my waist, hoping to grab my shirt, but I easily twirled out of reach. I laughed victoriously. You're going to have to try harder then. I swayed to my right, just in time to avoid Odo's hand. The rest of the kids Theta had been playing with joined in, deciding that they were all it in this impromptu game of tag. The boys and girls flocked toward me with arms stretched wide to cover more ground, but I easily dipped and weaved around them. They flailed desperately and tried to use every part of their bodies in hopes of tagging me, but it was useless. Finally, Theta and her friends got smart and circled around me, slowly closing in on me as they giggled excitedly. Once they got close enough, they got impatient and sprang at me. But just as they were about to touch me, I jumped up, grabbing the broken chain that had supported the old chandelier before it had to be sold. Using the momentum of my leap, I swung from the chain, gripping tightly so I wouldn't slip. Theta, Odo, and their friends bumbled amongst themselves, surprised to have missed their target. Launching myself from the old chain, I landed a few feet away and planted my hands on my hips, laughing victoriously. You guys are 5 years too young to best the mighty Gray. Not fair, Odo groaned, rubbing his head. Yeah, you're too fast, Theta agreed, prying herself out of the tangle of kids. Shush. Only weaklings complain when facing defeat, I said, deepening my voice. Now off I go. My heroic powers are needed elsewhere. I dashed away as the kids laughed amongst themselves. The mighty Gray has arrived, I announced, opening the door to my room. Yeah. Close the door on your way in, Nico replied, not even turning to look at me. He was fumbling with something on his cluttered bed. The kids are more fun than you, I said, and clicked my tongue. What are you doing anyway? Nico held up his right hand, covered in a fuzzy black glove. He had a proud grin on his face. You're into knitting now? I asked with a smirk, reaching for the glove. Nico stretched out his gloved hand, gripping my forearm. A sudden wave of pain, like an intense muscle cramp, radiated up my arm from Nico's grasp. My roommate immediately let go, but he had a smug look pasted on his face. Never underestimate the power of knitting. What the hell? My gaze shifted from his glove to my sore arm and back again. Pretty neat, right? Nico stared contentedly at his gloved hand. After the run-in with those thugs, I was researching a way to defend myself in case something like that ever happened again. And after compiling the notes I took on a rather interesting book I found about key conducting materials, I was able to design this glove. How does it work? Why did my arm suddenly cramp up when you grabbed me? I asked, my fingers itching to grab hold of Nico's newest creation. It's pretty cool, actually, Nico said, slapping my hand away. There are these microfibers on the palm of the gloves that can conduct ki to a certain degree. The microfibers lengthen in reaction to my ki and reach into the muscles when I grab someone. There's a small conducting stone on the inside of the glove that harnesses the ki I emit, and it shoots out through the microfibers and into my enemy's muscle. In this case, it was your arm. That is pretty neat, but why don't you just learn how to fight like me? First of all, you never learned to fight. And I need to have toys like these because, unlike someone, his eyes darted to me, I don't have the reflexes of some primitive carnivore. If I had to say, my reflexes range somewhere between a sloth and a turtle. I chortled at the comparison. Well, the glove looks useful and all, but it seems like it'd only buy you some time, I pointed out, flexing my cramped hand. Yep. And another downside is that the microfibers are expensive and don't last very long, Nico said as he took off the fuzzy black glove. I spent some of the money we got from pawning the jewelry to buy the materials. I looked at the stacks of books piled all over his side of the room. I'm sure you'll think of some way around it. How did you get the rest of the money to the headmaster? I gave it to a guy I know. He gave it to Headmaster Wilbeck as a generous donation in return for a percentage as his cut. I groaned. How much of the money actually ended up in the orphanage anyway? With you buying your books and material and giving a cut to a guy you know, I doubt even half of it made it to the headmaster. I didn't have any other choice. No way in hell would Olivia take money from us. She'd just start bombarding us with questions. It's Headmaster Wilbeck, I corrected, thumping my friend's head. Besides, I got a few books that you can use too. Check it out, Nico exclaimed, using his thumb to indicate the small pile of books behind him. Oh! I could feel my eyes light up as I reached for the books. Very well. This magnanimous gentleman will forgive you. It's magnanimous, Nico said, shaking his head. Unable to think of a witty comeback, I decided to let it go. Just then, the room began shaking. I groaned. Don't tell me. Yep, Cecilia again. She's having another accident, Nico said. We remained in our beds while the rhythmless waves of shaking continued. It's longer than usual this time, I pointed out. Nico got up and put on his glove. Let's go check it out. It's dangerous. Remember what happened to that volunteer who tried to hold her down? Yeah. He couldn't even make it near her. He was a bear of a man, too. Nico shook his head at the painful memory. I just can't stand having to wait like this until she passes out. I can't imagine how much it's hurting her. I got up with a resigned sigh, ready to join him. Then a thought struck me. You like her, don't you? No way. I don't even know the girl. I didn't respond, but couldn't help the smile creeping onto my face. Nico's brows twitched. All right, I just think she's a little pretty. That's all. I dodged a slap from my friend. Pieces of broken plaster fell from the ceiling, raining down the hallway as the entire orphanage shook. On our way to Cecilia's room, I spotted Theta and Odo hiding underneath the dining table with some of the younger children. Veering left at the end of the hallway, Nico and I stopped in front of an iron door that stood isolated, away from all the other rooms in the giant house. Headmaster Wilbeck was already there, with a few of the adult volunteers who helped clean and maintain the orphanage. The shaking had intensified. One of the volunteers, Randall, a kind and burly man in his prime, who helped out with the garden, prepared to go inside while another worker tried to open the heavy door. But with the intensity of this episode, there was no way Randall would be able to make it to Cecilia. Snatching the glove off of Nico's hand, I bolted for the door. Wah, Gray, Nico called out. Before anyone had a chance to react, I zipped past Randall and into the room as soon as the door opened. Once inside, I sidestepped on instinct, barely dodging a force that sent Randall crashing against the corridor wall. I had heard about Cecilia's peculiarity, but going against it head-on made the story seem like bedtime tales. Bracing myself, I ran toward the center of the large room where Cecilia lay convulsing. A look of panic struck her face when she spotted me. The mysterious girl Headmaster Wilbeck had brought in was an irregularity amongst key users. Even the most capable practitioner would, at most, be able to produce a small gust of energy with his key, but Cecilia's key pool was so vast that she was able to send torrents of key. But she wasn't able to control it, and from what I'd heard the others say, the outbursts of key were caused by even the slightest disturbance of her emotions. While many key users would consider this power a gift, for a teenage girl like her, I could only see it as a curse. Going solely on instinct, I awkwardly dodged the blasts of key that shot at me. One hit and I would be unconscious at the very least. Cold sweat rolled down my face as I played tag with a near-invisible force that had the power to break my bones like a twig. I felt a slight breeze and rolled instinctively to my left, narrowly dodging another burst of key. A loud thud resounded on the wall behind me where it struck. I stretched out my gloved hand, hoping I would be able to reach Cecilia, but my instincts kicked in once more and I jumped clumsily to the right. Another thud echoed behind me. "You can't," Cecilia said through gritted teeth. "You'll get hurt." She was lying on her bed, which had been demolished. Pillows, stuffing, and mattress foam lay scattered around the floor. I began crawling toward her, immediately rolling when I felt another burst of ki coming. This time, though, the edge of the blast managed to skim my right arm. I restrained my shout and forced myself to crawl faster, ignoring my throbbing arm. Desperately reaching out with my left hand, I willed as much ki as I could muster into the glove Nico had made and prayed that my idea would work. I placed my palm just above Cecilia's stomach, where her ki center was. Exerting all my ki, I felt Nico's glove throb. Cecilia gave a pained gasp, her almond-shaped eyes growing wide, then closing as she fell unconscious. Locks of her blonde hair fell over her face, and her flushed cheeks began draining back to their original creamy color. I tried to stand up, but my body refused to listen. I had overexerted my ki. How pitiful, I thought, before joining Cecilia in her slumber. Arthur Lewin. "Sir, please, wake up." An unfamiliar voice startled me awake, dragging me out of the unwanted memories in my dreams. My vision focused, and I was able to make out the shape of a woman, her features cast into shadow by the light behind her. "Sir, I'm begging you. Please, we need you bathed and prepared for Commander Varion's speech." The handmaid shook my arm gently, but I turned away from her, still half asleep. "Move out of the way. I'll wake him up," a familiar voice grunted, and a loud crackle resounded from its direction. I immediately sprang to my feet, catching the projectile of lightning in my hand. "Byron, a displeasure to see you again," I said sharply. I was still in a foul mood from my argument with Tesha yesterday. "I see you've learned some new tricks," Byron responded, his hand still outstretched. It had been over 2 years since I had last seen the blonde Lance. He hadn't changed much, except that he had cut his hair short and the scowl on his face was even harsher. "Don't you know it's dishonorable to attack someone from behind?" I asked, hopping off my bed. "Well, we're at war," he shrugged, then turned to head out the door. "Now get changed. The rest of the Lances are already at the teleportation gate." I watched as Byron, whose brother I had killed, walked out of my room. He and I would always have our differences, but I understood what he meant when he said that we were at war. Both of us were invaluable. The handmaid timidly approached me. "Sir, please. I hate to keep nagging, but it's all right, Rosa. I just got direct consent from Commander Varion to speed up the process." Another, much bulkier handmaid interrupted as she stomped in, pulling a large cart covered by a sheet. The handmaid named Rosa glanced back and forth between her coworker and me. "Are you sure, Milda? I don't think we should do anything to offend." Milda held up a meaty finger to silence her associate. She then turned to me with a stern gaze as she began rolling up the sleeves of her blouse. "Now, sir, if you're not in the mood or you're not capable of washing yourself, I'll be more than happy to get into the shower with you and wash you." I inadvertently took a horrified step back. No. I'm very much in the mood to wash myself." "Very good," she said. "After you wash, please dress in the set of armor Lord Alder prepared for the speech today." Milda dramatically removed the sheet from the cart she had brought in, revealing a mannequin dressed in a stunning suit of armor, which I would soon be wearing. From the balcony, "I look ridiculous," I grumbled, hobbling closer to the mirror to study myself. The plated armor was gaudy and inefficient in design. My chest and shoulders were protected by silver pauldrons and a gorget that reached up to my chin, allowing for only minimal movement of my neck. Even more restricting, my hip and thighs were guarded by tassets that prohibited me from raising my legs. The subtle detailings on my gauntlets and greaves matched those on the breastplate, and a blazing red cape fell down to the back of my knees, covering the large, decorative sword strapped to my lower back. You look awe-inspiring, sir, the timid handmaid said as she began tying up my hair. Anyone who can fight proficiently while wearing this death trap deserves my respect, I replied, trying to lift my arms above my shoulders. Well, at least you'll look impressive to the crowd, Sylvie pointed out from my bed, still half asleep. Zip it. You're lucky I'm not making you wear any armor, I shot back. My scales are my armor. Sylvie arched her back, stretching like a cat as she nimbly hopped off the bed. There. All done, the handmaid announced, carefully placing a golden band to secure my hair in place. Your armor isn't just majestic to look at. I see it has protective runes engraved into it as well. I understand the armor, but must I wear the sword? I have one of my own, and it's a pretty nice one too. I took Dawn's ballad from my dimension ring. The timid handmaid touched her short brown hair, and her eyes shifted away uncomfortably. It's very pretty, sir, but it's too thin. It doesn't make you look powerful, the bear-like handmaid cut in, firmly securing my pauldrons with her meaty hands. Perfect. You're good to go. I gazed down at my teal-bladed sword, masterfully forged by an eccentric Azura, and slid it back into its sheath. Then, with a deep breath, I put it back into my dimension ring. As I walked stiffly out of the room, Sylvie, still reluctant to speak out loud unless we were completely alone, chirped in my head. I bet your new armor is really going to impress the crowd. I'm hoping to stay on the sidelines through this whole speech. I know Virion wanted all the main players here today to raise morale, but I think the lances are enough for that, I sent back as we made our way down the empty hallway. The residents and most of the workers inside the castle had been allowed in earlier this morning so they could find a seat in the crowd. I hadn't gotten a chance to see my family today, but they'd left a message with the timid handmaid saying they looked forward to seeing me up on the balcony. I can't believe Virion decided to hold the speech at Atiston, though. Isn't that where the Alacrian ships are heading? Sylvie sounded concerned from her spot, nestled on my shoulder. I think it makes sense. It's a bit of a wild card, but if done right, and I'm sure that's what Virion is shooting for, the crowd will see our force as much more imposing up close than their ships from afar. I guess. Even walking down the stairs was a task in the bulky armor, and I became more and more tempted to just jump down the center of the spiral staircase, regardless of who might inconveniently be at the bottom. The sharp ringing of my metal greaves on the stone pathway echoed throughout the narrow corridor, alerting the 2 guards stationed at the teleportation chamber entrance to my approach. When I reached the familiar iron doors, each guard welcomed me with a courteous bow before they began unlocking the imposing entranceway to the circular room. Everyone is waiting inside, the augmenter guard announced. Then he slid open the metal door, revealing the central figures of this war. It was an impressive sight. Byron Wykes, Vuri Ori, and Aya Greffin, the 3 remaining lances, were clad in decorated white armor just as gaudy as mine. Closest to the teleportation gate, Virion had shed his black mourning robe, replacing it with a lavish olive tunic that draped down past his knees over a pair of silken white trousers. The tunic's adornment made it clear he was a noble. It was trimmed in ornate golden embroidery to match the golden sash wrapped around his waist. A bronze circlet lay snugly just above his brows, and his hair fell loosely over his shoulders in a curtain of white. Standing adjacent to the commander, the pinnacle of authority in this war, were his son and daughter-in-law, Alduin and Muriel Aerolith, Tesh's parents. Alduin wore a silver tunic of similar design and decoration to his father's, while Muriel wore an elegant silver dress obviously meant to match her husband's outfit. "Look who finally decided to show up," Virion said with an approving nod as he gazed at my attire. "Commander Virion." I dipped my head respectfully, then turned toward Tessa's parents. "King Alduin, Queen Muriel. It's been a while." "That it has," Alduin smiled, rubbing his chin as he regarded me with a scrutinizing eye. Muriel responded with only a faint nod. I then turned to Blaine and Priscilla Glader, the former king and queen of Sapin. King Blaine and Queen Priscilla. It's been even longer, I said with a polite smile, bowing as much as my armor would allow. Blaine had aged since the last time I had seen him. More streaks of gray lined his mane of fiery maroon hair. His silken black tunic, underneath large gunmetal pauldrons that covered his shoulders and collar, gave him an intimidating aura. His wife, Priscilla, on the other hand, had chosen to wear a fluttery black dress, heavily embroidered with delicate silver flowers in a metallic thread that twinkled as it caught the light. Her black hair that glimmered in a hue of blue was tied up, exposing her neck, which seemed almost pure white in contrast to her dark attire. The two kings and queens couldn't have seemed more different from each other, but each of them carried an air of dignity that I knew could only stun the crowd waiting for them. "You've grown," Muriel pointed out, her sharp eyes seeming to look through me rather than at me. "Growing comes with age," I replied. "Of course it does," Blaine grunted. "And you'll continue to grow, not just in height but in strength, which is what I need from one of my best soldiers." I glanced back at Byron and Vari, Blaine's lances, and shook my head. Regardless of my roots or race, with a war of the scale, I'd like to consider myself a soldier to this continent. "It's finally nice to meet you, Arthur." An elderly dwarf who had been standing alongside Virion and the two kings and queens stepped forward, getting between Blaine and me as he extended a hand. Though he only came up to my sternum, he stood ramrod straight with his shoulders squared, making him seem taller than he actually was. A scar ran down the left side of his face, going through his closed left eye and all the way down to his jaw. However, the eye that was open exuded a gentle quality, belying his rugged appearance. I accepted his large hand, noticing the sandpaper-like texture of his palms. "I apologize for my ignorance, but I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you." "No, we haven't met," he chuckled. "But I've heard quite a bit about you from the letters Elijah has sent back." "I am Radia's." My eyes widened in recognition. "You're..." "Yes. I've been Elijah's guardian since he was an infant." He looked at me with a solemn smile that sent a sharp pain through my chest. "I'm sorry I couldn't get there in time to help him," I said, lowering my gaze. Radia shook his head. "It's not your fault. That child was always a magnet for trouble." Clasping his hand in both of mine, I stared straight into his eye. "If he's still alive, I'll bring him back to you. I give you my word." "Thank you," he whispered, letting go of my hands, which somehow seemed so fragile now. Virion spoke into the silence. "Radia's is the new delegate for the dwarves. We'll be going on ahead first," he said. "The gatekeeper will receive my transmission and signal you to go through when the time is right." The six of them walked through the gate, and the teleportation room became silent. I made a mental note to spend some more time with Radia's. I was curious as to what young Elijah had been like, and about the man who had raised him. I felt a light tap on my shoulder, or rather, I heard a light tap on my shoulder plate. Turning around, I came face to face with the elven lance they called Phantasm. "We've seen each other before, but I've never given you the pleasure of introducing myself." She smiled coyly, tucking her wavy black hair behind her ear as she dangled a hand for me to accept. "My name is Aya Greffin." There was something off about her voice, an enticing timbre of faint sweetness, spoken at a volume that made you want to lean closer to hear what she had to say. Everything from the allure in her voice to the way she carried herself made her seem irresistible. Every motion she made with her hands and fingers made my eyes focus on them, but it didn't feel natural. I felt the magic in her voice. "Well then," I said with a smile, taking a step back. "It's a pleasure being formally introduced, Aya Greffin." I knew she was waiting for a kiss on the back of her hand, but I grabbed it and shook it instead. "I hope we can get along," she said, her smile unwavering as she snatched her hand back. As I watched her turn around and stride back to her original spot, Hips swaying, I began to grow uneasy. Aside from her conspicuous seductiveness, I knew the remaining elf lance was no joke just from being near her. I had seen for myself that Veri was stronger than Byron, but I'd yet to see Aya fight. From what I'd been told, she was supposedly one of the deadliest of the lances. Now, having been up close to her and having her stare at me, it was clear those claims weren't baseless. Vari, who had been silently studying me, finally spoke. I see your training has gone well. You've just stepped out of the Initiate Silver stage and into Mid-Silver. In contrast to Aya, Vari held herself in a very reserved and dignified manner. I noticed that she had cut her long white hair off. It came to just past her neck now. Her bangs were pinned to the side, revealing a scar just above her right brow, small enough to be missed if you weren't looking closely. Her dark brown eyes were sharp and her brows seemed to be perpetually furrowed as she continued peering at me. Sylvie hunched over, baring her small fangs at the lance. It's okay, Sylv. She's an ally, remember? I've yet a long way to go if I want to get into White Stage, I said to Veri, prying my eyes away from her intense gaze. Not as long as you might think, the white-haired lance responded. What does you? Gatekeeper. How much longer are we to wait? Byron interrupted, impatiently tapping his armor-clad foot on the ground. The elderly gatekeeper flinched. General Byron, Commander Virion has not, I just received word from him now. Please enter. Byron made his way toward the teleportation gate first, apparently eager to be free from either the confines of the chamber or the company of the other lances. I understood how he felt. Well, that was uncomfortable, Sylvie thought. Tell me about it. I motioned for Aya and Veri to go ahead of me. The curvy elf threw me a wink as she swayed past, while Veri's expression remained stony. As I stepped through the teleportation gate, the scene around me blurred. Upon arrival, I cringed at the sudden difference in noise level. Cheers erupted from below, and the floor trembled beneath us. We had arrived in a large rectangular room that led out to a spacious balcony where Virion and the kings and queens stood, waving down at the crowd. They weren't alone. Next to the adults were Tess, Curtis, and Catherine, all waving at the immense crowd which I could see even from where I stood. Please, generals, be ready to go on Commander Virion's signal, a thin handmaid instructed as she tidied Aya's hair, which had been blown back by the frigid ocean wind. Generals? I looked at the handmaid in confusion. Arthur, Lady Sylvie, I see you are finally here, a familiar voice called from behind me. Looking back over my shoulder, I spotted Alder. He was seated in front of a tea set, a cup in his hand while his third eye stared at me. And I see that you're staying in the shadows. I greeted the Azura as Sylvie dipped her head in a nod. That is my job, he said, holding up his cup in a solitary toast. Well, can you tell me what my job is right now? Because I'm not a lance, which means I'm not a general. Patience. You just have to wait 5 seconds, he said, pouring himself another cup from the pot. The cheers had died down by now as Virion began speaking. Many of you have traveled far to be here, and that fills me with pride. As I'm sure you have noticed, standing beside me are your leaders, the very people who have protected this continent and the ones who will protect us in the future. Another wave of cheers erupted as Radia's, the Glader family, and the Aerolith family waved once more. However, while these are the heroes you see in the light, there are heroes in the shadows who constantly risk their lives to fight for this continent. I'd like you all to help me welcome the lances of Daikathan. Vari, Aya, and Byron marched out to the edge of the balcony with their heads held high and shoulders square. Virion and the royal families turned to greet them. An even louder ovation exploded as the 3 lances came into view. The chaotic array of shouts and cheers soon became a collective chant that grew louder and louder, Lancius, Lancius, Lancius. After several moments of chanting, Virion raised a hand, silencing the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people immediately. Everyone. We are in a time of war, Virion spoke sternly after a moment of silence. I know that half of the lances are absent, and that is not by mistake. Some are in the middle of a mission and were not able to come. I exchanged glances with Alder at Virion's lie, but I made no remark. I knew what the revelation that one of the lances had already been killed would do to the crowd. Virion continued. The lances have constantly shed blood and tears to keep Dicathan safe, but in these uncertain times we can no longer rely only on the strong. We must fight together in order to keep our homes safe. At the inauguration of the lances almost 4 years ago, we made a promise that the title of lance would not be limited by birth or status, but could only be earned through hard work, talent, and strength. Today is the dawning of a new era, and with that new era come new heroes. One such hero has been discovered and is here with us today. Please welcome with me our newest lance, Arthur Layan. Speech and statement. Virion, Radias, the lances, and both royal families all turned to me as I walked toward the balcony edge. The applause rose to a deafening crescendo at my appearance. Virion waited for me at the very end. Barons and various expressions were callous as they let me pass, but Aya's lips curled into a coy smile and she nodded approvingly. Tess gave me a sharp look. I assumed she was still upset from yesterday's argument, while Cathleen's eyes creased in a rare smile. Her brother, Curtis, waved while his parents and the rest of the central figures on the balcony joined the crowd's applause. I stepped out into the open. The morning sun shone brightly overhead, covering the world below in a blanket of light. As my eyes adjusted, I marveled at the sight. The people gathered there, humans, elves, and dwarves alike, stretched as far as I could see, as if they were touching the horizon. They clustered tightly, hoping to get even an inch closer to their continent's leaders. The excitement, respect, and jubilance in the air could be felt all the way up here. What? Virion said, smiling warmly. Never had a crowd of over 1 million people cheer for you? I simply shook my head and smiled, remembering how many times I had experienced just that in my past life. Was this your idea? Why? Are you angry? Virion turned to the crowd, nudging me forward so the people below could get a better view of me. If it was anyone other than you behind this, I would be. Good. Now keep smiling and wave at them. They can see you on a wide-scale projection behind us. Taking a quick glance at the enormous screen behind me, I thought of Emily Watskin, who had disclosed to me in class one day that she was the one who had designed this artifact. I raised an arm and waved to the masses, Sylvie following suit atop my shoulder. The thundering cheers slowly softened to a buzz of excitement as everyone stepped back from the balcony railing except Virion and me. Now, he said after removing the voice-amplifying artifact clipped to his collar. You wouldn't happen to have a speech ready about the upcoming war, would you? You're kidding me, right? I struggled to maintain a calm smile. I want you to be the one who presents the announcement, Virion said, his voice unwavering as he handed the artifact to me. Virion. I can't. My voice faltered as I looked at the people below, waiting excitedly for someone to speak. I wasn't even prepared to be offered a position as a lance, let alone give a speech as one. I didn't want you to prepare. These are your people, Arthur. You grew up among them and they'll listen to you with much more openness and empathy than if some spoon-fed noble spoke. That's only if I deliver a well-thought-out speech, I argued. I turned to shake Virion's hand, an attempt to delay the inevitable. I trust you. Just speak from your heart. Virion stepped back as the trickle of cheers turned into an anxious silence. Even the closest people in the crowd were no larger than the nail of my thumb from where I was standing, but I was still able to spot my parents among them, and my sister, who was riding atop Boo's large shoulder. I was completely unprepared, but my apprehension dwindled as I locked eyes with my mother. Even with my augmented vision, I was barely able to make out the gentle smile on her face, but that was enough. I knew what to say. Letting out a deep breath, I stood at the edge of the castle balcony and turned on the voice-amplifying artifact. A loud buzz sounded, telling me the artifact was now on. I took another step forward, so I was leaning on the balcony rail and waited patiently for the fresh round of cheers to subside. Despite my age, I began, I've read countless books on this continent's history and economy. Yet, none of those books explain what makes a citizen love their country. Some historians have speculated that it's simply because they were born there that they have a natural inclination toward their homeland. One author by the name of Jespik Lemter argues that there is an intricate trickle-down effect that starts with the leaders being able to provide for their people and continues down to parents being able to feed their children. As long as that flow of security and livelihood is maintained, he states, natural loyalty to the providing country is sustained. I tell you this because I disagree with both claims. I choose to believe that loyalty isn't a calculated decision by the citizens, nor should it be diminished by the assumption that loyalty is framed purely by the accident of our births. Loyalty to one's country is born of mutual respect between a country's leadership and its people, from the support of friends, neighbors, and strangers, from the promise to protect one another and progress together. Perhaps it is presumptuous to even try defining the term, as we each carry in our heart our own definition, just as we each show loyalty to our country in our own way. But one thing is certain, loyalty is always easier when times are easy. It's easy to cheer for your king when your children are well-fed and your land is prosperous. It's easy to rally behind an army when you know it's going to win. But it is unlikely that this war will be easy. Your loyalty to this country, to this entire continent, will be tested. There will be times when you'll be faced with a choice between dying with your people or hoping to live with your enemies. The atmosphere among the crowd darkened as my voice fell into a whisper, but I continued. The fact that I'm up here right now speaks for the choice I'm going to make when that time comes for me, and it isn't because of my title as a lance. My loyalty wasn't bought, but neither was it freely given. My loyalty to this continent, and to everyone on it, was nurtured during my childhood in the countryside, then as an adventurer, a student, and then a teacher. Now it'll be proven as a lance. Sure, Dicathan and its leaders have their flaws, but what no one can say is that they haven't tried. The joining of the three kingdoms to form the council would have been unheard of only a few generations ago, yet the leaders of the three races put aside their pride and differences to unite, to share their resources with one another, in order to better the lives of all who live here. While discrimination may still exist, this land we live in belongs to all of us. Just beyond the city is an army, over 100 ships approaching our shores. We've been given the option to either give up the lives of all the royal families who have served this continent in exchange for our enemy taking our land without a fight, or to proceed with this war on a greater, much more devastating scale. Commander Virion was ready to give up his own life to protect this continent, to protect you, but I said it wasn't his call. This doesn't only affect his and his family's lives, but the lives of everyone here. I turned around and motioned for Virion and everyone else to come forward. I would rather fight and risk dying for the life I've come to love here than betray my brethren in hopes of a promise that our enemies who have already separated families, may or may not keep. But I dare not speak for everyone on this continent. The only thing I can say with full confidence is that, if given the chance, every one of us up here will fight to our last breath to protect Dicathan from the likes of those who dare invade us. It was utter quiet for what seemed like hours until a single voice broke the silence. Long live Dicathan! That single proclamation set off an eruption. As if the crowd had choreographed their cheer, a thundering chant began, shaking the ground and the very castle we stood in. Long live Dicathan! Long live Dicathan! Long live Dicathan! I turned off the voice-amplifying artifact and gave a deep breath of relief. Sylvie hopped off my shoulder, and as the cheer grew to its climax, my bond transformed from her pearly fox form into that of an almighty dragon. When she spread her wings, I realized once again how much she had grown over the years. Her wingspan surpassed the width of the balcony, and gales blasted down on the crowd with each beat of her black wings. While I was startled that she would reveal herself now, and without giving me any notice, I played along. I unsheathed the giant sword on my back and held it high in the air, just as my bond faced the sky and let loose a thunderous roar that drowned out all other noise, resounding from the stones around us and out over the gathered crowd, instilling fear and awe in all who heard. Sylvie's theatrics immediately intensified the crowd's chanting, and an even louder cheer erupted at our powerful display. I turned back around to see wide-eyed staring at me after this turn of events. "I thought you didn't have anything prepared," Virion said with a raised brow. I shrugged in response as Sylvie shrank back to her pup form and hopped onto my shoulder. I improvised. "I did good, right?" Sylvie chirped in my mind. "You got the message across, show off," I replied, tousling the fur on my bond's little head. Curtis came up to me, beaming in excitement. "That last bit was terrific." "I mean, I heard that Sylvie was a dragon from the students who were at school when we were attacked, but..." The prince gazed wistfully between Sylvie and me, then he stepped forward to wave at the captivated mass roaring our names. After several minutes of receiving the crowd's cheers, we headed back into the castle. As I slowly retreated, I saw Tess striding off, heading for the teleportation gate we had come from, without a word to any of us. "I take it that Tesha is still mad at me?" I asked Virion, who was walking alongside me. "Mad, frustrated, annoyed, offended, I'm not sure which, but I do know that whatever she's feeling towards you, it isn't good," he said, holding back a chuckle. "Now, I'm sure you have some things to take care of with your family, but I need you back at the castle as soon as you're done. I'll be back as soon as I send my parents off, but I'm still not sure whether it'd be best to keep my sister here or have her go with my parents," I said. "There are quite a few mothers and children who are going to be in the castle. Some of them are even teachers at magic academies, so it might be beneficial for her to stay, but only if she's okay with being separated from you and your parents," he noted. "Yeah, you have a point. I'll try to convince her." Virion nodded as he dug into the inside pocket of his robe. "There's one last thing you need to think about." He pulled his hand out and opened it in front of me to reveal a black coin the size of his palm. The coin glimmered at the slightest movement, drawing my attention to the complex engravings etched all over it. "This is one of the artifacts that were handed down to me. I had given them both to my son when I resigned from the throne, but after Aaliyah's death, he gave this one back to me, saying I should choose the next lance." I stood there silently for a moment, mesmerized by the oval coin that seemed to pulse in Virion's hand. "So this is the artifact Aaliyah had?" "Yes. Bonding it with your blood and mine will trigger it, giving you the boost that allowed all the other lances to break into the white stage. I know you're not an elf, but I'd be honored if you'd serve as a lance under me." My hands twitched, tempted to accept this gift that would give me a better chance to fight the four sides and their retainers. But I shook my head with a resigned shrug. "I'll fight for you even without this bond, but I can't accept it. I may regret this, but it doesn't feel right for me to cheat my way into the white stage. I'll get there on my own." "Good choice," the familiar, hoarse voice of a certain Azura chimed in from behind me. I looked back over my shoulder to see the purple-eyed Azura walk over, his arms behind his back. "Lord Alder." Virion bowed curtly, his palm still open for the Azura to see. Alder lifted the coin from his hand and studied it. "While this artifact may give you a tremendous boost in strength, it also greatly inhibits the potential to grow further." The Azura tossed the coin back to Virion as he continued speaking. "Normally, I'd recommend that any lessers take the opportunity to use it, especially in these dangerous times, but Arthur, you're a different case. Your talent aside, Lady Sylvie's dragon blood courses through your veins and the powerful will of her mother inside your mana core. It may be a disadvantage during the war, but I'd suggest you don't take it. Thank you for the heads up, I replied. Taking a look around, I saw that while Blaine and Priscilla Glader remained here, Curtis and Kathleen were gone, along with Tess and her parents. Are you heading back to the castle right now as well? I asked Virion. Virion nodded solemnly. There's much to prepare for. Blaine and Priscilla, with the help of their lances, will prepare the city in the meantime. We won't know where exactly they'll land or how spread out they're going to be, but it's vital that we protect the city. Fortunately, the ships are still a few days away. I understand. I'll meet you as soon as I've taken care of everything here. Virion and Alder prepared to go through the teleportation gate, but then the white-haired Azura turned back, meeting my gaze with his single purple eye. Arthur, are you ready for this war? No, I replied honestly, but I don't plan on losing to those damn Vritra. Alder smiled. Good. That's what I like to hear. Roll. Virion and Alder headed back to the castle, while I stayed behind to see my mother and father off. They were insistent about rejoining the Twin Horns and helping out in the war. As we said our goodbyes, I tried to dissuade them from going near the western shore where the fighting would be the heaviest, but they were adamant. As frustrated as I was, I couldn't blame them for it. For me, there may have been a certain amount of detachment despite growing up here, since I remembered my previous life. I considered Dicathan my home because this was where my family was, which was a large factor as to why I decided to fight against the Vritra. But for them, this land was truly their home. Protecting it was only natural. After they'd gone, I removed the last of my armor, then sank down into my seat and let out a deep breath. Damn it, I cursed, rubbing my temples. Getting into an argument with them wasn't the best way to part. Sylvie spoke as she lay down, resting her head on her paws on top of the polished tea table. Thank you for enlightening me. I rolled my eyes. I just don't understand why they wouldn't listen to my advice. I didn't say anything wrong. You basically told them to go off into some remote area and stay hidden, she replied. Those were not the words I used, I retorted, kicking off my boots. But that's what you meant. I just want them to stay safe, I murmured, conceding her point. Sylvie hopped off the tea table and onto the armrest of my chair. If your parents were concerned about their own safety, they wouldn't have joined the war. Well, I'm more concerned about my family's safety than this war. I'm thankful that they're at least leaving Ellie behind, but that doesn't mean they should just go out risking their lives. My Bond nodded her head. I know. I just hope they know that I'm concerned for them as their son, not as some. I let my voice trail off as I gave another deep sigh. It's going to be hard for them to discern, now that they know, Sylvie said softly, placing a comforting paw on my arm. I sank lower into my seat and stared at my Bond for a moment. When exactly did you figure out what I was, anyway? I think I've always known, but I just could never come up with the term to describe it. We do share thoughts, after all. Every thought? I asked, stunned. But you only answered when I spoke directly to you. And I don't hear your thoughts unless you're speaking directly to my mind. For me, speaking to your mind is much like speaking out loud. I've learned to keep some thoughts hidden. I can't say the same for you, though, she giggled. My eyes grew wide in horror. That means, do I know about your constant emotional turmoil when it comes to Tesha? Yup, she grinned. I groaned. Don't worry. I've listened to all your fleeting thoughts since I was born. I didn't start understanding until a bit later, but I've grown used to it over the years, she said consolingly, her sharp teeth still showing as her grin remained. Well, I haven't grown used to anything at all, I grumbled. Sylvie's grin faded as she stared at me with her bright yellow eyes. We're going to battle soon. Grandfather told me during training that, while I'm far from reaching the level of a true Azura, His blood still runs through me. This means that, though I can fight alongside you in this war, I'm not invincible. The best way to stay alive is to rely on each other. Of course, I said, a bit confused. What had brought this on? I'm saying this because there are things that I've hidden from you, things I've just found out recently, and I feel like you're the only one I can trust with my life, she said, reading my mind. SYLV, you know you can trust me with whatever it is. I've raised you since you were born, after all. Thank you. My bond hopped off the armrest and onto my seat and rested her head on my lap. There was a moment of silence as I pondered what she had said. I knew she could read my thoughts, but as she mentioned, it really didn't matter. As curious as I was, I didn't bother asking her what these things were that she had found out. She would have already told me if she wanted to. What worried me was the fact that this was the first time she had expressed any sort of fear for her life. Despite our numerous encounters with dangerous situations, she had always remained strong and fearless, but now I could feel her apprehension toward this war. I gently stroked Sylvie's soft head. How did you get so smart anyway? It seems like ever since coming back from Epheotis, you've grown at a remarkable rate. And don't get me started on your growing ego. You're just bitter because you're taking life advice from a fox younger than you. And I've always been a fast learner. Why do you think I always stayed on top of your head? So you were learning by observing our surroundings? I asked. Yep. It helps that you know a lot and that I have free access to your thoughts, she confirmed as she nestled in closer to my leg. I could tell she was tired. Although I had 1,000 questions about her sudden apparent change in demeanor, I knew I had to wait. I watched my bond as she slept soundly, her breathing steady. She hadn't really changed much. There was still a sense of immaturity in her voice despite the change in the way she spoke. It felt like she was forcing herself to become more mature. I wasn't sure what Lord Indrath had drilled into her while training her, but one thing was for sure, she had become aware that she was an Azura. As Sylvie's breathing became slower and more rhythmic, I leaned my head back on the chair, staring up at the ceiling of my room while I organized my thoughts. Virion and the others didn't know this, but Winsome had told me what Agrona and his clan were like. He and the rest of the Vritra had been experimenting on what the Azuras called lesser races even before they had escaped to Alacria. From what I'd heard, the first mages to appear at the wall weren't anything special, but it was likely that they were simply cannon fodder meant to create mayhem and divide our forces with the mana beasts under their control. If what Winsome said was true, then the horde of ships approaching our shores would include mages with Azura blood coursing through their veins. And they'd had centuries to explore that bond. I could only imagine how much they had progressed since then, and what they would do to the people of Dicathan if the Vritra won the siege. This place could become a breeding ground for soldiers, which Agrona would use to conquer Epheotis. Arthur. The hoarse baritone voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Isn't there some sort of etiquette about knocking when entering someone's room, or at least using the door? The tone of your response tells me things didn't go well with the business you had to take care of, Alder said as he calmly took a seat on the couch across from me. Why are you here? I thought you would be with the council, I said, ignoring his comment. There is something I need from you, Alder replied, his piercing gaze directed at me. I stared back, unwavering. And what is that? There was a tense silence, then Alder sighed. Your help, he admitted. Lord Indrath told me to rely on your judgment throughout the course of this war, and after your speech earlier, I think I understand why. What did he mean by rely on my judgment? I asked. Sylvie stirred awake as I sat up, but drifted back to sleep almost immediately. Lord Indrath realized that your contribution to this war shouldn't be limited to just being a sword. While there will be times when you'll be needed in the field, sending you out to every battle will only tire you out. When you aren't absolutely needed, you'll be by my side in the council, strategizing with us and giving us your input. Let me get this straight. You want a 16-year-old making life-changing decisions with the council? I scoffed. Aside from the fact that you are just a lesser, you're not a normal child. Don't think that this eye is just a pretty decoration. I knew there was something different about you the first time we met, but only by Lord Indratha's words did I realize just how much. Is there something I get in return for helping you? I asked, resting my head on my hand. Alder's eye narrowed. I came in good faith to ask for your help, but it benefits us both if you cooperate. Losing this war means dying, being enslaved, or worse. Not just for you, but for your loved ones as well. You could have at least thrown me a bone, I said, smiling at his seriousness. Yeah, I'll help, but I'm not sure how much of my advice the council is willing to listen to. Virion might listen, but everyone else. Let me worry about that, Alder replied. Besides, you won't only be in meetings. I have other plans for you as well. When you say other plans like that, it sounds kind of ominous. As I said, you're a powerhouse in this war, maybe more so than the Lances, given a few years. I would certainly not waste your abilities by having you do nothing but sit and listen to those lessers, I mean the council, bicker with one another. I shook my head with a helpless laugh. It must be frustrating for you, being here and restrained from helping despite the amount of manpower you could provide just by yourself. My time will come. If we defend against this siege successfully, then, with the help of the Dicathan army, our Azuras will be able to take care of Agrona and his weakened force. It seems like this war is far from over, I said, absent-mindedly brushing my fingertips across Sylvie's back, drawing comfort from her sleeping form. Yes, but this fight will be the start of a new era. If Dicathan wins and fights alongside us Azuras, Agrona and his clan of traitors and mutts will fall, and we will all gain access to a new continent. Alder sounded hopeful, almost excited, despite his usual calm demeanor. You've lost someone to Agrona, haven't you? I asked, seeing the expression on the Azura's face. Many of us lost loved ones in that battle. No, it would be better described as a massacre, Alder answered, the brow underneath his third eye twitching. Well, you heard what I told Virion. I have no intentions of losing this war, but if you're going to ask my help in this, you need to trust in the advice that I do give. Laughing through his nose, he replied, never in all my years would I have imagined a lesser would speak to me like this. Well, these lessers are fighting your battles for you, so at least have the decency to call them by the names of their actual race, I replied. You ask for a lot, Arthur lay in, but very well. The white-haired Azura stood up, smoothing out the creases in his ivory robe. It's about time I headed back down to the meeting room. It worries me every time I leave those people alone for too long. We will be expecting you shortly. Sure, I'll be down soon, but I'm curious about something. What is it? The Azura replied, looking back over his shoulder. The 2 remaining lances who couldn't join us today. I know you said 2 years ago that they're working under you, but you didn't kill them or anything, right? Alder shook his head. Even I wouldn't be so rash as to kill a lance on a whim. While political envoys can be replaced, a lance's power can take years to develop, even if they have a particularly high compatibility with the artifact. I had planned on bringing up the subject at the meeting, but since you mentioned it, I'd like your input on this matter. I nodded eagerly as the Azura revealed his plan for the 2 missing lances. Then an idea struck me. I let out a devious laugh and grinned wickedly at Alder. Not bad, but I have a better idea. First assignment. A cloud of frosty fog formed with each breath as I made my way toward the bustling encampment. Underneath a cliff by the shore, the soldiers had set up their tents and lit fires behind a rock formation standing more than 24 feet high. The soft light of the flickering fires and the trails of smoke were visible from a distance, but the towering barricade of boulders served as a natural defense from anyone coming from the water. I could just barely make out a few watchmen stationed atop the cliff overlooking the camp, obscured as they were by the dense haze surrounding the entire beach. Wrapping my woolen cloak tightly around me, I shrouded myself in another layer of mana to keep the sharp winter winds away. Almost there, I informed Sylvie, who was buried deep within the layers of my clothes. My bond peeked her head out, let out a sour grumble, and immediately hid herself back inside my cloak. "For such a mighty being, you're sure weak to the cold," I teased, continuing the last leg of our trek. "You're not the one who had to fly through that cursed wind." "It feels like my wings have holes in them even in this form," she complained. "And I'm not weak to the cold, I just hate it." I chuckled softly and picked up my pace. Since we had declined any sort of truce with Alacria, Alder couldn't risk breaking the Azura's agreement by creating teleportation gates anymore. This meant I had to rely on Sylvie for long-distance transportation anywhere that wasn't served by the already existing teleportation gates. I'd had her transform only a mile or so back, so as to not draw attention. As per Virion's request, I would be staying with this division and aiding them in the unlikely event that Alacrian ships were sent this far down the coast. However, unbeknownst to him, I had added another item to his agenda. Walking along the bottom of the cliff, I hid my presence. While most mages did this by rescinding their mana, my training in Epheotis had taught me that a perfect balance of mana output through my mana channels and mana input through my mana veins would allow me to stay hidden from even the most alert mana beasts, while still being able to use mana. I spotted a conspicuously large peaked roof tent near the foot of the cliff where the formation of boulders met. Given that the tent was located in the safest area of the semicircular encampment and that it was 3 times the size of any of the other shoddy tents around it, I could only assume it belonged to the captain. As I approached the edge of the camp, I picked up a few broken pieces of wood, then walked casually past the resting soldiers. No one seemed to mind. With my hood up and an armful of branches and twigs, I probably looked like any other earnest young soldier hoping to earn a title by contributing in the war. Some of the seasoned soldiers, polishing their weapons and armor by the meager firelight, glanced in my direction with little regard, while a group of younger soldiers, obviously conjurers of noble descent, based on their embellished gear and flashy staffs, sneered at my plain attire. "Those ignorant clowns have no idea who they're scoffing at," Sylvie hissed as she peeked at their expressions. "They'd be better used as bait." "Easy," I soothed. "You sure learned some colorful insults from Lord Indrath." Walking deeper into the encampment, I passed through the cooking station. Large fires blazed inside earthen pits formed by magic. They were lined neatly with stews bubbling tantalizingly inside pots as large, barrel-chested men hacked away at chunks of meat. "Clear the pots for the skewered meat. Benfer and Shren, get ready to start handing out the stew." A small-framed woman with a fierce expression roared orders, holding a ladle in her hand, more like a weapon than a tool. The ladle-wielding woman looked over her shoulder at me as I passed. She gave me a respectful nod, which caught me by surprise. I had assumed no one would recognize me this far out from civilization. I had almost arrived at the large tent in the farthest corner of the camp when the high-pitched clash of metal on metal drew my attention. Dropping the branches in my hands, I inspected a group of soldiers that had formed a circle around the source of the sounds, 2 augmenters engaged in a friendly bout. The sharp shrieks of their weapons drew sparks even with the layer of mana covering their blades, and they parried each other's strikes with obvious deft. "You've gotten better," Cedri said, the shore-haired soldier. He seemed to be a bit shorter than me, but his arms looked almost unnaturally long. He used his slender frame and long, flexible limbs to his advantage by delivering fast, irregular strikes with dual daggers. "And yet, you're still a pain to fight against, Jonah," the girl named Cedri replied confidently as she ducked Jonah's swipe. She was clearly at a disadvantage, fighting hand-to-hand with heavy gauntlets against an opponent who excelled in long-range strikes, but she wasn't losing. She nimbly ducked, weaved, and parried Jonah's dual-wielding assault, and something about her held my interest. It wasn't until I focused on her ears that I realized what it was. "She's a half-elf," I pointed out to Sylvie, who had lost interest in the match and was back inside my cloak. At my observation, my bond peeked her head back out. "Oh, she is. We haven't come across one other than that ill-tempered Lucas." "Ill-tempered is putting it lightly," I chuckled, my gaze still on the fight. "Shouldn't we notify the captain of our arrival?" Sylvie reminded me. "You're right. I got sidetracked," I thought, turning away from the duel. "You always do when it comes to these kinds of fights," she teased. "There's something about close combat that makes a fight exciting, unlike long-range conjuring," I agreed, walking back. When we reached the large white tent, I was stopped by an armored guard gripping a halberd. "What business do you have in here? Is this the captain's tent?" I asked, my hood still covering half my face. I said, "What business do you have in here?" the guard repeated, his gaze unrelenting. Exhaling deeply, I held out a medallion. At the sight of it, the guard's narrow eyes widened in shock. His gaze shifted from the gold medallion back to me with a look of horror at the blunder he had made. "I am so sorry, Jen." "Shoo," I mouthed before he could finish speaking. I held up my hand. "I don't want my visit to cause a stir, so let's just keep this between us." "Why, yes, sir," he said, nodding furiously as he opened the flap to allow me entrance. I stepped inside the spacious tent and a gust of warmth flooded my body. It felt as if a layer of ice was melting off my face as I removed my cloak. The first thing I noticed was the flare hawk nestled near the entrance. "I remember her," Sylvie chimed in my head as she hopped to the ground. I turned to the woman sitting behind a small wooden desk, unconcerned by the intrusion. "Professor Glory," I greeted her, giving a faint grin as she finally looked up, her face brightening at the sight of her old student. My old team-fighting mechanics professor looked the same as always, with her tanned complexion and brown hair tied tightly behind her head. She was wearing light armor even inside the tent, and her two giant swords were close by, leaning against a drawer behind her. "It's good to see you, General Leyen," she said, coming around her desk. "Please, just call me Arthur," I said helplessly. "Then I'd prefer if you just called me Vainsy," she said, spreading out her arms. "After all, I'm not your professor anymore." Accepting her hug, I realized that this was the first time I'd heard Professor Glory's first name. When she released me from her firm grasp, I said, "Well then. Do you mind giving me a brief report of the situation here, Vainsy?" Vainsy acknowledged Sylvie with a polite nod before reaching behind her desk. After a moment of rummaging, she held out a rolled-up parchment, but started speaking even before I could open it. "Right now, it's just me and my division of 3,000 soldiers. My division is on the smaller side, but we have with us 58 mages, 20 of whom are conjurers while 10 are long-range augmenters, to make up for the numbers," she recited. I nodded in understanding while I skimmed through the parchment. "There's supposed to be one other captain along with you, right? Captain Otter and his division are making the march up here from Maber City." "I can send out a transmission if you'd like," she answered. "No need. Truth be told, I'm not even expecting any ships to veer off this far south," I admitted, handing Vainsy back the parchment. "I heard about your big plan set up for those Alacrian bastards up the coast," she said, eyeing me. "You think it's going to work?" "It'll slow them down, and with any luck, sink a few of their ships." "A shame we won't be there to see it," she said regretfully. The bright-eyed professor, whom I had fought next to down at Widow's Crypt, removed a leather flask from her drawer, pulling out the cork with her teeth before gulping down what I assumed was alcohol. "Care for a swig, General Leyen?" She winked, holding the flask up. "I'm a minor, you know," Vainsy scoffed. "If you're old enough to go to war, you're old enough to drink." I grabbed her flask and took a gulp. The smoky liquid seared my throat as it made its way into my stomach, warming up my insides. Is it smart to inhibit yourself like this before a battle? Sylvie asked with a tone of disapproval. Relax. It's just one sip, I replied. Stifling a cough, I handed the leather bottle back. That's got quite the kick. Uh-huh, Vainsy agreed. Although you're going to need a bit more than that to keep yourself warm out there. Aren't you freezing in that outfit? I looked down at my attire. While I wasn't expecting a battle, I was dressed for one. My inner gray garment was skin-tight with the sleeve reaching to my wrist. While thin and elastic enough for me to freely move in, it was also strong enough to withstand sharp edges to a certain degree. The only thing I wore over this was a simple black tunic that draped loosely over my shoulders. The sleeves stopped at the elbows, allowing unimpeded movement of my arms. I shook my head. I've grown used to constantly surrounding myself with mana to keep me warm. Honestly, even the cloak is just for appearance's sake. Well, I'm glad you're here. Commander Virion wanted me to have you speak in front of the soldiers, for motivation. About that, I grinned. Let's hold off on that until Captain Otter arrives. I was hoping to have a little fun in the camp. Oh, Vainsy groaned. What are you up to? I shook my head disapprovingly. Now is that any way to speak to your superior? Fine, she said, relenting. Just don't mortally wound any of my soldiers. What kind of person do you take me for? I replied innocently, putting my cloak back on as I headed back toward the cloth door. Are there any soldiers who'd recognize me? I asked, remembering how the head chef had bowed to me. We're pretty far out from any sort of mass communication. I just had a letter delivered by carrier with the latest updates, but I haven't announced any of it, she answered. With your shaggy hair and those plain clothes, you'll easily pass as a new recruit picked up from the countryside. There's an old saying that a wise man appears weak when he is strong and strong when he is weak, I replied, pointing at the dazzling armor she wore, engraved with intricate decorations. It's for protection, not for showing off, she argued. Not when the design on the armor matches your bond's armor, I teased, glancing at the silver armor hanging on a stand next to Torch. You've turned into a wise ass since they made you a lance, she grumbled. Oh please, I was a wise ass long before becoming a lance, I rebutted. Vainsy leaned back against her desk and gazed past me, as if looking far into the distance. Appear weak when you're strong. I like that. Feel free to steal it, I said as I headed out of the tent. I couldn't tell her that the quote was from an ancient general from my previous life, but she didn't seem to be curious about its origin. What did you want to do? Sylvie asked curiously as she nestled on top of my head. Evaluate the current level of our soldiers' competency, of course. Sylvie's sense of doubt flooded my mind. You mean play fight with them? Just for a little bit. Even as your bond, I sometimes find myself worried that the fate of this continent relies so heavily upon you. A simple cook. Lifting the tent flap, I caught sight of the guard stationed outside. As soon as our eyes met, his giant body stiffened into a salute. Jen. Remember, I said, winking at the guard as I pressed my finger to my lips. Without waiting for a response, I made my way back to the growing cluster of soldiers, who were cheering louder than before. The fight between the half-elf girl Cedri and the long-armed Jonah seemed to have come to an end, and a new pair of fighters now brawled on an earthen platform conjured by one of the mages. The two soldiers' casual spar had escalated into a full-blown event, and the audience moved logs and tree stumps to make seats. Some of the more enthusiastic members of the crowd were making wagers with their peers, from the meat slices of their next meals to more precious resources like the alcohol they had smuggled into camp inside hidden water pouches. All in all, there was a jubilant atmosphere in the camp, unbefitting the continent's current circumstances. Blending into the crowd, I made my way toward the front of the makeshift arena, where I found Cedri and Jonah watching from the ground. It was a good fight, I remarked, taking a seat next to Jonah, the dagger-wielding soldier. Who ended up winning? The half-elf who fought using gauntlets, just like my father, gave me a victorious smile as she raised up her hand, flaunting her victory in front of Jonah. Jonah ran a hand through his short, disheveled hair in frustration. "One time, Cedri. You've won one time." "The first victory of many to come," she snickered. I nodded to the half-elf in acknowledgement of her success. I wish I could have seen how it ended. Laughing, Jonah stuck out a hand. "My name's Jonah, and this immature girl next to me is Cedri. I don't think I've seen you around. Are you a new recruit?" "I guess you could say that." I shook both their hands. "You can call me Arthur." "Well, Arthur, judging by how things are going, we should be able to enjoy a lot more fights tonight," Jonah said, returning his focus to the fight currently taking place. It ended nearly as soon as it began, with a large, bear-like augmenter landing a finishing blow on his light-footed opponent. As the defeated soldier jumped off the stage, nursing his stricken cheek, my gaze turned to Jonah and Cedri once more. Jonah's features were ordinary, with sharp angles and a slight, beaked nose. Cedri, on the other hand, stood out a bit more. With her radiant gaze that seemed full of life and her playful demeanor, I wouldn't be surprised if she was popular with both men and women. Just in the short time I'd sat down next to them, at least a dozen of her peers had walked by, making jokes or congratulating her on her win. "Country bumpkin. Get your head out of your ass," a loud, gritty voice snapped. I turned toward the source of the voice to see the bear-like augmenter staring back down at me. I looked around until I realized he was talking to me. "Do I really look like I came from the countryside?" I asked Jonah. "Stop going after fresh recruits, Herrick, and grow the balls to at least spar with someone in your own weight class," Cedri hissed at him, eliciting a howl of laughter from the rest of the crowd. I got to my feet. "It's okay. We're just having fun, right?" "Yeah," the balding Herrick quickly agreed. "I'm using this time to show the new recruits some pointers." Taking off my cloak with Sylvie inside, I hopped up to the elevated stage and held out my hand. "Well then, please give me lots of pointers." Herrick grabbed my hand, squeezing a little too tightly for it to be a warm gesture. "I'll give you the first move." Letting go of my hand, he spread his arms out, a smug grin pasted on his greasy face as he glanced over toward a group of women seated in the audience. While Herrick's body seemed a bit too round to be efficient in battle, the layer of mana enveloping him told me he was a competent mage. Wanting to see how he fought, I willed forth only a limited amount of mana into my body, then stepped into attack. As my fist approached his abdomen, I could see the mana gathering where he thought I'd hit. The giant augmenter barely flinched as my fist sank into his heaping stomach. "You're going to have to try harder than that, country brat," he grunted as I pulled away. I shook my hand. "So strong. Now, let me show you some pointers." His smile grew as he glanced again at the group of women watching us. He swung a giant hand to swat me off the platform. Taking the hit, I landed on my bottom rather embarrassingly, but without any injuries. Oh man, I couldn't even react. Irritation flickered across my opponent's face as I failed to go sailing off the platform. "You're lucky I held back, or you would have gone flying. Those Alacrian bastards aren't going to go easy on you, though." "You're right." "Thank you." I tried to sound enthusiastic, like a country bumpkin who was now part of a military filled with mages of noble blood, but it was becoming tiring. The fight went on for several more minutes with Herrick trying to swat me out of the arena using his meaty hands, while I pretended to get the full brunt of his attack only to stumble a few feet. "Come on, Herrick. I know you're going easy on him, but don't baby him all day," cried a soldier, and his peers agreed. "I just don't want to hurt the twig, you know?" he replied, frustration evident on his face. So far, by the calluses on his hands and the way his arms naturally attacked, I'd gathered that he used a heavy axe as his primary weapon. However, other than his decent control and body strengthening, he had no tricks up his sleeve. Deciding that my assessment was over, I took my chance when Herrick reached over to grab me. I twisted my body and tossed him over my shoulder and out of the arena. The whole act looked like one big blunder. Even Herrick was surprised to find himself looking up at me from the floor. "Wait, I tripped," he cried, looking around desperately as he waved his hands. "That doesn't count." The crowd erupted in laughter and jeers, and they mockingly booed Herrick as he stomped away, cursing. Even using only 10% of my mana, and without employing any elemental spells, Herrick was a joke. But I couldn't say that out loud, of course. "Looks like I got lucky," I said helplessly up on the stage, scratching my cheek. I wanted to beat Herrick's giant ass, but I guess that can't be helped. A tall woman with her black hair tied tightly behind her head jumped up on stage. "Let's see if you really were just lucky, Greenhorn." "Please go easy on me," I said placatingly. My opponent was well over 6 feet, a few inches taller than me, but her thin, toned frame made her look even taller than she actually was. With her dark complexion and sharp, narrow eyes complementing her straight black hair, she looked like a panther ready to pounce. "I'm used to fighting with a staff, so I'd appreciate it if you used a weapon as well," she said as a wooden staff appeared from the dimension ring on her finger. By the ring she had just used and the rich colors of her clothes, it was obvious that she was a noble, but that fact seemed trivial to her. "Don't kill the kid, Nifia," her friend cried, sounding genuinely concerned. I feigned a timid chuckle. "Sorry, the smith is repairing my sword right now, but I can." "Someone give the boy a sword his size," Nifia snapped impatiently as she stretched her neck. Almost immediately, an unfamiliar soldier threw me his short sword, still in its sheath. I carefully slid the blade out of its scabbard and covered it in mana to dull the edges. Unlike Herrick, my new opponent didn't let her guard down. She dropped to a low stance and held her wooden staff out with its tip aimed at the ground while her feline eyes peered straight into me. "Poor boy, getting marked by Nifia," someone muttered behind me. I took my stance as well. I had hoped to use this casual event to get a sense for some of the soldiers here, but this girl seemed to have other plans. "Are you ready?" The dark-skinned augmenter let out an irritated scoff, as if I'd somehow offended her. "Are you ready?" I nodded to show that I was. She struck like a bolt of lightning. Her body remained low as she lunged into striking range, her staff pulled in close to her body, affording her the freedom to attack high or low. She went low, the base of her staff whistling through the air toward my chin. My short sword rang against her staff as I parried the blow aside, stepping back and taking on a defensive posture. Just from her first strike, I could tell what sort of fighter Nifia was. Her control over mana was excellent, on a different tier than Herrick, but she lacked real experience. Her moves were fast, but also obvious. Most likely, she only had experience fighting against guards or other professionals who were afraid to hurt her, which didn't help her short temper and overinflated confidence. I parried or dodged each lunge, swipe, thrust, and swing she threw at me, but just barely. From the outside, it looked like I was being pushed back as I desperately tried to keep up. Nifia's temper reached new highs, escalating after each failed attempt to land a solid hit. With my back foot leaning off the edge of the platform we were on, I used the momentum from Nifia's over-emotional thrust to send her out of bounds to end the match, but she kept her balance with the help of her staff. Leaping back to the center, she shook her head. "Not this time. Amber, raise a cage around the arena. This is just a friendly competition, not a death match," I argued. She disagreed. "No, this is practice for the war that's right in front of our noses. And in war, there are no out-of-bounds." She whipped her head around to look over her shoulder. Amber, the cage, her friend, or lackey, raised an earthen gate around the arena with a short chant and a wave of her wand, locking me up with this rabid cat who thought herself a mighty tiger. I looked around. While some of the soldiers shared glances of concern, none of them spoke up. I was beginning to regret this whole idea of blending in. I was tempted to just blow apart the arena and walk out, but I held myself back. With the experience from my past life, I'd come to realize that people become complacent in the presence of a powerful ally. They expect to be spoon-fed victory from the comfort of the back line when someone as revered as a lance is amongst them. At least, that was the case in my old life. I might have it backward here, who knows? Maybe having a lance with them would give them the confidence and zeal to fight harder, but I was skeptical of that. And with the possibility of an Alacrian ship, or several, veering down to this shore, I didn't want to take any chances. You make a good point. I faked a smile, staying in character. Please, teach me what you can. With our weapons at the ready, we began once more. A real fight, especially one involving a sharp-edged weapon, took only a matter of seconds to draw to a conclusion. But with mana as abundant as it was in this world, making mistakes more forgiving than in my previous world, and fighters did little to correct their flaws. Instead, they focused on making their strengths even stronger. Even I had succumbed to that mistake when I first came to this world, that is, until that was beaten out of me by the Azura's back in Epheotis. Nifia dashed toward me once more, this time feinting left before using the other end of her staff in a quick, ascending swipe. I dodged close enough to detect the oaky smell coming from her polished staff and countered by pushing it up with my free hand. This threw her off balance, and I finished by sliding my foot behind her back foot and pushing forward. Between the strength of my assimilated body and the added mana, Nifia was sent tumbling backward. The crowd of soldiers, which had become tense since the cage had been conjured, cried out in dumbfounded amazement at the turn of events. Glaring at me balefully as her face reddened with embarrassment and anger, Nifia was unable to form the proper words to express herself. Then a mellow, husky voice rang from the crowd. Mind if I join in on the fun? You're not joining anything. I just trip. The dark-skinned noble's words caught in her throat as she realized whose voice it was. Madame Astera. Nifia lowered her head as she spoke. Forgive me for my rudeness. The woman my opponent referred to as Madame Astera was none other than the head cook who had regarded me with a respectful nod when I'd first arrived. The chef hopped up over the cage with a nimbleness that made Nifia's movements seem infantile. I gave a quick bow, remembering to stay in character. May I have the pleasure of knowing who I'm sparring with? Madame Astera bobbed a quick curtsy with her apron. Just a simple cook. Rumination. Just a cook. I repeated. Somehow I have a hard time believing that. The head chef shrugged, untying her apron and tossing it over to Nifia. Titles are merely an embellishment stuck in front of your name to establish a hierarchy, so yes, I am Chef Astera. Nice to meet you. Surprised by her words of wisdom, I dipped my head in response. And I am Arthur. The pleasure is mine. Well then, Arthur, let's put on a show for these antsy soldiers here before they start throwing a fit. Her lips curved into a confident smile as she held up the ladle in her hand. Of course. Will that be your weapon? Don't be silly. It'd be disrespectful to fight with a tool used to cook. With a hearty laugh, Madame Astera motioned to one of the soldiers up in the front for his weapon, a short sword, much like the one I was borrowing. Now, do go easy on an old lady like me. With that, she disappeared from view at a speed that no simple cook could have managed. Madame Astera blinked into view in the air above me, already in position to swing down, her handsome face glowing with savage excitement. With a quick sidestep, I brought up my sword as well. Sparks danced around us as the edge of my blade met hers. Before Madame Astera's sword hit the ground, she kicked off the guard of my sword to gain distance. With only a minimal amount of mana infused in my body and sword, my hand became numb from blocking her attack. A simple cook? I confirmed. Just a simple cook, she answered with a wink, before rushing at me once again. Our swords became mere blurs in the space between us as Madame Astra and I each unleashed a flurry of attacks. Her petite body moved with a coordinated agility that would even impress Cordry, the Azura who had trained me. We dodged each other's strikes and swings with minimal movement. If not for the sweat flooding down our faces and necks, it might have looked as if we were missing on purpose. I raised my mana output to 20%, but she seemed to have been holding back as well because we were still at a stalemate. Neither of us had the luxury to speak. It took all our focus to keep up with each other's attacks, but our emotions showed on our faces. This wasn't a duel of magic, just a contest of pure mastery of the sword. Madame Astra wore an ecstatic grin on her sweaty face as she continued her relentless assault, and somewhere along the way I realized I was smiling as well. I countered each strike she delivered with another, but she flawlessly dodged until her back was against the earthen cage. I decided not to raise my mana, but instead used the field to my advantage. Dipping below her waist, I brought my sword close, in position to swing up. She had nowhere to move but to her right, at least, so I thought. When she was barely an arm's length away from me, she kicked off the wall and propelled herself directly at me. I quickly pivoted on my right foot, whirling just in time for her blade to whiz past my cheek. The tables had turned. Now it was my back that was against the wall. I'm sure there was a saying, something along the lines of, "Even a mouse will attack when it's cornered," Madame Astra said, her sword raised closely in guard. I smiled. Well, it looks like I'm the cornered mouse now. Hence my caution. She smirked, tightening the grip on her raised sword. Now, why don't you stop holding back, Arthur? I think bringing any magic past basic augmentation into the midst of such an exciting duel would be disrespectful to the way of the sword, I replied. Wise words from one so young. She nodded in approval. Then shall we kick things up a notch? A surge of mana suddenly burst from my opponent as she took a step back. The soldiers in the front row winced from the sudden thick gust of energy, while others had to lean forward to keep from toppling over in their seats. With a smile, I increased my mana output to 40%. A thick wave of mana burst out of me as well, but it was different from Madame Astra's. While her mana took the form of a sharp and chaotic gale, mine manifested as a refined wave-like pulse. Madame Astra's smile faded as she looked at me in awe. Then, shaking herself out of her daze, she molded her mana into a thick armor around her before lunging at me. The force of her initial step created a small crater beneath her feet, shaking the entire arena. In the span of a single breath, her sword was already inches away from my throat, and the force of her strike had sent a spear of wind sailing past my neck to create a hole in the wall behind me. I could see why Nifia was so scared of this simple cook. After her initial strike failed, she leaped back and repositioned herself, tightening her stance like a coiled snake, ready to strike. But this time, I was the one to strike. I dashed forward, creating no sound as I flashed beside her with my sword in mid-swing. She immediately ducked. With no time to prepare, her movement was sloppy, but the fact that she was able to react to my attack at all showed how keen her instincts were. She lashed out with a sharp swing before leaping back again. This time, she didn't wait for me to strike. Instead, she lunged once more. I brought up my sword, but realized midway that her stab was a feint as she dipped into a wide swing at my leg. She wanted me to jump up to dodge so she could catch me midair. Instead, I brought my sword down to parry. A high-pitched ringing resounded from our two blades clashing. A deep tremor rose up my arm from the impact, and then my sword shattered. For a moment, we just stood there, both of us winded and, perhaps, a little disappointed at the abrupt conclusion of our battle. Finally, I said, "It's my loss, Chef Astra." "No, I can't accept that. It was just that your sword's quality." I shook my head. "I think it's time for dinner anyway, right?" I walked over to the soldier I had borrowed the sword from. "I'm sorry about your sword. I'll get you a new one." "What? Oh, yeah, sure. No problem." His voice trailed off as he stared at me blankly. Noticing his awestruck expression, I realized how quiet the camp had become. I looked around to see everyone with the same expression as the soldier in front of me, the only sound the occasional crackle of wood coming from the fires. "You heard the boy. Move your asses or starve for the rest of the night," Madame Astra roared. "We're going all out tonight." With that, the silent crowd erupted into cheers, and the cooks began handing out plates stacked with steaming food. The atmosphere quickly turned festive as Madame Astra brought out barrels of liquor. I spotted Vainsy trying to limit the amount of alcohol being passed around, but she finally gave in, taking a glass for herself. I wasn't sure it was a good idea to drink when we were supposed to be on the lookout for any stray enemy ships, but the chances of that happening were too meager to stop the soldiers from having at least one good night. With a few drinks in everyone's system, the soldiers became more outgoing. Some began singing while others accompanied them, using a hollow log as a makeshift percussive instrument. The song seemed like melodic tales of adventurers with no real thought put into rhythm, but it was enjoyable nonetheless, especially once I had a few drinks in me as well. Should a lance succumb to peer pressure and drink so much? Sylvie berated me, choosing to stay inside my cloak for warmth. "Who says it's peer pressure?" I replied, taking another sip, relishing the warm numbness spreading from the alcohol and from the fire as well. "Do you mind if I join you?" Madame Astra took a seat next to me by the dancing flame, a glass of liquor in her hand. "So who exactly is Arthur?" "Not at all," I replied. I was thankful for the chef's presence, since the curious soldiers lingering around me began dispersing as soon as she came over. "And I thought you already knew." "I knew you weren't just a normal boy." She shrugged before gulping down the rest of the liquor in her glass. I followed suit and took another sip as well. "Then may I ask who you are?" "I told you, I'm just a—" "Yeah, that simple cook answer of yours isn't going to cut it," I interrupted. She burst out with a hearty laugh that didn't match her small frame. "Fine, I'll answer. But you could have probably found out from some of the soldiers here. A lot of them were my students, after all." "So you were a teacher?" "At Xyrus." "Oh please, I'd rather swallow a gallon of fire sand than teach at that school," she retorted. "I happen to have been a student there," I replied, pretending to be offended. "Then you know how stuck up most of those kids are," she replied. "Can't argue with that." I felt my chest tighten at the recollection of some unwanted memories, but pushed the feeling away. "After the war with the elves, I decided to teach at Lancelor Academy," she said, looking idly at the fire through her empty glass. "You've heard of us, right?" "Of course," I answered, thinking back to the time I'd spent researching the once famous school located in Kalburk City, near the center of Sapin. The legendary school for any would-be elite soldiers. Except that after the war, there was little demand for soldiers, she breathed, fogging her glass. More nobles wanted their children to attend Xyrus now that there is so little tension between the races. "I see," I muttered. "Still, this war against the Alacrians should have brought quite a few new students to Lancelor. No offense, but what are you doing here as a chef?" "That's a story for another time," she said, shaking her cup. "A time with more booze." I raised my glass. "I'll take you up on that offer. Now, onto your story. What's a talent like you doing here, and why in the world did you decide to go to Xyrus with that level of skill with the sword?" "Because I could manage by myself with the sword. It was magic that I needed help getting better at," I replied. Her eyes widened as she stared at me. "No kidding." I shook my head and opened my mouth to continue, but the clank of armored footsteps caught my attention. "General, I mean, sir." The guard who had been stationed outside of Professor Glory's tent covered his mouth at his blunder, his eyes wide and fearful as he shifted glances between me and Madame Astra. Despite the clamor around us, Everyone in the vicinity seemed to have heard, and they whipped their heads around toward us. The guard continued speaking, lowering his voice in a useless attempt to amend his mistake. Captain Otter has arrived and Captain Glory is nowhere to be found. I turned back to the head chef, whose brows were knitted in confusion. Well, there's my story, he said. General. Madame Astra turned to the guard. You said, General, right? Unsure how to answer, the guard looked to me for questioningly, but I just stood up, careful not to wake my sleeping bond. Come on. Let's go find your captain. I turned back to the chef, holding my empty glass. At a time with more booze. Her face relaxed as she managed a smile. As we walked back toward the main tent, I surveyed the tops of the large boulders, hoping to catch sight of the captain. Knowing her, I doubted she'd be able to completely relax. There she is, I said, squinting. It took the guard a moment to spot her shadowed figure. She was sitting atop the boulder that made up the front wall of the encampment. Thank you. The guard started in her direction, but I held him back. Let me. Tell Captain Otter I'll meet with him first thing tomorrow morning. But the captain? It's fine, I interjected, handing him my empty glass. There's nothing going on, and I've had a bit too much alcohol to entertain a man I don't know tonight. Yes, General. With a salute, the guard veered off toward the tent. Letting out a deep breath that formed a cloud of fog in front of me, I enveloped my body in a shroud of wind as I readied myself to jump. The thin layer of frost underneath my feet crunched as I pushed off the ground. Where are we headed now? Sylvie asked, sounding noticeably sleepy even through the mental transmission. Making sure my precious subordinate is okay, I answered wryly as I walked up behind Vainsy. She glanced over her shoulder before turning her head back toward the gray moonlit ocean. Want another drink? Should the lookout be drinking? I asked, taking a seat beside her as Sylvie popped out of my woolen cloak. You're one to talk, General, with your cheeks the color of ripe tomatoes, she scoffed, idly petting my bond, who had curled up between us. Give me that. Taking the flask from her hands, I took another gulp of the fiery liquid that tickled my throat. Leaning back on her hands, Vainsy looked up at the crescent moon. Do you think we'll be able to win this war? I'm not entirely sure, but I'll do everything I can to make sure we do, I promised. Somehow, despite the fact that you're barely half my age, I find comfort in your words, like you'll actually make sure of it. I thought back to the event 3 years ago that had always weighed on my mind. I've let a lot of people down before. I want to make sure I don't do it again. Are you talking about what happened at Xyrus? She asked, her brows furrowed in concern. I merely nodded in reply and stared at the mesmerizing sight of the wide ocean. What's left of Xyrus Academy now? I could feel Vainsy's eyes on me, but she stayed silent. Tesha doesn't remember much, I continued. Curtis and Kathleen act like nothing happened, as if they don't want to accept what happened. What exactly had happened before I arrived? Arthur. What's done is done. Me telling you this will only make you. I need to know, Vainsy. I should have asked a lot earlier, but I made excuses not to. I turned and met her eyes. With a deep breath, my former professor nodded. In the disciplinary committee, Deirdre was the first to be found dead. Theodore was injured gravely and didn't make it, even with the help of the Adventurers Guild's emitters. What about Ferrith and Claire Bladeheart? When I got there, she'd been stabbed. Did she make it? Vainsy nodded again. Ferrith Ivsar. I know he was badly injured, but he was taken back home safely. The Bladeheart family, though, is as secretive as they are old. I was told that Claire was alive, but as for what state she was in, I'm not sure. I see. At least she's alive. I was relieved that the leader of the disciplinary committee had made it, but my brief sense of relief crumbled as Vainsy continued, listing the names of people I knew who were now gone. There were so many names that they seemed to run together, and while not every name rang clearly, The sheer number of people she mentioned struck me hard. And? I asked, seeing her hesitate. Kai Kreslis was one of the radical members that the Vritra Draniv had with him. Kai and the rest of the robed lackeys disappeared with Draniv, along with Elijah, she continued. He's probably the reason Curtis didn't want to speak of that disaster. I see, I muttered, shifting my gaze back to the ocean. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The commotion going on below us and the faint crash of the night's tide in the distance was all that filled the silence as I thought of my short time at Xyrus. Knowing what had happened now gave me a chance for true reflection. I often caught myself forgetting the old memories of my past life. More and more, my past self's hold on me lessened, allowing me to become the person I wanted to be in this world. But at this moment, I found myself wishing to turn back to the old me, to the cold, rational me that had suppressed his emotions in exchange for having no vulnerability that could be used against him. It wasn't like I hadn't guessed what had happened, but hearing it confirmed made it suddenly very real. My chest twisted, as if the blood flowing through my heart had thickened into tar, and it struggled to keep a stable beat. A warm drop of liquid rolled down my frigid face as I felt my chin tremble like an infant's. Gnashing my teeth in hopes of suppressing my unwanted emotions, I turned to look back toward the camp. I wondered how many of the people I knew, even the people I had met today, would end up dead, with nothing I could do to stop it. How many of them would survive this war? I turned to Vainsy to see her shoulders trembling as she clutched tightly at her flask. Quickly wiping a tear, I stood up. Sylvie, do me a favor and keep watch for the night. Sure, she responded with a soft, comforting tone I rarely heard. My bond turned to her original form, startling Vainsy out of her melancholy. With a powerful flap of black wings, Sylvie shot up, barely visible as she melted into the night sky. Come. I held out my hand to Vainsy. The night's young, and it doesn't seem like the soldiers have any intention of stopping. As their captain, I figure it's your duty to join instead of moping around up here. Morning after, I lifted my makeshift practice sword, a crudely carved piece of wood, wrapped in towels for weight. I counted in my head with each downward swing until a soft voice shook me out of my trance. Gray, it's time for breakfast. Looking over my shoulder, I spotted Cecilia by the door with a fresh towel folded neatly in her arms. Oh, thanks. I walked over and Cecilia handed me the towel. I still have to help get the table set up, she announced before she briskly walked away. I watched Cecilia walk back through the dimly lit hallway, remembering the incident almost a year ago, when I'd nearly died trying to save her from the outburst of her ki. Despite her aloof manner of speech, her attitude toward everyone in the orphanage had definitely improved. After I wiped myself down, I went back inside as well, making sure to close the mesh screen door against the summer bugs buzzing outside. Someone is apparently going through puberty, judging by the stink coming from his body. Nico's thin frame approached me from an intersecting hallway. Your sweat starts stinking when you go through puberty? I asked, sniffing my sleeveless shirt. Supposedly, according to an article I read on hormones. He shrugged. Getting a good whiff of the rancid smell for the first time, I winced. Cecilia probably smelled it too then. Did she react in any sort of way? No, she just gave me a towel and left, I said as I wiped my body with the towel again, hoping it'd get more of the stench off of me. Her determination to remain true to her indifferent character is strong. Nico nodded. I shrugged. I don't think she's trying to be some character. I beg to differ, my friend. Last week, after I finished tampering with the shock glove, working name, by the way, to turn it into a pendant she could carry around her neck, she refused. Raising a brow, I smirked at my friend. Oh! You gave Cecilia a necklace? How do you always manage to pick and choose what you want to hear? What are you going to do when you go to a real school? He sighed, adopting an air of great disappointment. And besides, I think she likes you more, what with her giving you a towel and all. Well, I did save her life, you know, I teased, putting an arm around my thin friend. I'd outgrown him these past few months. Her knight in sweating armor, he said, pinching his nose. It had become more and more apparent, at least to me, that Nico had developed feelings for Cecilia, our orphanage's ice queen. It wasn't any secret that Cecilia was popular amongst the boys here, but everyone who'd gathered the courage to make a move had been rejected. With his particular blend of pride and low self-esteem, Nico found other ways to make Cecilia notice him without revealing his interest in her. I leaned more heavily on my skinny friend, making him struggle to keep us from falling down. I'm not so sure about going to school anymore. What? Nico finally managed to free himself of my arm. Why? You know I only joke about your intelligence. It's not that, I chuckled. It's expensive, and Headmaster Welbeck already has a hard time sending even a few kids to school. Then what do you plan on doing? Nico asked, brows knitted into a rare serious expression. I don't know yet. Maybe just help out as staff at the orphanage once I'm old enough. I was even thinking about going to an institution to get better at key. I know they offer free tuition and stuff if you're qualified. I shrugged. You're joking, right? He fumed, stopping in the middle of the hallway. I know we owe a lot to Headmaster Welbeck, and I get that you want to repay her, but staying here to do that is short-minded. With your talent, you can do so much more once you've gotten a proper education. Which brings me to why I was thinking of the institute. That's not education, Nico interrupted. Those institutions are designed to churn out mindless soldiers and find potential candidates for kings. I've read some journals about those places, how students there are worked to the point of near death, how candidates get booted out if they don't cut it. You sound like the headmaster, I grumbled as I started walking again. Because you don't have any motivation to do something. Sure, you like training, but you have no goal past that, he admonished. School is a place where you can find out what you want to do while learning about this world, without restriction or bias, like the institution. Well, money is still an issue, I pointed out. If we want to go to school, it'd have to be by next year. Nico's expression softened at my compliance. Well, lucky for you, you happen to have a friend that actually thinks and plans for the future. I've almost managed to save enough money from our little missions for us to go school, of course, banking on the assumption that I get at least a partial scholarship. Wait, weren't you supposed to give the money to the orphanage? I did. Nico assumed an innocent expression, some of it. I shook my head with a groan. I should have known. After we get a proper education, we can properly help Headmaster Welbeck and the kids here. I guarantee it'll be better for the orphanage that way. My friend patted me on the back. Come on. Let's go to the dining area before our food gets cold. Why not save enough money to take Cecilia to school with us as well? I teased one last time as I followed Nico down the hall. Zip it. I'm telling you, I have no interest in her, he retorted, refusing to look me in the eye. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Arthur Lewin. I opened my eyes to the soft glow of the morning sun. Even hidden behind a layer of clouds, its rays somehow seemed to bore holes into my retinas. The aching in my skull pulsed rhythmically, a constant reminder of the glasses, if not bottles, of alcohol I had consumed during the previous night. Squinting, I attempted to get up, but with a sickly moan I immediately retreated back underneath the woolen cloak I'd used as a blanket. My mouth was dry, sticky with thick saliva. Suddenly my cloak, the only thing protecting me from the outside world, was ripped away from me. Morning, General, Vainsy's familiar voice chimed from above. The bright timbre of her voice was normally easy on the ears, but the strength of my hangover made it sound sharp and grating. As your superior, I order you to unhand my blanket and let me sleep, I mumbled irritably. No can do. You were the one who decided to push the meeting with Captain Otter off until morning, she said, pulling my unwilling body up. Splash some cold water on your face and meet us at the tent. Vainsy handed me a small stack of papers clipped together. Here, read this before you meet with me and Captain Otter, she said before leaving. Grumbling under my breath, I got up, taking in my surroundings for the first time today. I'd somehow managed to get to the top of the cliff overlooking the camp. You didn't manage to do anything last night. Sylvie's voice sounded in my head like a kick to the brain. Easy, SYLV. My head is killing me, I complained as I spotted my bond in her dragon form, approaching from the forest behind me. What happened, anyway? I dragged your drunk corpse of a body up here to let you sleep, and to keep you from making a fool of yourself before even announcing your position to everyone, she chided in a mellow voice I hadn't heard in a few days. How was the watch last night? Nothing unusual, I asked, attempting to change the subject. She glowed brightly before shrinking into her pearly white fox form, then hopped on my shoulder. It was quiet. There was a thick layer of fog throughout the western shore, so I couldn't find any enemy ships. I would have gone further, but I was afraid they might find me. You did good, I said. Now, where can I wash my face? There should be washing stations in the encampment, but there's a stream just a little ways into the forest that I think you'd prefer, she answered, a wisp of fog forming in front of her snout as she spoke. Stream it is. The crisp air helped my recovery, but it was the first splash of cold water on my face that really cleared my head. I wished I could wash away the toxins in my brain as well, but at least I was fully functional by the time Sylvie and I arrived in front of the captain's tent. I glanced up from the stack of papers, which I'd hurriedly flipped through on my way from the stream, only to see the familiar guard stationed outside the tent. You. What's your name? It's Mabel Esterfield, sir, General, he stated. He kept his eyes aimed straight in front of him and his posture rigid. What an unfitting, pretty name, I commented, patting him on the shoulder as he regarded me with a confused expression. I made my way into the tent and was greeted by a gust of warm air from the small furnace beside the desk. Standing next to Vainsy was a man primed from head to toe in overly elegant military attire. Next to him, Vainsy looked like a mere foot soldier, while, compared to the two of them, I was no more than a peasant boy. With his silvery blonde hair slicked back neatly behind his narrow ears, Captain Otter stood poised with his back ramrod straight. He looked to be no older than my father, but there were wrinkles lining his face that told me how much of his life he had spent scowling. His sharp brows and deep-set eyes seemed to pierce through me with an expression as if he were looking down at a rebellious son. Captain, this is General Arthur Layan. General Layan, this is Captain Jarnus Otter of the ND Division. Captain Otter and I locked gazes as we were introduced. It's nice to meet you, Captain. I smiled as I held out my hand, hoping I looked better than I felt. Captain Otter returned my gesture and shook my hand. The pleasure is mine, General, he said with a grunt, then immediately turned to Vainsy. Captain Glory. My division has made camp in the nearby woods up the cliffside. It'd be best for both of our divisions to get acquainted before we bring our forces together. She shot me an uncomfortable glance before answering. I agree. We'll need both divisions to be acquainted with each other as quickly as possible. General Layan, what do you think is the best way to divide our forces in case of an attack? I looked back down at the bundle of papers Vainsy had given me that morning, which detailed the hard numbers for each division, as well as an inventory of armaments and supplies. I was reading through the numbers of mages and foot soldiers when Captain Otter spoke up. Integrating our divisions so that all our foot soldiers are lined up in position to receive an attack from the coast would be best, he declared. Vainsy shook her head. Captain Otter, General Layan has been entrusted with overseeing our divisions, so it'd be best to. General Layan is responsible, as a lance, to make sure our divisions are ready in case of an attack, but as a mighty lance, he should be aware that captains are the most knowledgeable about their own divisions. Hello, listener. As we are limited on what we can upload on YouTube, you can always check our Patreon for a lot more books, or you can support this channel through PayPal or Ko-fi. Thank you for your support and for listening. About their own divisions. Captain Otter cut in as I continued reading through this small bundle of papers. I'm getting the urge to slap him with my tail, Sylvie grunted, almost making me laugh aloud. After finishing my cursory read of the details of Captain Otter's division, I gave the papers back to Vainsy. It seems I'm not needed here then. I'll just go grab a bite to eat. General Lain. Vainsy called from behind me. I looked over my shoulder. Yes. Isn't there anything you'd like to add? She replied, seeming uneasy about how our meeting had progressed. Well, if you want my input, I'd say allocating 100% of a force to one position is never a wise move. I shrugged. Captain Otter's brow twitched as he attempted to mask his contempt. It was obvious that he wasn't used to being defied, especially not by someone younger than him. We're the last form of defense on the western shore in case any stray Alacrian ships come from the ocean. Where else would they attack from, General? He hissed, stressing my title as if it were an insult. Captain, I'm trying to be civil here, I said, turning around. As you said, Commander Virion asked me to be here in the unlikely event that the worst-case scenario happens, so that's the perspective I'm coming from. I took another step toward him, my nonchalant demeanor dissipating. However, I suggest you not confuse my indifference toward this specific matter with some misguided notion that you hold the reins here. Understand? Captain Otter involuntarily took a step away from me, sweat lining the sides of his scowling face. Understood. I nodded. Good. I never intended to play a hands-on role in the decisions you make, so I'll leave it up to the two of you. As I prepared to leave, however, the howls of distant screams caught my attention. The three of us exchanged glances, all of us confused as to what was going on. We dashed out of the tent to see all the soldiers, some still with bowls of food in their hands, staring up toward the cliff where the screams and cries were coming from. So still was the camp in that moment, that it felt as if time has stopped. Then, an oblong object flew off the edge of the cliff and rolled down, landing near us. It was a bloodied sword, with a severed arm, clad in armor, still gripping the handle. Way of magic. Both captains behind me seemed momentarily stupefied as we all stared at the severed arm, hand still clenching the sword, a pool of blood forming beneath it. Sylvie slipped free of my cloak and darted toward the gory remains. Soldiers on guard. Stand by for battle. I roared, projecting my voice as loudly and distinctly as possible to get everyone's attention. The soldiers roused from their daze at my commands. The new recruits scrambled to their belongings, fumbling as they put on their armor. The veteran adventurers and experienced soldiers, already wearing their underarmor garments, deftly buckled on their protective gear as the screams and sharp clangs of metal continued echoing from above the cliff. Captains Glory and Otter were already dressed in light armor and had snapped back to their senses, both a bit embarrassed by their poor response to the situation. Captain Otter. The armor on this arm isn't something a passerby would have, it's military attire. Didn't you say your division was stationed up on the cliff? The camp had grown loud with activity, and I had to yell. The once surly-faced captain paled in horror as he studied the armor one more time. He was about to leap up the cliff, but I held him down by the metal gorget that protected his shoulders and chest. Stay here until the division is ready. Unhand me. My soldiers are under attack without their leader. Captain Otter hissed, with no trace of his former haughty and composed self. Tightening my grip, I pulled him close. Captain, if you go in alone and are killed, your soldiers will be in a worse position than they're in now. I surveyed the encampment as Captain Glory led her division into an organized formation. Most of the soldiers were already prepared and grouped based on their position. Rather than one large group, Vainsy had split her forces up into separate units, each composed of its own ranks of foot soldiers, augmenters, archers, and mages. With a cursory glance, I saw that the ones at the very front of each unit were foot soldiers, regular humans and elves with thick armor and large shields, since they'd be taking the brunt of an attack. Along the flanks were augmenters responsible for guarding the conjurers and archers as they fired arrows and spells. The head, the leader of a unit, was positioned just behind the foot soldiers, an ideal spot for giving orders and protecting the conjurers as well. Vainsy looked at me and signaled that she was ready. Letting go of Captain Otter, I motioned for him to join his fellow captain as I moved toward the rear where the smiths and cooks were grouped, Sylvie at my heels. As the division began making its way up the steep slope up the cliff, I pondered who could be attacking. We were near the southern border of Sapin, where the underground kingdom of Darv began. At first, my mind immediately went to a mana beast attack, but the point of injury on the severed arm was too clean of a cut for it to have been claws or fangs. It was possible that they were attacked by some of the nomadic bandits I'd read about, who traveled above ground along the southern parts of Dicathan. It could also be a radical group that was opposed to the war with Alacria, but there was no way to know for sure, and the fact that a severed arm had sailed down the cliff made me think there was something else going on. "Madame Astra, will you be okay here?" I asked when I spotted the head chef, who was now wearing plated armor. "No problems here. Captain Glory ordered some of the augmenters to stay behind to guard us, but I'm also here, remember." She gave me a confident smirk. "You're right. I'll be heading off then." I was about to turn back toward the cliff when Madame Astra gripped my arm. "Arthur," she said, her expression gravely serious. "You can never be too careful. I hope you practice what you preach." To Sylvie, I thought, "You better get ready." "Is it okay for me to transform out in the open so soon?" she asked, quirking her fox head to the side slightly. "No need to hold back right now. I need to know what's going on up there, and fast." Sylvie's small body began glowing and expanded into the form of a mighty dragon. Her obsidian scales glimmered from the morning sun, putting the sparkling ocean to shame. Her translucent yellow eyes looked down at me with intelligence and an animal-like ferocity. The burly cooks and barrel-chested smiths with arms as thick as my torso gawked in reverence. Some even toppled over like infants learning to walk. I leaped to the base of my bond's neck and grabbed onto a ridge spike. Looking over my shoulder once more, I saw the awestruck expression plastered on Madame Astra's delicate face as Sylvie's large wings beat down to produce a powerful gale. Sylvie kicked off the ground and swung her wings once more to lift off. The powerful winds produced by the startled the marching units, led by their heads with Captains Glory and Otter in the front, but I was already too far up to make out any of their expressions. I had planned on flying directly over where Captain Otter's division should be, but instead Sylvie soared up into the layer of clouds overhead. "Arthur, before we engage in battle you should know that I'm limited in what I can do to help." "Are you talking about the Azura's treaty?" I asked, afraid that I would not be able to fight alongside my bond. "That's an area of concern Alder has warned me about, but it's not just that. With the awakening process that Grandfather Indrath made me undergo for my ether powers, it'll still take a while before I'm able to assist you with any magic. Until my powers are fully awakened and under control, I'll be limited to what I can do physically in this form." "I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier." I stroked the side of my bond's large neck, berating myself for not taking her condition into account. I knew I had cut her training short, but I'd never realized what a crucial time it had been for her. "No, don't be. At least I know now." It didn't take us long to reach our destination. We could hear the sounds of an ensuing battle, but it wasn't until we dropped below the layer of clouds blocking our view that we realized the severity of the situation at hand. "This can't be possible." Sylvie's thoughts were laced with disbelief at the sight below, but as someone who'd seen the surprises war brought, I could only see this as a miscalculation, a rather severe one. Down below, in a field of grass stained red and black with blood and smoke, was what could only be the Alacrian army. Their forces, about 5,000 strong, were currently engaged with Captain Otter's division. The soldiers were no larger than insects from here, but it was easy to distinguish them. Unlike the Dicathan army, the Alacrian soldiers seemed to have a standardized color of deep red emblazoned on their dark gray armor. Sylvie's back lurched as she prepared to dive down, but I stopped her. No. Let's stay hidden here for now. Stay hidden? Allies are dying down there, and you wish to stay hidden. Her anger was evident in her words, but I knew she already knew my intentions. We can't get involved in every battle. Right now, our priority is knowing what we're up against. I kept my gaze firmly locked on the scene below, regretting not having any transmission scrolls to communicate with Virion as I gritted my teeth against the knowledge that I couldn't act. How were they able to make it all the way here without us knowing? They may not have come across a major city yet, but the dwarves should have known that an army was marching through their land. Maybe they did know, I muttered, taking note of the faint path they'd created during their march. Change of plans. SYLV, can you stay hidden and follow the trail the Alacrians made on their way here? I'll join the fight while blending in as a regular soldier. What if you get into trouble? I'll be too far away to help. I could hear the disapproval in her voice. Vainsy's division is going to arrive soon, and I have a bad feeling that, even though we outnumber them, it'll be a losing battle unless I help. All the more reason for me to stay and help you, Sylvie argued. Please. If my suspicions are correct, this war might not be as simple as us versus them. You're the only one here who can make the journey there and back fast enough. I'll stay safe, SYLV. Fine. But the moment I sense you're in danger, I'm coming back and taking you away whether you're conscious or not, Sylvie said with a grunt. Thanks. I patted my bond before I let myself fall off her back. The crisp winter air felt like sharp whips lashing at me as I hurtled toward the ground. I intentionally veered away from the battle as to not attract attention. Just before landing into a cluster of trees, I enveloped my body in mana, erasing my presence before casting a wind spell. Despite crashing through a few dry branches, I was able, with the help of magic to soften my impact, to reach the ground quietly enough. The things I do to blend in, I muttered, picking broken twigs and leaves out of my hair. I remained hidden within the thick cluster of trees until I heard Vainsy's division arrive. Tread. Vester. Take your units around for a left flank. Dirk, Sasha, to the right. Vainsy's voice resounded with confident precision. Everyone else, we group with Captain Otter's forces and hit those Alacrian bastards from the front. Dashing out, I headed for Captain Glory. On instinct, Vainsy whirled both her swords at me before realizing who I was. Damn it, Arthur. Don't scare me like that, she snapped. What are you doing here? I saw you and your bond fly off. And leave my precious subordinate behind? I smirked. No. I sent Sylvie on an equally important side mission. Well, it's damn reassuring to have you with us. If we survive, we're going to have to find out how an Alacrian force of this size was able to get around us. I nodded my head. How about we leave a few alive to try and get the answer out of them? Vainsy's lips curved into a wicked grin as she raised her longswords. Sounds like a plan. Vainsy's soldiers roared, men and women alike, as they reached the Alacrian army. I stood behind for a minute, watching as steel cut into flesh. Indecipherable mutters sounded from the conjurers as they prepared their spells, while archers released volleys of arrows from behind the protection of the augmenters and foot soldiers. But my focus was on the Alacrian soldiers. The uneasy feeling I'd had since watching them from the sky had only become worse as they began to retaliate. For some absurd reason, I'd expected our enemies to be something like the Vritra, monsters of evil. However, looking at them, they were no different from our soldiers, except that they were adorned in dark gray and red. This fact only dawned on me as I locked eyes with an enemy soldier. The soldier's eyes narrowed as he readied to strike. I picked up a blood-stained sword from the ground as he dashed toward me. I tried to sense what level his core was, and was surprised to find that I was unable to read it. The soldier spread his arms while his fingers curled like claws. Suddenly, without even the influx of mana to warn me, gigantic claws manifested around his hands. He lashed out with his mana claws at a ferocious speed. I ducked, only to see a row of trees behind me topple at the strength of my opponent's attack. With the speed of his spellcasting and the power behind it, I could only assume he was at least a yellow core augmenter, maybe even a silver core. I augmented my sword and countered with an upward swing, but a translucent barrier shimmered just below the mage, protecting the area underneath his chest where I'd been aiming. What the hell? I whipped my head over my shoulder, sensing that the spell hadn't come from him. About 30 feet away from me was another soldier, his hands outstretched and brows knitted in concentration. Although I only had a moment, as most of my attention remained focused on my current opponent, it was clear that this second soldier realized that I was aware of him. The translucent panel that had protected my opponent an instant earlier moved and enlarged, forming as a wall between me and the conjurer. I'd never seen someone manipulate a barrier with such efficiency, so it was obvious who my priority should be. However, the clawed soldier was already moving again, slashing at my neck, forcing me to lose sight of his companion and defend myself. Dropping the scavenged sword, I grabbed the attacker's forearm, avoiding the claw, and stomped down with my right foot. A pillar of earth punched up from the ground like a battering ram. This time, whether because the conjurer behind me hadn't expected the spell or was too worried about shielding himself, no barrier formed. The clawed augmenter attempted to sidestep, ripping his arm free from my grasp, but the pillar still struck his ribs. I was surprised by the sound my spell produced on impact, the sound of bones cracking underneath his now dented armor. Did this idiot not augment his body? Gnashing his teeth with a pained expression, the augmenter ignored his obvious injury and lunged toward me, his mana claws extended. With my fists wrapped in electricity, I met his strike head-on. I expected him to counter or use another spell, but he didn't. My lightning-clad fist shattered his mana claws and broke his wrist on impact. I held off on finishing him, my curiosity getting the better of me. He didn't pose a real threat to me, but something about how they fought, didn't make any sense. I'd thought the opponent in front of me was an experienced augmenter, but his body wasn't even protected by mana. If not for the mana claw absorbing some of the impact, his arm would have been torn off completely. The augmenter soldier was down on one knee, his left arm dangling at his side. A flicker of disbelief and awe crossed his face. Then he clicked his tongue, turning his gaze toward the barrier-casting soldier. "Oi, shield," he barked. "Total body enhancement, now." A normal soldier. The chaos of combat was all around me, the sound of metal clashing and spells firing resonant in the air. The musty stench of burning would overwhelm all other smells as a thin cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. However, despite the chaos, my battle with the augmenter seemed confined, almost isolated, as if the soldiers around us deliberately left us alone. Perhaps the people fighting nearby were too focused on their own battles, but I was suspicious that there was some sort of illusion put in place. I couldn't quite tell, but it left me with more questions. How was their attack force structured? Why did their soldiers seem to manifest their mana in such singular ways? Clearly their fighting tactics were fundamentally different than ours. I knew I'd need to discover more, much more, about their forces if we were to win this war. The conjurer manifested a thin veil of mana around the augmenter's body. While my opponent's injuries remained, he no longer looked fatigued as he rose from his knee with renewed vigor. With a click of his tongue, he peeled his eyes from me and focused his gaze on a point in the distance. It was obvious he was signaling to someone besides the conjurer who had protected him thus far. With a stern nod, his gaze fell back to me. Mana enveloped his hands into the same claw-shaped form as before, and he readied himself to attack. As he did, a faint hiss from behind warned me of an incoming spell. Remembering my mana interpretation training with Meyerback and Ephiotis, I was tempted to activate Relheart to finish this off quickly, but I decided against doing anything that would draw too much attention to myself. I whipped around in time to see a blast of fire hurtling toward me. Condensing a gale of wind to spiral around my hand like a drill, I dispersed the fire spell while simultaneously pivoting away from the Augmenter's strike, stepping into a defensive posture. The moss-covered roots nearby caught on fire from the scattered embers of the conjurer's spell. The once peaceful clearing within the forest was turning into a pit of blood and fire as more and more soldiers from both sides emptied their life onto the ground. The Augmenter's movements were rather concise and well-coordinated despite the uneven terrain, but years of sparring against Cordery made his attacks seem sluggish. The Augmenter lashed out with a combination of strikes, but his mana claws hit only air. Was he only capable of using those mana claws? He was right. "You're not just some foot soldier," he spat as he whirled back around in preparation to pounce on me once more. I asked, bewildered as to who could have possibly given him this information. He remained silent and dashed toward me, using a tree stump as a foothold to leap off of with his mana claws poised to strike. I positioned myself to meet the assault head-on, and when his claws were just inches away from my face, I withdrew my own fist and swayed to the left. I drove my fist toward the Augmenter's open ribs, but the veil of mana surrounding his body condensed where I struck. The mana barrier protecting my opponent's ribs cracked, and the force of my punch sent the Augmenter tumbling to the ground. When he got back up, his face was contorted with frustration and anger, but he seemed unhurt. I looked around quickly to find the conjurer again. His brows were knitted in concentration, his hands trembling. I could tell that he had used his power to block my attack again. Why was it that the soldiers around the conjurer, enemies and allies alike, seemed to ignore him entirely? Is there really something like an illusion around us? Just then, another fireball shot toward me. Before I dispersed it, such things were little more than an annoyance. I tracked the fiery trail back to the enemy mage's location. Now I knew where the fire thrower was hiding, 50 feet away, directly ahead, positioned somewhere on top of a cluster of large, moss-covered rocks and largely obscured by the trees between us. "She's over there, right?" I asked with a smirk, pointing in her direction. The Augmenter remained silent, apparently not in the mood to exchange witty remarks. He pulled himself up to his feet with the help of a nearby tree, desperation evident on his rugged face. Keeping his deep-set eyes locked on mine, he clapped his hands together. As he did, multiple images of himself appeared around me, resolving my suspicion. There was certainly illusion or deceptive magic involved. Soon, there were at least a dozen figures of the Augmenter, all indifferent, very lifelike, poses, all ready to attack. I looked at the illusions manifested around me, making sure that both Dicathan and Elacrian soldiers were unaware of what was happening, and let out a stifled laugh. "This is funny," the Augmenter growled, his voice echoing from 12 individual mouths. "I'm sorry," I answered, still smiling. Around me, the dozen or so identical Augmenters, all with glowing mana claws, snarled in response. Thanks to this illusion, I can let loose a little. Pushing my consciousness deep into my mana core, I activated Relheart. A burst of mana exploded out of me, and my vision faded into an achromatic state. There was a warm, comfortable sensation as power washed over me. Glowing runes flowed down my arms and my back, and my long, auburn hair blazed into bright, silver-white light. The clones that had moments ago seemed identical in my normal state were now no more than clusters of white mana particles shaped into the form of a man. Only one figure stood solid and real before me. I noted that the illusion wasn't invoked by the hidden mage, but rather the shield. Locking my gaze on the augmenter, it was obvious from his expression that he knew there was something dreadfully overwhelming about me. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he regarded me with fearful perplexity. Despite his wariness, the augmenter, along with all of his clones, dashed toward me, clawed mana gauntlets ready to strike. At the same time, the mage conjured another blast of fire, larger, this time, in sync with the augmenter's assault. Raising my output of mana, I ignored the illusions and aimed a lightning punch at the real augmenter's mana claws, shattering his spell. Grabbing a tight hold of his exposed hand, I used his momentum to redirect him toward the fire blast. I caught a glimpse of my opponent's eyes widening in horror before being struck by the full brunt of his ally's spell. Several layers of barriers attempted to protect the augmenter, and, even though they all shattered from the force of the blast, the augmenter survived. The illusory clones flickered before disappearing as I turned my attention toward the mage, who was preparing yet another spell. Wordlessly, I raised my left arm and coalesced mana into the tips of my fingers. Shield, Kefir. Protect Malin, the augmenter roared, still struggling to get up from the ground. The conjurer named Kefir, who the augmenter had previously referred to as Shield, nodded furiously as I finished preparing my spell. Jagged vines of electricity coiled down my arm like a serpent, gathering at the tips of my index and middle finger. Using my right arm to help stabilize my aim, I concentrated on the hidden mage, who was clearly visible to me, thanks to Relhart. Release, I muttered. The thin bullet of lightning shot out from the tips of my two fingers, piercing directly through the trees that stood between us. The layers of translucent barriers that formed in the bullet's path were instantly shattered, unable to prevent my spell from hitting the cluster of rocks I had been aiming at. There was no dramatic scream or howl of pain in the distance, only the soft thud of the mage's limp body falling off the boulder. No! Malin, the barrier caster cried out as he ran toward his fallen comrade, abandoning his post. As the mage fell and Kefir's concentration broke, the illusion separating us from the larger battle disappeared. As if a window had been opened, the world became clearer around me and the near-muted volume of the battle going on resumed in full blast. It wasn't long before I got swept up in the chaos. I released Relhart, but brought out Dawn's ballad from my dimension ring. I turned to the mana-clawed augmenter, but he was gone. There were plenty of other enemies around, however, and they could all see me now. As I was pulled into the battle proper, the translucent teal blade of my sword arched around me, drawing blood wherever it struck. The battle between the two sides had gone on for less than an hour, yet the ground was littered with corpses and body parts, severed legs, lopped-off heads, and chopped arms still spewing blood. The cold winter air, filled with smoke from the many trees lit aflame by spellfire, no longer masked the acrid stench of blood and burning flesh, while the tight quarters of the forests surrounding the battle further amplified the cacophony of screams. While the enemy was fewer in number, they had many more mages than our divisions. Augmenters with mana-imbued weapons pierced through our foot soldiers while conjurers struck from a distance. Many enemies rushed me in the heat of battle, some with unique techniques like the mana-clawed augmenter, such as whips of fire or armor made of stone. There was one enemy augmenter that had killed several of our soldiers by conjuring water down their throats until they'd drown. Yet, none of that made a difference to me. My mind grew numb and my body seemed to move on its own. I stalked through the battlefield, killing any enemy who stood in my way, regardless of their powers. In minutes, I was red to the elbows with their blood. But as each man fell dead, a new enemy would step over his corpse to face me. As I drew my blade from the bloody chest of another dead man, I had a thought. Words were rarely spoken in the midst of battle. Words were useless here. Instead, the soldiers burst out with primitive cries or bestial yells, drunk on the battle frenzy as they flailed their weapons about, hardly able to recognize friend from foe. There was nothing good about this kind of war. It resulted only in death. Perhaps if men fought with words instead of weapons, but when a man has weapons, words are useless. And so the cycle of killing and death goes on. I kicked away the limp body and used its clothes to wipe the blood from my sword. I'd conserved much of my mana, but constantly fighting for almost an hour had taken a toll on my body. I surveyed the other soldiers when the sight of a familiar person caught my eye. She had just parried her opponent's axe to the ground when her gaze landed on mine as well. Her lips were curved up into a confident smile as she positioned to drive her gauntlet into her opponent's face. Cedri. I dashed forward, slipping and swaying out of the Alacrian's reach until he was open. Then I drove my gauntlet into his side, the satisfying crack of his ribs indicating that he was down. Slut, the narrow-eyed man spat as he buckled over, blood leaking from his lips. He desperately grabbed onto me to keep from falling, his hands clawing at the leather straps across my shoulder and chest, yanking them out of place and loosening my armor. "Is that your last word, dog?" I said, spitting in his face. I swung my gauntlet down onto his hand, breaking his wrist, then put the ugly bastard out of his misery with a firm slam to his head. I couldn't help but grin, elated and thrilled by the victory as an intense furor built up inside me. Another fool tried to sneak behind my back, but I dodged his sword and whipped around. The short, bearded Alacrian raised his shield as he prepared to strike again. My heart pounded and everything seemed a bit sluggish, like the night before after 10 mugs of ale. I swung my fist, augmenting my body and gauntlet, and punched straight through the soldier's metal shield. The resulting clash was so loud that it made my ears ring, but the force of my strike ripped the shield from the soldier's arm. I didn't give him the time to recover, pivoting off of my lead leg to gain momentum for a roundhouse chop. His eyes widened as he desperately tried to bring his arm up to block my strike, but his shield arm wouldn't lift, still numb from the shock of my earlier punch. Instead, he tried to parry with his sword, but he couldn't stop the blade of my hand from reaching his prominent Adam's apple. The soldier fell back, squirming, with his hands wrapped around his neck as he struggled to breathe. After a desperate gurgle, his body felt limp before me. I let out a fearsome roar. No man can belittle me here. Only strength is absolute on the battlefield. My cry attracted the attention of a nearby axe-wielding Alacrian brute. While his body was much larger than mine, his movements were slow. As he swung down, his axe began glowing yellow and a layer of mana spread over his body. Looking at the different elemental affinity of mana surrounding his axe compared to his body, it seemed like someone else had cast a spell to protect him, but I didn't have time to question. I didn't have time to be surprised. Strength is absolute. I willed all of my mana into my right fist as I turned my body to the side to dodge his attack. I caught a glimpse of my reflection as the flat of his axe swung down. There was a euphoric, almost crazed, smile pasted on my face. I used the momentum of his attack and parried the axe down to the ground. Over the brute's shoulder, I caught sight of the country boy that beat everyone he'd sparred against, even Madame Astera. There were talks of some of the soldiers mentioning the kid was a lance. I'd scoffed at the ridiculous notion at the time, but as I stood here, just a few dozen feet away from him, and the pile of corpses strewn around him, I couldn't help but wonder if they were right. My eyes finally met his, but rather than the calm, playful expression he'd worn all through last night, his eyes were widened as he desperately mouthed something to me. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but it didn't matter. I'd ask him later. The axe wielder was still struggling to pull his weapon out from the ground when I felt a sharp, searing pain in my chest. In an instant, all of my strength and furor was snuffed out. My hands could no longer clench into fists. The ground was suddenly closer as I realized I'd fallen to my knees. I looked down at the source of my pain, only to see a gaping hole where my chest used to be. I instinctively tried to cover the hole with my hands, only to feel a burning pain spread through my palms. I pried my gaze away from my wound to a scorched crater in the ground in front of me. A spell. I lost feeling in my legs as I crumpled to the floor. My last thought as I grew sleepy and cold was how tall the blood-stained grass looked from down here. Changing tides. Arthur Lewin. I gnashed my teeth at the sight of Cedric's body falling limp on the ground. The enemy axe-wielder pried his weapon out of the ground and prepared to swing down. His arrogant sneer exposed his yellow teeth, then I saw a thin blade protruding from his gorget. As the axe-wielder's body slumped, Jonah, Cedric's friend, came into view. With a firm tug, he pulled his bloody dagger free from the body of the man he'd just stabbed, then kneeled down next to Cedric. Idiot. What are you doing in the middle of a battle? I was inclined to leave him. That's what Gray would have done. But I was reminded of last night, the talk we'd had before I went up to fight on stage, and the carefree night of drinking that had followed. I knew them hardly any better than the enemies I was facing, but the sentiments we'd briefly shared the night before, albeit half-drunk, tugged at my consciousness, nudging me to help him. With an annoyed click of my tongue, I dashed toward Jonah, who was cradling Cedric's corpse tenderly in his arms. An enemy augmenter, pulling the tip of his spear out of a soldier's head, caught sight of Jonah. Even underneath the helmet that covered much of his face, it was obvious that he was grinning at his luck. Concentrating on the ground just below his feet, I shot a stone spike at the enemy. The spear wielder narrowly avoided a fatal injury, flopping awkwardly to the ground as he clutched his bleeding side. I increased the output of mana to my body and changed course, moving toward the wounded soldier. As he lay writhing on the ground in pain, I stepped on his chest to keep him steady. Mercilessly, I drove Dawn's ballad deep into the spear wielder's breastplate and watched the light go out in his eyes. With one fluid motion, I slid my sword out and drew an arc, flinging the blood free of the blade, before stomping over to grab Jonah by the collar of his uniform. "You need to get out of here," I growled, shaking him. He looked back at me, his eyes flooded with tears. "Cedric, you're going to be okay," he mumbled, his gaze distant as he clung to the body of his half-elf companion like an infant. The sharp whistles of incoming arrows and the faint hiss of spells approaching drew my attention, but with both my arms occupied, I could only do so much. I'd been stingy in my usage of mana, against the unlikely scenario that I had to fight against one of the 4 scythes or a retainer, but if I wanted to get Jonah and Cedric to a safe place, I needed to expend more mana than I'd wanted to. Gray's voice echoed in my head, chastising me, urging me to leave them and conserve my mana for the worst-case scenario. Cursing under my breath, I knocked Jonah out with a firm punch to his solar plexus. His body spasmed from the shock I'd added to ensure that he'd be out cold as I heaved him over my shoulder and used my free arm to scoop up the half-elf's body by her waist. Under my arm, Cedric's thin corpse seemed to weigh more than Jonah's body. I couldn't do anything about her arms and blonde hair dragging on the ground, but Jonah's unconscious body seemed to take offense, his arms dangling towards her from my shoulder, as if trying to scoop her up. Ignoring the creeping desire to just drop them back on the ground, I freely released the mana I had been conserving. An intoxicating sense of power rushed out of my core, spreading through my limbs and filling me with renewed strength. Tuning out the chaotic clamor around me, I focused entirely on the mana suffusing me. Because of the rapidly spreading smoke and fire, I willed a spiraling barrier out of the air and prepared to rush them back to base. A translucent layer of mana whirled around us as the torrent of wind and stone began shaping itself into a sphere. Strengthening my body, I surged forward with the speed of a wild stallion. Immediately, I had to tighten my grip on Jonah and Cedric to keep them from falling. The barrier I'd conjured remained strong despite the arrows and spells that bombarded it, igniting sparks each time an enemy hit it. The barrier was deflecting anything that came our way, but the spell was constantly eating away my mana reserves. Thanks to the mana rotation technique I'd learned from Sylvia, though, I could recover from even a demanding spell like this in a fairly short amount of time. I plowed through the battlefield, gritting my teeth to cope with the weight of my 2 passengers as I concentrated solely on keeping the barrier active despite the intensifying attacks. My body jerked as a particularly powerful spell bombarded the sphere, but I held firm and channeled more mana into the spell. Cries echoed within the forest as the enemy soldiers ordered their subordinates to bring me down. At least with all their conjurers focused on me, Bainzy and her soldiers will have an easier time, I thought. As soon as I was clear of the main battle, I released my spell. Immediately, an augmented arrow skimmed my cheek, drawing blood, then crashed into a tree with enough force to topple it. Jonah's limp body sagged over my shoulder as I swung around to see who I was up against, still surprised by the strength of the attack. I didn't have time to look for the archer, however, as 2 more arrows already whizzed toward me. I had barely a second to react, but that would be enough. Static void. The deadly arrows were only inches away from me when I released the first phase of my dragon's will. The world grew still as even the chaotic sounds of battle were silenced. In one swift movement, I positioned my right foot on top of one arrow and bit down on the shaft of the other arrow. When I released Static Void, my neck immediately jerked from the force of the arrow in my mouth, and the arrow beneath my foot buried into the ground. Turning in my attacker's direction, I released a torrent of pure mana. For a moment, the afternoon sky grew dark as terrified birds shot from the trees and scattered across the sky, sensing the malicious intent I'd let loose. I stood there for just a second, staring at the space where I thought the enemy archer was, his arrow in my mouth, warning him what I was capable of if he got in my way. My unspoken threat seemed to have done the trick, and no more arrows or spells headed my way. Turning back, I bolted into the dense forest, making my way toward the edge of the cliff where we'd come from. "Arthur? What happened?" A voice called out as I lowered Cedri and Jonah to the ground at the edge of the encampment. I looked up to see Madame Astra, blood on her face and her once white apron. Noticing my gaze, she shook her head with a faint smile. "Don't worry, it's not my blood. I'm just helping the medics and emitters patch up some of the wounded that were brought back." I nodded. "I see. In that case, please take care of her." I pointed to Cedri, "and look after Jonah." Without waiting for the head chef's response, I turned back to the cliff, ready to head back. But something tugged at my boot. "Why? Why couldn't you have saved her like you saved me?" Jonah's hoarse voice trembled as he tightened his grip around my ankle. "I can't save every soldier in a war," I replied, unable to face him. "Liar. I bet you could have if you really wanted to. You're a lance, right? I wasn't sure until you caught that arrow with your mouth." For a second, I thought I was dreaming because the arrow stopped in mid-flight. I gritted my teeth in frustration, not at him, but at myself, and kicked my leg free from his grip. Like I said, my priority isn't to save every soldier I come across in war. We might not be known each other that long, but if Cedri was alive, there's no way she would have thought of you as just a soldier, General. There was venom lacing his voice as he emphasized my title. Spinning around, I lifted Jonah up by the scruff of his shirt once more and pulled him close. "I'm sorry for your friend, Jonah, but pull your head out of your ass. There are enemies out there stronger than you can imagine, stronger than any adventurer you've ever worshipped, and you want me to expend all my energy to save everyone here? If I do that, who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop the enemy leaders that can level a mountain with a twitch of their fingers?" The hate and blame in Jonah's eyes disappeared, replaced by guilt and sorrow as tears rolled down his cheeks. "What am I going to do?" I promised her when we were little. I was finally going to keep the promise. I was going to ask her to marry me. My chest ached at his words, twisting into knots as my breath became short and ragged. I struggled to stay composed as I stared into Jonah's grief-stricken face. "I'll take care of him, Arthur," Madame Astra whispered, pulling Jonah back by his shoulders. "Go on." I gave a curt nod and turned away from Jonah. Heading back up the cliff, my mind was clouded with thoughts of Jonah and Cedric. I had seen them spar, seen them bicker, I'd seen them laugh together, but I'd never thought much about their relationship. Damn it, I cursed as I weaved through the dense array of trees. The sounds of battle grew louder, but my thoughts were focused on Jonah's parting words. The faint whistle of an arrow snapped me back to reality. I spun out of the path of the projectile and conjured several throwing knives out of condensed ice, throwing them at the enemy archer without breaking stride. The pained grunt of the archer and the hollow thud of his body falling from the tree sounded behind me. A few feet later, a bolt of electricity crackled toward me. The spell was powerful, but by the way it branched out and weakened, I could tell the caster was inexperienced in the deviant magic. Sidestepping away, I gathered mana to the tips of my fingers once more and released the spell. Unlike my attacker's lightning, mine shot out like a bullet. However, just before my spell reached its target, a metal wall rose from the ground, deflecting the streak of lightning harmlessly into the sky where it dissipated. Annoying. I was beginning to see a pattern. For every Alacrian augmenter or conjurer fighting, there seemed to be a different conjurer whose sole duty was to protect them. The archer earlier didn't seem to have been an augmenter, which would explain why he went down so easily. Because the enemy conjurers and augmenters weren't focused on protecting themselves while fighting, their attacks were much more relentless and brash. My mood had turned sour since dropping Jonah and Cedric back at camp, and my temper grew as more and more enemies attacked. Fine. You know what? The more of you I kill, the fewer of my soldiers will die. I spat, my face a mask of wild menace. Realm Heart. Conjurers and augmenters who had been hiding now stuck out like sore thumbs as they prepared their attacks. The particles gathered around them, swirling and spinning in preparation, and it was all too clear what sort of spells they were conjuring. I needed more time to counter them. All thoughts of mana conservation were gone as I once again released the first phase of my Dragon's Will. The world froze once more, and I quickly assessed the spells needed to counter the attacks of 12 different enemies. 3 blasts of fire, a barrage of sharpened rocks, augmented arrows, a lightning spell, condensed bullets of water, and a spell to draw my feet into the ground and immobilize me. Easy enough, I murmured. As I had thought, conjuring the barrier to save Jonah had drawn a lot of attention. Seconds ticked away inside the suspended realm of static void. My body felt heavier, but I didn't care. This was nothing. As soon as I was ready, I released static void and retaliated. Immediately, spells detonated from all around me, a cacophony of screams and wails mixed in as well. Enemy and ally soldiers alike looked around, confused by this sudden explosion. As I heaved out a breath, I smiled in satisfaction. Rather than canceling the enemy's spells by using mana interpretation as Lady Mar had taught me, I had overloaded the Alacrian soldier's spells, causing a deadly backfire. How's that, Jonah? Are you satisfied? I fumed. Arthur, called a clear voice from behind me. Looking over my shoulder, I spotted Captain Glory. She wore a hardened expression, and her 2 long swords dripped with blood. Her hair had come loose from its ties and was caked with mud and dried blood, and her armor wasn't any better off, but there was still a fire raging in her eyes. You look like crap, Vainsy. She scowled in mock outrage. That's not something you say to a woman, even during war. I'll keep that in mind, I said, managing a pained smile. Did you do that? Vainsy asked, looking around. I nodded. I was testing something. Testing something during battle? You never change, she said, eyeing me thoughtfully. Do you think you can do it again? Probably, I answered. Suddenly, Sylvie's thoughts poured into my head. Arthur, I'm coming back. There was a flood of emotions laced together with her message: worry, desperation, and fear. What happened? Did you find something already? I sent back to my bond, her emotions affecting mine. No, I had to stop midway. She was silent for a moment, but there was a grim sense of foreboding that made my heart beat faster until she spoke again. Someone is headed your way. Arthur, he's strong. Why I'm here. My heartbeat quickened and my palms grew slick with sweat as Sylvie's emotions leaked into mine, but I had no time to rest. With their conjurers and archers nearby sustaining serious injuries, the enemy augmenters and soldiers were quick to approach us. We got some headed our way. Don't get cold feet on me now, Vainsy quipped. Her light-hearted tone didn't suit the screaming and clashing of weapons resounding in the background. Cold feet? I've been taking the brunt of attacks from their conjurers and archers, trying to establish a pattern in their attacks, I answered, just as an Alacrian soldier reached us. I drew Dawn's ballad, parried a wild thrust, and drove its sharp blade through the breastplate of an enemy soldier in one swift motion. Is that how you were able to set off those explosions just now? Vainsy asked as she dodged a crushing blow from a large warhammer wielded by a brutish fighter who stood at least a foot taller than her. It was compelling watching my former professor fight up close without holding back. Her fighting style, combined with her unique utilization of both earth and fire to conjure glass, produced an array of glimmering attacks. By creating a layer of sharpened glass around her swords to extend her reach, she was able to cleave through enemies several yards away. No, that was something else. I shifted slightly, letting a spear point move past me as the charging soldier behind it impaled himself on my sword. Vainsy, we should end this battle soon, or at least take it away from here. You say that as if we were. Vainsy ducked, narrowly avoiding the head of an axe, purposely prolonging the battle. I swung Dawn's ballad, sending a sharp crescent of wind at her attacker. With a sharp hiss, blood splurted out from the barrel-chested Alacrian's unprotected neck. He was only able to gurgle wetly before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide and frantic as his hands pressed down on his fatal injury. We appeared to have a moment's reprieve from the fighting, so I turned to Vainsy and put one hand on her shoulder. My tone grew stern as I replied, I'll admit my priorities may have been a bit different until now, but we're out of time. Take the battle elsewhere, anywhere away from here. Her forehead creased. What's going on? There's someone coming, someone as strong as, if not stronger than, me. Get everyone away from here so they don't get caught in our crossfire. The furrows on Vainsy's brow deepened. Our? You can't mean. I nodded gravely. This is why I'm here, in case something like this happened. Get everyone away from here. I know you're strong. I can't fathom how strong you actually are, but damn it, that doesn't mean you can't use anyone's help. I remained silent, knowing with absolute certainty that Vainsy would die if she stayed to help me in the coming battle, but unwilling to say it out loud. Shit, she said under her breath, surveying the battlefield. She looked back at me resolutely a moment later. Fine, but you better come back alive, or I'll pull you out of hell myself just to send you back. I promise. Vainsy took a step back and saluted me as torch swooped down from the sky. The captain jumped onto the flare hawk and bellowed, Dicathans. Retreat. Just like that, the tide of battle shifted. Vainsy flew overhead, rallying her men who might not have heard, but already our soldiers had begun edging back, defending themselves from our enemies as best they could. I couldn't just watch as our soldiers withdrew, however. I threw myself back into the fray, holding back as many of the pursuing forces as one man could. There were far too many, however, for me to stop them all. It's okay, I told myself. The Alacrian soldiers weren't the real problem. Vainsy's and Captain Otter's divisions were going to have to manage. As the battle moved away from me, I put away Dawn's ballad and made my way toward the edge of the clearing. Jumping up onto a tree, I conjured a cushion of wind underneath my feet and made my way southward, hopping from one branch to another. Just beyond the clearing, the orderly trees, evenly spaced and maintained by woodcutters from the nearby town, became wilder and denser. There were large trees strewn below, fallen in storms. The harsh winter had stripped away much of their bark, but, judging by the thin layer of frost on the untouched ground, the Alacrian army hadn't passed by here when they'd made their way up. The only sound around me was the rustling of leaves and the occasional snapping of branches from the wildlife. "Sylvie, are you there? How close are you?" My repeated attempts at establishing contact with my bond were met with only silence. She was either too far away, which shouldn't be the case, or intentionally ignoring me. "Aren't you a cute boy? Could it be that you're lost?" I flinched at the unfamiliar voice that rang in my head, nearly falling off the branch I was perched on. Scanning quickly to the left and right, I tried to locate the source of the sound. I wanted to move, but my body was frozen with a tangible fear. A deep sense of dread crept up like a rising tide, slowly but surely, as I surveyed the area. Even with augmented vision and hearing, I couldn't find her. Yet I knew she was there, her high, grating voice still scratched the insides of my ears. "Are you, perhaps, looking for little ol' me?" Her shrill voice screeched inside my head like a coarse blade being dragged against ice. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. My mind knew she was intentionally intimidating me, but my body couldn't help but fall victim to her tactic. Her voice seemed to come from all around me and, at the same time, within me. My limbs stiffened and my heart beat hard enough to break out of my ribcage. Struggling to maintain control, I bit down on my lower lip. As the pain and metallic taste of blood washed over my tongue, freeing me from the hold of her killing intent, I immediately activated Relheart. The dull browns and whites of the end of winter scenery washed into shades of gray, the only speckles of color radiating from the mana around me. Unable to see any sources of mana fluctuation, I began to doubt what I'd heard. No, I wanted to doubt what I'd heard. But then a flicker of light whizzed past the corner of my eye like a green shadow. It was almost impossible to follow the shadow's movement, but if I kept my eyes unfocused, I could catch glimpses of it. The green shadow stopped. It looked like she was inside the trunk of a tree about 30 feet away. "Sharp eyes, little boy. Sharp eyes." She moved once more, inhabiting one tree after another, using branches as if they were tunnels and leaving behind traces of sickly green mana. My eyes darted, trying to follow her movement. Her cackling laughter echoed in the thick forest. "Your eyes look like they're spinning, dear," she teased, her shrill voice just as ear-splitting out loud as it was in my head. "Am I here?" she asked, sounding farther away this time. "How about here?" Her grating voice sounded to my left. She let out a childish giggle. "Maybe I'm here." Her voice seemed to grow more distant. Was she trying to avoid me? "I could be over there," she taunted once more, her voice coming from several yards away to my right. "Or I could be right here." Suddenly, an arm shot out from inside the tree I was perched on. I had no time to react as her hand gripped my neck, spreading a searing pain across my throat. I was lifted into the air, held by my neck, as the source of the shrill voice came out of the tree. I gripped her bone-pale arm, splotched with discolored marks, and tried to break free from her hold. She was wearing a sparkling black dress that accentuated her tall and sickly thin frame. I could practically see her ribs through the thin piece of fabric, which would have looked elegant had it been worn by any other woman. I struggled to lift my gaze high enough to see her face, but what stared back at me was a ceramic mask masterfully drawn with a doll-like face. Long, scraggly black hair was pulled into 2 ponytails behind her head, each with a bow tied at the end. "My, what a handsome young boy you are," she whispered from behind her mask, the drawn eyes looking straight at me. Like a bolt of electricity, a shiver shot down my spine at her words, making me struggle harder. My neck felt like it was being branded, the burning pain almost unbearable. Fighting to hold on to the last of my consciousness, I willed mana into my palms. With Rel heart still active, I could physically see the specks of blue mana gathering around my hands, turning into a shimmering white as I formed a spell. Tightening my grip around her wrist, I released my spell, Absolute Zero. She immediately let go of my neck and pulled her arm away from my grasp. Upon release, I fell from the tree, crashing through a hollow log on the ground. "The little puppy has a bit of a bite," she reprimanded me from atop the tree. I hurriedly got back up onto my feet, ignoring the burning pain still radiating through my neck, but the woman was already in front of me, looking down at me through the small eye holes of her mask. Her right arm was discolored and swollen from where I had briefly touched her with the spell. She shook her head. "No matter. I'll just have to be a bit more strict in your training." I involuntarily took a step back. She had no intention of killing me. She just wanted me as some sort of pet. "What's your name, my dear?" she whispered, looking away as she buried her right arm inside the tree behind her. "My mother told me not to talk to strangers, especially ones as strange as yourself," I answered, wincing from the pain as I gingerly touched the wound on my neck. Usually, thanks to assimilating with Sylvia's will, I'd have already felt my body healing, but the injury she had inflicted was different. "Not to worry. We'll get acquainted soon enough," she replied, pulling her arm back out of the tree. The marks from my spell seemingly vanished. But the tree she'd put her arm into now had a gaping hole in it, as if someone had branded it with acid. She took long strides, her scar-marked legs sinking into the ground as if she were wading through water. "Unfortunately, we don't have much time. I have tasks to finish." "Any chance that you'd willingly be this beautiful lady's slave?" I drew Dawn's ballad from my dimension ring. "Sorry, I'll have to refuse." "They always do." The bony woman sighed dramatically as she shook her head. "That's all right. Breaking the will of a disobedient slave is half the fun." As she said the final words, mana the color of rotted seaweed began gathering beneath my feet. Immediately, I jumped back, just in time to avoid a cluster of murky hands that shot out from the ground. The humanoid arms of mana clawed the air before corroding and shriveling back into nothing. The woman tilted her head, but I couldn't see her expression through her disturbing mask. Through Rel heart, I could sense that these spells, much like Tesha's, had a similar attribute to wood, but every spell this creature conjured left a mark of corrosion. I slid my fingers down my burning neck, wondering what I'd see in my reflection. More of the murky green mana gathered around my mysterious enemy, but before she had the chance to finish her spell, I sent a stone spike shooting up from the ground beside her. The earthen spear dissolved the moment it made contact with her. "You're just prolonging the inevitable, my dear," she cooed in that high, grating voice that made me want to claw my ears off. She raised both arms, conjuring more pools of mana on the ground and the trees around me, only visible to me because of my unique vision. My first thought was that I should conserve mana during this battle. Then I realized, for the first time in a long while, that I had no reason to hold back. Most likely, she was either a retainer or a scythe, one of the key enemies against whom I had spent years training to fight in the land of Azuras. Breaking open the metaphoric wall I had built to control my mana, I felt it pour out of my core in a rush. The once dim runes that ran down my arms and back glowed brightly, clearly visible even through the thick mantle I wore over my undershirt. Particles of mana in blue, red, green, and yellow flowed from my body while the mana in my vicinity swirled and gathered, drawn to me like moths to a flame. "Looks like I found someone special," the woman effused as she crossed her raised arms, invoking her spell. Dozens of vine-like appendages erupted from the ground and shot out from the trunks and branches of nearby trees. My expression remained calm, her imposing intent no longer affecting me, as the disfigured mana hands reached for me with their spindly fingers. A small crater formed in the ground below my feet as I dashed toward the slender witchwoman, ignoring her spell. I ducked and swayed, dodging the vine-like hands that followed my movement, never breaking my stride as I reached the witch. Yet the woman didn't even flinch, confident in the aura that had dissolved my earlier spell. "Absolute zero," I whispered, coalescing the spell completely around my body. The spell's effect was instant. The murky green hands froze whenever they came within a foot or so of my body, transforming the area around me into a nightmarish landscape of horrific statues. My first instinct was to swing Dawn's Ballad, but I was afraid that my sword would be destroyed like the stone spear, so I took one last step, coming to stand just in front of her, and willed the aura of ice to form into a claw-like gauntlet around my left hand, as the augmenter had done back at the start of my earlier battle. As my spell collided with her aura, a cloud of steam rose up with a hiss, blocking my vision. It only took one breath for me to realize that the steam was toxic. My reaction was immediate, and I fell to my knees in a fit of coughing as both my innards and skin began burning. The toxic gas surrounding me had already melted a lot of my clothes, exposing my arms, and it was the fading of now exposed the golden runes that snapped me out of my daze. The runes, imparted to me by Sylvia, the very symbol of how this had all started, pulled me out of the cold grip of darkness. I promptly created a small vacuum to suck the toxins out of my searing lungs. It helped, but with no air to breathe and the oxygen from my lungs sucked out, I was left with just a matter of seconds before I blacked out. As toxic as it was, the fog at least concealed me from the witch's eyes. She was probably assuming I had fainted by now, or worse, so I used that opportunity. Locating her mana signature, I fought to stay conscious and waited for the right moment. The seconds seemed like hours, reminding me of the time I'd spent with my consciousness in the ether orb before she finally drew close enough. While she shouldn't be able to sense the mana fluctuation around me from the effects of Mirage Walk, I could only pray that she wouldn't be able to see the dim glow of my sword. With the last bit of my energy, I triggered Static Void, stopping time around me as I exploded to my feet and struck her with Dawn's Ballad. My sword crackled as it tore through space, imbued with a gleaming white lightning that seemed almost holy as I released time just before my blade made contact with her face. The force of my swing dispersed the cloud of acid covering us both, but even without looking I knew I'd somehow missed my target. I shuddered as my gaze fell to the blade in my hand, or rather, what was left of it. The tip of Dawn's Ballad, forged by an Azura, had been corroded flat, and an inch of the teal blade was gone. Then, spotting the faint trace of blood on my blade, I shifted my gaze to the witch. I could only see the point of her sharp chin. Her head was thrown back, a thin trail of blood rolling down the side of her neck. The entire forest seemed to hold a fearful breath, broken only by the sound of her mask shattering on the forest floor below. A lance's battle. Where's my mask? The witch had realized her face was now bare, and her hands fumbled over it, though she kept it turned away from my line of sight. My mask. I need my mask, she kept repeating. She tore at her unruly black mane, clawing at her ponytails and using her undone hair as a curtain to cover her face. She kneeled on the ground, muttering as she gathered the small shards of her shattered mask. I breathed raggedly and slowly inched away, fearful of what she might do next. I had used Static Void with Realm Heart activated, and in return, the tip of my sword was now gone. The thatch of unruly black hair that fell over her face rustled as she began fitting the broken pieces together in a desperate attempt to make them whole. Then she clutched the pile she had so desperately gathered, clawing the ground along with it. My mask, she screeched, gripping at the shards until her hands bled. Watching the particles of mana congregating to form a murky green aura around her, I had no time to think. The faint purple particles of ether started vibrating as I activated static void once more. Ignoring my body's protests, I rushed forward to strike the witch before the corroding aura completely enveloped her again. With time stopped, I could close the gap without fear that she would be able to react to me, but on this attempt, I wouldn't be able to utilize the mana in the atmosphere as I had done before, only the meager reserves in my core. Jagged vines of white crackled around the teal blade of my sword as I advanced on the witch. My spell was considerably weaker now, however, and a sense of doubt began creeping up inside me. I released static void just as the flattened tip of my sword buried itself in the opening in the green aura, just above her left knee. The familiar sensation of metal piercing through flesh was accompanied by the crackle of electricity spreading through the witch's body. Yet the blood that leaked from her wound wasn't the same red that came from her hands and neck, but rather a muddy green. The site where the wound should have been hissed as the murky green blood began congealing around Dawn's ballad. As the witch raised her gaze from the ground, her thick, wiry hair parted, revealing what she had been so desperately trying to hide. I tugged at Dawn's ballad, wanting nothing more than to retreat. It wasn't just her gnarled skin, which looked more aged than the bark of the centuries-old trees surrounding us, or the two narrow slits between her sunken cheeks. It wasn't even her thin leathery lips, darker than her hair, or her jagged yellow-stained teeth. It was her blood-curdling stare, radiating from a ghoulish pair of misshapen eyes, that filled me with a sense of dread. Unlike any monster or beast I'd faced since coming to this world, the dark hollow eyes, which seemed like they had been gouged out and shoved back deep inside her skull, made me wonder if this was the sort of demon that spawned from the depths of hell. "Now that you've seen me in this state, I'm afraid I can't keep you as a pet," she muttered, nearly whispering as she gripped my sword with one of her bloody hands. I winced involuntarily as she spoke. My mind spun as I tried feebly to pull Dawn's ballad out of her grasp, trying to figure out what to do in this situation. I tore my gaze away from her terrifying stare and watched in despair as her aura enveloped almost her whole body. Unable to muster up the strength to trigger static void again, I looked down at my legs. I could still hear Lady Myers' voice warning me not to use burst up. Glancing up, I saw the murky green clouds spread slowly until only faint gaps the width of a feather were left. I made my decision. Letting go of my precious sword, I drew a shuddering breath, bracing myself for the pains soon to come. Like the pistons of an engine from my old world, mana burst into specific muscles in rapid procession, the timing precise down to the span of a millisecond, and I flashed from my original position almost instantly. I gritted my teeth against the mind-numbing pain. It felt like the bones in my lower body were slowly smoldering in a fire, and stabbed my hand through the faint chasm in her aura. Even with absolute zero coalesced around my hand, the deteriorating effects of her defenses seeped into my flesh when I made contact with her skin. The witch growled in pain as she tried to pull herself away, but my grip around her right arm stayed strong. The skin of my bare hand soon became red and painful as more and more layers of flesh began to corrode. However, the effects of my spell were beginning to show, so I knew it was working. Her right arm, which had been gripping my sword, impaled in her left thigh, turned a dark, sickly color. Unlike naturally occurring frostbite, which would begin in the fingers, her arm had begun to freeze from where I was gripping her. The layers of skin and tissues had frozen, and she could no longer move her arm. Before the effects of absolute zero could spread to her body, the witch slashed down at her frozen arm with her other hand, tearing the limb completely from the shoulder. A sharp, burning pain spread through my hand, a reminder of the injury I had sustained in exchange for her severed arm. The limb shattered like glass when I dropped it on the ground. I wasn't sure whether or not it was a good thing, but the wound on my hand looked worse than it felt. Almost as if my left hand had been dipped in a vat of acid, yellow pus formed on the raw flesh of my hand, and a surge of pain went through me with even the slightest twitch. Ripping a piece of cloth from the end of my mantle, I gently wrapped it around my injured hand, keeping my jaw clenched against the pain throughout the entire process. "How dare you?" the witch snarled. With a deranged fire in her hollow green eyes, she tore off chunks of her thick black hair to reveal a small stump just above her forehead. "I am a Vritra. I'll make sure you feel the consequences of making a lady go through such disgrace," she screamed while she ripped off more of her mangled hair. "I'll melt your limbs off and keep you as a trophy. I'll cut off your tongue and feed you through a tube so you can only dream about dying." "Oh!" "You'll have to be at least a scythe to even think about doing that," I huffed, hoping she'd take the bait. "A scythe?" "A scythe," she howled, hobbling toward a nearby tree, Dawn's ballad still impaled in her left knee. "I'll wipe that condescending woman off the face of Alacria and take her place. Just because she's a little attractive and her grunts fawn over her, she thinks she's better than me? I'll show her how degrading it is to be her retainer." Remembering how the witch had healed her hand earlier by submerging it inside a tree, I ignored the shrieks of protest from my legs and rushed to her. She swung her remaining arm, releasing another gust of the smoke that had nearly melted my lungs. I activated Burst Step once more, dodging the poisonous smoke and closing the gap between us in a blink. Tendrils of black lightning coiled around my right arm. Rather than attempting to break through her corroding aura and risk mutilating my other hand, I gripped the handle of my sword, which was still embedded in her thigh. The sword acted as a conductor, and the branches of electricity coiled down it and into the witch's body. Her limbs immediately stiffened and jerked in a fit of convulsions from the current of lightning passing through her body. I could see her trying to fight back, but I became hopeful as her hollow eyes went dim. Despite the spasms jolting her thin frame, there was still strength in her when her glossy eyes slowly came back into focus. The witch's gnarled face cracked like dry soil as splotches of charred skin spread over her body. "Please, just die," I pleaded in my head. My decreasing mana reserves were making me fear for the possibility of backlash. Suddenly, I was wrenched back from the witch. As if I had been prodded by an iron brand, a searing pain radiated from my shoulder, and I was sent tumbling back on the ground. Without looking back, I coated my hand in an icy aura and reached over my shoulder to pry off the fingers of mana she had conjured. The witch was once again desperately trying to reach a nearby tree, just a few feet away, so I conjured an earthen wall. Despite the thick wall surrounding her, she pressed on, staggering but unfaltering. Despite her apparent weakness, the green aura that surrounded her still managed to easily dissolve the wall. I knew I had no choice but to rely on Burst Step once more to keep her from healing her wounds. Then a wonderfully familiar voice rang in my head. "Arthur!" Sylvie cried, just as I saw her shadow ripple across the forest floor. "Perfect timing," I replied, my voice sounding strained even in my head. Gathering up as much mana as my body would allow without succumbing to the harsh effects of backlash, I conjured a torrent of wind underneath the witch's feet. "Catch!" I roared and sent my opponent spiraling up into the air toward my bond. Sylvie immediately dived to grasp the witch in her long claws. In her weakened state, the witch's aura had little effect on the dragon's tough hide. Sylvie's armored scales protected her long enough for her to soar up into the sky. The two of them were lost in the clouds, but still Sylvie carried the Vritra higher. "She's lost consciousness," Sylvie stated, the mental transmission sounding distant and muffled. "Drop her here," I transmitted from my spot on the ground. "I'll do a little more than drop," she sent with a growl. After meditating a bit longer for one last spell, I struggled up to my feet, my trembling legs barely keeping me standing. Raising my good arm, I converged mana to form the head of a spear. The runes on my arms flickered and dimmed but remained, helping me utilize as much of the mana in the atmosphere as possible. I could feel the temperature drop as the spear of ice expanded to the size of a tree. I steadily condensed the ice until the crude pike that I'd conjured took shape, a mighty lance large enough to be wielded by a titan. The lance continually changed, further refining itself as I condensed and molded it with the surrounding mana. Feeling my legs beginning to give out, I quickly raised the ground around me to support them, planting me to the ground in an earthen splint. I compressed and sharpened the spell so that the spear of ice, once the size of a tree, was now just a few feet taller than me. Suspended in the air, it glimmered like the sky during the aurora constellate. The taste of metal filled my mouth as blood trickled down my chin, my body warning me of the wretched state I was in. Moments later, I caught sight of the witch. The once mighty Vritra, who had seemed almost untouchable, was hurtling down like a meteor fragment. Sylvie must have thrown her, judging by the speed at which she was plummeting toward me. It took only the span of a few heartbeats for her to be close enough that I could calculate where she'd land. The Vritra's mangled body plummeted right into the tip of my spear, impacting with the force of a catapult stone. It took all my remaining energy to hold the form of the spear together as it buried itself into the witch's body. The earthen brace collapsed, and I slumped to the ground at the same instant that the witch struck the earth. Shattered rocks and splinters of wood bombarded me as a thunderous explosion resounded throughout the forest, shaking every tree in the vicinity. I fell in and out of consciousness as I tumbled across the ground, blown away by the ferocity of her impact, my body barreling through old logs and branches and whatever else was on the forest floor, until the trunk of a large tree finally stopped me. "Hang on, Papa," Sylvie cried. "I thought it was beneath you to call me Papa," I managed, my consciousness faltering. She remained silent, but I could feel the rampant emotions leaking out of her: desperation, guilt, anger, sorrow. My perception of time was unreliable, and I couldn't tell how long it had taken Sylvie to arrive, but suddenly I realized she was by my side, her large black snout hovering over me. Her translucent yellow eyes were lined with tears as she slowly opened her jaw. She let out a soft breath, but rather than air, a shimmering mist of purple enveloped me. The cacophony of pains all over my body soon dulled as the soothing mist seeped into me. "Vivam," I muttered weakly. "Don't talk," she scolded as she continued healing me. "Just like your grandmother." I managed a weak smile. "For such a scary-looking dragon, your powers turned out be rather docile." A faint sense of amusement sparked in her at my comment. "If you have the energy for such lame humor, I'm sure you'll be fine." "Of course. Who do you think I am?" A rash and idiotic child with no sense of self-preservation, she grunted as she closed her jaw. "I warned you of the enemy coming your way, yet you still decided it was necessary to fight her on your own." A fit of strained coughs racked my body as I reached out to stroke my bond snout. "I'm sorry. At least it's over. It is over, right?" "See for yourself," Sylvie said aloud, the gentle, mellow timbre of her voice soothing after the witch's shrieks. Using my elbow, I propped myself up on the base of the tree I had collided with, and my bond moved to the side. Less than 50 feet away was a crater the size of a home, a thin layer of dust still apparent. In the center of the large depression was the spear of ice buried halfway into the ground. The witch's lifeless body lay dangling in the air, the spear impaled straight through her chest. Steam still hissed from the witch's corpse as her corrosive skin tried to eat away at the ice, but to no avail. She was dead. "Pinnacle's height. Captain Jarna's otter." "Ulrich," I whispered, signaling him to move out left as I crouched down low behind a fallen log. The massive augmenter silently gathered his small team of 5 mages, and they began making their way through the dense trees. "Briar." I tilted my head in the direction of the small path to our right, signaling for him and his troops to come with me. Briar nodded in reply as he unsheathed both of his serrated daggers. The well-built augmenter quickly navigated through the dense forest, his stride long and confident. I followed at the rear of the quiet procession, my fingers anxiously positioned on the grip of my artifact, ready to strike. I'd come to be thankful for the frigid gale that constantly howled through the trees, tearing through the branches and stripping their foliage. It served to cover the sound of our footsteps as we made our way deeper into the forest. Clearings were frequent, but I navigated my troops away from them, lest we be exposed to this great danger Captain Glory had warned me about. I suppressed the urge to scoff at her ridiculousness, believing the words of a teen who had somehow snaked his way into being a lance. He'd probably made up the story about this powerful foe so he could escape by himself to avoid battle. I'll apprehend him on sight if I catch him running away, I thought. Perhaps my role in driving off the Alacrian forces and capturing the rogue lance will earn me a well-deserved promotion. I'd grudgingly followed Captain Glory when she abruptly started ordering her troops to retreat. It had been a mistake to so blindly trust her judgment. After Captain Glory had informed me of what that lance had instructed her to do, I immediately turned my troops back. She had some nerve to throw away the battle and risk bringing the entire fight to the cooks and medics back at the encampment, but I was not her subordinate. The battle had become chaotic after the troops started retreating, leaving only my men to fight. However, taking advantage of the fact that the Alacrians tried to go after the retreating troops, it was easy for my soldiers to subdue many of the preoccupied enemy forces. Better yet, Captain Glory had received her consequences for such poor judgment in battle. She'd sustained a sizable injury to her side that left me in charge of both allied forces. I used my expertise as a commander to quickly mesh together the disjointed troops, and we resumed the fight until an explosion sounded just a bit south of the battleground. Unexpectedly, the enemy leaders began ordering their men to fall back, giving us a remarkable victory. The sound of my cheering troops filled me with a sense of satisfaction and reminded me of what it meant to be a figure of power. Resuming my duties as the acting general in charge of both divisions, I ordered every able-bodied soldier to retrieve an ally's body and head back to camp. I also ordered the capture of any Alacrian soldiers found alive, so they could be interrogated later. I had wanted to go straight to the council and debrief them on what had happened here, but Captain Glory stopped me. She suspected that the explosion had something to do with the boy Lance and the foe he was supposedly fighting, and wanted me to take some troops to see what happened. If not for the possibility of apprehending the boy and bringing him in for punishment for running away in the midst of battle, and the chance to take his place as a lance, I would have refused. Perhaps the deities were finally rewarding me for my service to King Glader and, now, the entirety of Dicathan. I would achieve the pinnacle of power in this continent. The further south we trekked, the more careful we had to be with our footsteps. As the sun set, mist began pooling between the thick trunks of the trees, obscuring the ground even directly below us. Of more concern than the possibility of an imagined foe, I wanted to catch the boy off guard. Accidentally snapping a twig might make him run and complicate the task. My sources up in the council's castle told me Arthur had not accepted the artifact granted to each of the lances to enhance their powers. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake for me to be careless. However much of a coward he might be, the boy was still a lance after all. Briar, my right-hand man, stopped and wordlessly motioned for me to come. Walking past the soldiers in his unit, I arrived at what seemed to have once been a tree. Looking at the dark sludge pooled in the center of the tree trunk, I reached out to touch it, but Briar swatted my hand away. My eyes narrowed as I shot my subordinate a glance, but Briar merely shook his head, unstrapped a spare knife from his thigh, and dipped it into the puddle. With a faint hiss, the blade of the knife completely dissolved in a matter of mere seconds. Shifting my gaze to the rest of the tree, which seemed to have toppled over fairly recently, I pointed to it, wordlessly asking Briar if he thought this acid was what caused it. Briar nodded in reply, and we continued our trek until one of his men, a woman, actually pointed out a few more trees with the same corrosion in the middle of their trunks. Some trees were still standing, the acid making only a small hole, while others were melted down to the roots. A sharp snap from above caused us all to immediately whirl toward the sound. The woman swiftly nocked an arrow on her bow and fired. The arrow struck the source of the sound, a branch. Letting out the breath I hadn't meant to hold, I studied the branch that had fallen, realizing that parts of it had been corroded by the same acid on the trees. I shot a menacing glare at the archer, who immediately dipped her head apologetically. Incompetent. I signaled for everyone to continue, but stayed close to the rear of the team in case anything were to happen. Though the winds continued to buffet the trees around us, the forest was eerily quiet. There was no scuttering of nearby animals, and I had yet to hear the call of a single bird. It was almost as if the inhabitants of the forest had all run for their lives. Suddenly a pained scream pierced the silence. We stopped again as everyone looked toward me for guidance. From the deep timbre of the scream, it sounded like Ulrich, but was it really worth giving our position away if he had already been caught? Whether it was the lance or the supposed enemy he was facing, the element of surprise was one of our only advantages. Breyer, who had been close friends with Ulrich since long before he joined my division as a head, stared at me with knitted brows. His eyes seemed to be asking me to let him go, but I motioned for him to wait. I separated our team of 5 into 2 groups, with Breyer in the team of 3, and the archer staying by my side. Then we fanned out and slowly made our way toward the sound of Ulrich's scream. The density of the trees dwindled as we approached a large clearing, with more and more signs of the acid evident around us. The ground beneath us abruptly dipped, almost causing us to tumble downhill into a mysterious fog that grew thicker as we got closer to the glade. With the archer covering me and Breyer and his group a few paces ahead to my left, I unclipped the handle of my artifact, Stormcrow, and imbued mana to transform it into a mighty halberd. With the ghastly green mist blocking our view and the ground uneven below, I suppressed the temptation to turn back, keeping my thoughts fixed on my goal of becoming a lance. I raised my arm, then, holding up 3 fingers, I silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. With a roar, Breyer slashed out with his serrated daggers, unleashing a torrent of sharp gales to dissipate the potentially dangerous mist. What in the... My will to fight all but vanished as the green fog cleared. Stormcrow nearly slipped out of my loosened fingers as we all stood and stared, jaws slack, at the scene just a few yards ahead. We had unknowingly stumbled on the edge of a massive crater. In the center stood an enormous and awe-inspiring spear that made my priceless artifact, handed down through my family for generations, look like a used toothpick. Impaled on it was what seemed to be a lanky imp-like fiend. The ground sizzled underneath the suspended monster, the same murky acid dripping from its grotesque body. A faint hiss sounded from the green fog continuously spewing from the gaping wound, but it was undoubtedly dead. Perhaps the only thing more striking than that scene was the sight of the obsidian dragon so casually sleeping next to the boy slumped against a tree on the other side of the crater, a boy who could be none other than Arthur. If it hadn't been for the fact that I had seen the dragon when Arthur was first knighted as a lance, the fear currently gripping at my chest might have just squeezed the life out of my heart. For a second, I thought the boy and his bond had both died during the fight, but the steady rise and fall of the dragon's body said otherwise. I pried my gaze from the black dragon to see Ulrich on the ground on the other side of the crater. His troops, -1, were huddled around him, nursing the stumps where his left arm and leg used to be. Perhaps the boy died in battle, I thought, hopeful. I assessed the situation as best I could from this distance. It was hard to see the state of the boy from here, but by the ragged breathing of the imposing beast beside him, it was safe to say they both had incurred some kind of damage. I loosened my grip on Stormbro. Retrieved the general's body. Breyer signaled for one of his men to go forward, then Ulrich, who'd now spotted us, flailed his remaining arm. "Don't!" Ulrich and his troop screamed, but Briar's subordinate had already leaped into the crater to make his way to the other side where Arthur was. As Briar's man dashed past the lanky fiend, a murky tentacle erupted from its body and clamped onto his ankle. The soldier howled in pain, but rather than pulling at him, the tentacle severed his mana-protected foot, sending him tumbling down toward the center of the crater. The soldier's arm landed in the puddle of green sludge. Almost immediately, the acid worked its way through his armor and flesh until not even bone was left. The soldier, still shrieking in agony, pulled away from caustic substance, but the tentacle wrapped itself around his legs and dragged the rest of his body into the puddle. We stood there, horrified and silent, the only sounds coming from the acid working through the soldier's body and the archer retching behind me. "Don't go near the monster," Ulrich huffed, his voice labored from pain. "The general said it won't attack if you keep your distance." "What is going on?" I roared, losing my composure. "Give me a report." "We don't exactly know, Captain," one of Ulrich's troops sputtered. "We sensed mana fluctuations nearby, so we scouted around the area. Then Head Ulrich and Espen slipped and fell down into the crater. Head Ulrich was able to make it out, but Espen—" "Is that monster still alive?" I asked, taking a step back in case another tentacle sprouted out of its body. "No, it's not." I whipped my head around toward the source of the hoarse voice. The boy was now awake. "You." I raised Stormrow, pointing it at Arthur. "Did you have anything to do with this?" The lance's hard eyes, his irises nearly glowing with an azure radiance, focused on me from beneath his auburn bangs. "With the death of that retainer?" "Yes." His gaze remained harsh, his voice even. "With your soldiers' deaths?" "No." "That would be because that thing's automatic defense spells are still active even after she's died." I could feel my cheeks burning in embarrassment. The boy was talking to me as if I was a fool. "Why didn't you help them, then, or warn us?" "I'm sorry. Did you want me to put up a caution sign?" the boy mocked. "Quite frankly, I'm having a hard time staying conscious, let alone warning mages who obviously didn't want to be found. General Leyen, you were under suspicion for fleeing in battle, but now that this new information has come to light, we'll ask that you come with us so we can take you to the council for further questioning," I announced, afraid to take even a single step, despite Ulrich's reassurance. But the boy remained seated against the tree. "I'll go to the castle on my own accord. Right now, I have other matters to attend to," he replied. "I'm afraid that's not possible, General," I said through gritted teeth. "Information on the enemy leaders is crucial. The council needs to be informed at once." Gathering my wits, I started to make my way toward the boy, steering clear of the tentacle's reach, when the obsidian dragon's eyes shot open, freezing every one of us in our tracks. Its shimmering topaz gaze bored directly into me, making my body shrivel reflexively. The dragon's eyes contained a ferocity and wisdom that made every mana beast I had bested seem like a plush doll. "Take another step if you wish to lose your head," the dragon rumbled, baring its fangs. "Aye, it speaks," Briar cried out, stepping back in fear. Gripping Stormcrow's handle tighter to suppress my instinctive desire to retreat, I replied, "My apologies, mighty dragon. We have no intention of hurting your master. We simply wish to bring him safely to the council and see to it that his wounds are treated." The dragon huffed out air from its snout, almost as if it scoffed at my words. "My promise still stands, Captain. Take another step." "Enough," Arthur cut in as he leaned against the dragon to get to his feet. He came toward me with slow steps, but clearly had no intention of stopping. He was tall for one his age, standing just a few inches over me, but it felt as though he were somehow towering over me. Unconsciously, I stepped out of his path as he walked past me without a single word and made his way down to the center of the crater where the tentacle had killed one of my soldiers. I cursed in my head, not at him, but at myself for being so ignorant. Only now did I begin to realize the gap between me and this boy. I stood silently as he trudged carefully down the sloping ground. He came in range of the corroding vine, which seemed to be made of some mysterious mana, but the tentacle simply froze and shattered on contact. The boy approached that puddle, capable of melting even armor and bone, and casually placed a foot over it. The acid froze into a solid state, and the boy stepped on it and reached up toward the monster. He pulled out a worn teal sword and said, "Sylvie, let's go." The obsidian dragon beat its wings, creating a surge of wind below it. The dragon hovered over its master and lowered its tail for him to grab onto. Mounted atop the mighty beast, the boy sheathed his sword and peered down at me, his look harsh and disapproving. Get Captain Glory or someone else capable to take the retainer's corpse to the council. There was a sharp sting to his words that I would have punished anyone else for, but I held my tongue. The fear still lingering in me, and the overwhelmingly imposing pressure that he radiated as he gave his instructions, made me lose all the remaining confidence I had. He truly was a lance. I sheathed my weapon and dropped to one knee. "Yes, General." Covert. Nico, Cecilia, and I remained silent as we sat around the shoddy patio table, staring at the words printed on the fabric-like sheet of paper in our hands. We got in," I finally muttered, not taking my eyes off of my acceptance letter. "I can't believe we got in." "Speak for yourself." "The only one Cecilia and I were worried about was you, Gray," Nico teased, but even he couldn't hide his excitement at the news. "I can't believe it either," Cecilia whispered, her voice trembling. "Whoa! Are you crying, Cecilia?" "No. I just have something in my eye, that's all." I finally pried my eyes from the acceptance letter in my hand to see Cecilia hurriedly wiping her eyes with the ends of her sleeves, her usually creamy cheeks flushed bright red. "Congratulations, you three," Headmaster Wilbeck's clear voice sounded from the entrance to the backyard. "Headmaster!" Nico exclaimed, proudly holding his letter up like a trophy for her to see. "I'll need to find some spare frames to display those letters," she said with a smile as she walked toward us, then gave each one of us a hug. Looking at the gentle smile on her face, a pang of guilt struck my chest. She was the woman who had raised me like a son ever since I could remember, yet I was selfishly going away to a distant city. "Headmaster, are you sure it's okay for us to go? I can stay and help out at the orphanage." "It's no big deal. I'm no good at studying like Nico and Cecilia anyway. Besides, it's expensive and you're getting old, so ouch." I yelped, rubbing my stinging forehead. "I'll take you to the academy if I have to drag you in your underwear myself," she scolded, her finger curled up, ready to flick me again. "All these years of raising a troublemaker like you has finally paid off and you want to what? Stay here? Not on my watch. Nico is the troublemaker. I just get dragged along," I protested, raising my hands to protect my forehead from the assault. "Then I guess Mr. Sever deserves one of these as well," the headmaster declared, flicking my best friend's forehead with the speed and accuracy of a trained soldier. "Ow! Gray, what gives?" Nico cried, vigorously rubbing his forehead. I heard a soft giggle beside me. Nico and I both snapped our heads around to see Cecilia smiling for the first time. The two of us stared, wide-eyed and jaws agape. Even the headmaster was surprised. "Did she finally break?" Nico whispered, leaning close to my ears. I stabbed my friend in his side with my elbow, my eyes glued to the strange sight of Cecilia laughing. My chest tightened and I felt my face getting hot, but only when Cecilia noticed that we were all staring did I realize I was blushing, just like she was. I quickly turned around and stood up to avoid her gaze, stretching for no reason other than to draw attention away from my face. Headmaster Wilbeck must have seen through me, because she gave me that devious grin that made her look 10 years younger. "I'd better head back inside, kids." School doesn't start for a few weeks, but make a list of things you'll need so you don't forget anything when one of the volunteers takes you all to town. The headmaster made her way back to the sliding door she'd come from, turning around once more before stepping inside. And congratulations again, you three. Arthur Lewin. We're drawing near the border. Sylvie's voice rang in my head, pulling me out of my slumber. The white clouds, still blurry to my tired eyes, slowly came back into focus as I blinked. I peered down below, seeing that we'd just passed the Suez Canal, which flowed through Cairn and Maber City and into the western coast. "How are you feeling?" I asked, stretching my sore neck and back with my legs dangling off the side at the base of my Bond's neck. "I should ask you the same. I admit using my powers drained me more than I had expected, but you definitely overexerted yourself," Sylvie chided, extending her large wings to slow our descent. My groan was swept away by the rushing wind. "I know. It seems I have a ways to go if I want to actually go head-to-head with a scythe. We're both young. Time is a luxury that we are fortunate to have. We just need to remain careful and not do anything rash, like trying to go up against a retainer alone. I promise not to let that happen again. Besides, you saved the day there at the end," I said comfortingly, patting her scaled neck. My Bond didn't reply, responding instead with a wave of frustration and helplessness. I didn't say anything, but I didn't have to. She knew how I felt. We landed on the unsettled land just above the border to the Kingdom of Darv. The once damp soil of the forest had turned dry and hard, with cracks lining every inch. The trade route that the dwarves and humans used to exchange their goods was near the eastern corner of Darv, by the Grand Mountains, so there were no visible roads this far out toward the coast. "It's still cold," I grumbled as my cloak billowed in the wind. "You should grow scales like me," Sylvie joked as she lowered her body to let me down. "I'm just glad I'm still able to muster up enough mana to keep from freezing." I raised my leg and brought it around my Bond's neck, but as soon as my legs touched the ground, a sharp pain coursed through my entire lower body and sent me crumbling into the dirt. "The injuries in your legs aren't getting better." Sylvie's voice was wrapped in concern and guilt, as if she were the one responsible for my pain. "Maybe it'd be best if you keep riding me." "No," I gasped, willing more mana into my legs as a temporary solution. "If my suspicions are correct, we're going to need to lay low, and we've already taken a risk of being exposed by riding this far down." "Very well." Sylvie's large body began glowing as she shifted back into her fox-like form. Rather than riding on top of me like usual, she trotted beside me. "Looks like Lady Meyer's prediction was right," I said, taking careful steps. Even after being healed with the Vivum Ether art, my lower body feels like it did when I was a newborn. Grandmother's control and knowledge of ether in the Vivum path is much greater than mine. Maybe if she was here. Another wave of guilt washed over me from my Bond as her pointed ears drooped. "Stop sulking," I chided, picking up the pace as we ventured into the dwarven territory. "Your grandmother's warning was rather vague, but I think, with some rest, that my assimilated body will begin to heal itself. I should be fine." I chose my words with care, trying to hide my lack of confidence, but it was obvious that my emotions had leaked into her. The explosion of mana inside each of my muscles was so intense, I should have been thankful I was even able to walk, but I couldn't help but be frustrated at how weak I was. Using burst step, 3 times no less, had left me with shattered bones and shredded muscles, which would have been almost irreparable if not for Sylvie. I winced at the mere thought of my mother's expression if she were to see the state I was in. Would she, or any emitter, have been able to heal me? Swallowing down the dispiriting thoughts, I surveyed the area. Ahead of me was a vast expanse of varying shades of brown and yellow. The scant plant life scattered around consisted of either broken branches and shrubs, carried by the wind from the forest, or weeds sprouting from the cracks on the ground. I made note of the large boulders spread about, in case we needed to hide or take cover from the harsh winds, but there were no signs of activity. The jagged plains dipped and rose to form ravines. From the books I'd read and what Elijah had told me, many of the gullies and ravines strewn across the kingdom of Darv hid entrances to the underground cities where the dwarves actually lived. I took a deep breath. Let's get started. Reaching into the depths of my mana core, where Sylvia's beast will resided, I activated Rel Heart once more. The familiar sensation washed over me, and my body immediately protested. I lurched over to the side and retched out whatever partially digested food I had in my stomach. When that was all gone, I spewed a dark bile. My chest heaved and the world spun around me, but fortunately, I was still able to maintain Rel Heart, which was crucial for this task. Maybe we should come back next time. With my lineage, I'm almost positive I'll inherit Rel Heart once my powers fully develop. We can come back then and both of us can search. I shook my head. It doesn't work that way. By then, the mana fluctuations from the soldiers and the retainer will have equilibrated. The search has to be done now. Equilibrated. The mana in the atmosphere will return to its original state, I explained, turning my attention back to the particles of mana in the vicinity for any signs of abnormalities. When I had first experienced this perspective while in Rel Heart, the particles had appeared chaotic, like specks of dust pushed and pulled by even the slightest breeze, but that wasn't the case. During the short time I had spent with Lady Mar, she'd explained to me how mana and ether behaved in their natural state. Each element of atmospheric mana followed its own pattern. Earth attribute mana remained near the ground, faintly shifting like fine sand rolling down a hill. Water and wind attribute mana moved similarly, flowing in lazy streams, but water particles were much more scarce. Fire attribute mana was scattered throughout, throbbing and pulsing, almost as if it was giving life to the planet. Ether, however, behaved as if each particle had its own consciousness. Some moved alongside the particles of Earth, while others congregated around the wind, and water attribute mana, herding them as if they were sheep. What Lady Mar had said about ether being the glass that held the liquid, this force seemed to interact with mana in a special way. Because of the sheer number of Alacrian soldiers that had somehow snuck into the kingdom of Sapin, I had hoped there would be some lingering trails of mana fluctuation. But the task of actually singling out minute discrepancies in the endless sky of particles proved even harder than I had thought. To make this task even more difficult, I had to limit my use of mana to nothing more than strengthening my body. The very act of absorbing mana from the atmosphere would create fluctuations that would interfere. I wouldn't be able to tell my mana use from the Alacrians. Taking long strides, Sylvie and I skirted one of the rock formations along the border between Sapin and Darv. Luckily, the soldiers hadn't been able to hide their trail in the forest. Sylvie was able to find where they had moved, but in this rocky desert, where the wind constantly wiped all sign of activity, I was left with the cumbersome task of locating traces of mana fluctuations. After an hour had passed, Sylvie finally lost her patience. Shouldn't we be making our way toward the coast for signs of Alacrian ships? I don't understand why we're wasting time here. If anything, you should be getting rest, not wandering through this miserable desert. I thought you were able to read my mind, I quipped, turning my head away from a strong blast of sandy wind. That's not how it works. It's mostly emotions that come through, and very basic thoughts. Right now I feel a strong sense of suspicion coming from you, but other than that, I found something. I nearly said it aloud as I came to an abrupt halt. I had been looking at the sky this whole time, but I hadn't noticed anything odd until I spotted a dark spot on the ground. A thin layer of dry sand covered it, but there was an undeniable small puddle of moist earth. Dropping to my knees, I rubbed the wet dirt between my fingers just to make sure. I looked up at the sky once more and finally spotted what was missing. There was an absence of water attribute mana in the vicinity of the moist soil. What's going on? Sylvie chimed, staring at the dirt in my hand. Looks like someone got thirsty, I replied. Surveying the area, I found more patches where the atmosphere was devoid of water attribute mana. Following this faint trail, we headed southeast, away from the coast, until we arrived at the edge of a narrow ravine. Come on, let's go down. We carefully climbed down the steep slope, the whistling wind masking all other sounds. At the bottom of the ravine, the faint trail of missing water attribute mana disappeared, but it didn't matter. Damn it, I muttered softly, peering down the cliff. I was actually hoping I'd be wrong. Your suspicion. Don't tell me. A wave of realization emanated from my bond as she felt the rumble of the hollow ground beneath us. Yep. I'm still only 80% sure, but I strongly suspect that the Alacrian army we fought got into Dicathan with the dwarves' help. Down within. There were radical implications if the dwarves were really allied with the Alacrians, but regardless of my hunch, I needed to make sure I wasn't being overly suspicious. It took me another hour or so to locate one of the hidden entrances to the dwarves' underground kingdom, and even that was only possible with the help of Relhart. I carefully ran my fingers along the faint crease, camouflaged to look like an ordinary crack in the steep cliff. Your breathing is strained, Sylvie noted from inside my cloak. It's fine. I just used Relhart for too long, that's all, I replied as I stared down at my arms. Without the golden runes etched into my skin, and now that my vision had returned to normal, I realized how pale my body had become. It wasn't the creamy sort of pale that girls wished for, but the sickly kind of pale that made you worry for your well-being. I feel like I shouldn't need to remind you, but you do know that there is a concept called moderation, which works wonders on both mind and body, don't you? Ignoring my bond's nagging, I pushed at the concealed entrance once more. Despite the mana I added to strengthen my body, the earthen door still refused to move. There should be some sort of way to open it. I'm definitely missing something. I continued sliding my hands, which were surrounded in earth attribute mana, across the length of the hidden door. Maybe you need to be a dwarf to be allowed to enter, Sylvie mused. No. I highly doubt that there's a specific mana signature that only dwarves can have, besides perhaps the occasional deviants, and if entry were based on the manipulation of deviant mana, more than 80% of their population wouldn't be able to get in through their own doors. No, there has to be a different. I think I got it. I quickly kneeled, sending Sylvie tumbling out of my cloak at the sudden movement. You may not need to be a dwarf, but a dwarf definitely built this, so I should act as if I were one. I ran my hands over the rocky wall once more, pushing aside the shrub that covered much of the bottom half of the hidden door. Ah, the height, she exclaimed, her excited voice ringing in my head as she climbed atop my shoulder. After several minutes of searching for the handle, or button, lever, anything to open the lock mechanism, I finally found it. About 2.5 feet from the ground, near the ridge of the door, my left hand sank into the cliff. At first, it felt like I had accidentally touched some sort of sap or glue-like substance, but when I increased the output of mana into my hand, the viscosity of the wall changed. As I played around with the unique mechanism of this door, I realized that it wasn't about how much earth attribute mana you put into your hand, but the precise pattern of mana levels you invoked as you inserted your hand deeper into the hidden lock. I needed to find the right combination of mana output levels to successfully unlock this entrance. Every time I guessed the output level wrong and attempted to push my hand deeper into the lock hole, the earth surrounding my hand turned more viscous, pushing my hand out of the lock. Damn it, I cursed under my breath after the 20th failed attempt. Half tempted to blow open the door, I took a deep breath and released Relhart once more. Immediately, a searing pain flooded out of my core and into my body and limbs. I buckled and fell to my knees with a series of intense coughs. I didn't just vomit food and bile this time, but blood as well. A wave of distress and concern washed out of Sylvie. I swear, if you say anything about moderation again, Let's just get this mission over with. Then you can get some rest, she replied. With a feeble nod, I tried to put weight on my legs and prop myself back up, only to end up flat on my back. With the little mana I had spent on maintaining Relhart, I rescinded the mana I'd coalesced into my legs to save for unlocking the entrance. I could feel my bond's emotions once again as she peered down at me. Staying silent, Sylvie helped me into a sitting position, using her head to push me back up. Taking breaths felt like I was swallowing needles, but I was thankful that I could even activate Realm Heart again. Wasting no time, I focused on the area where the keyhole was, my hand barely reaching it with Sylvie's help. Using the last bit of mana that I'd saved, I willed Earth Attribute mana into my hand. Immediately, I could see the fluctuations of mana particles gathering around the concealed keyhole. When I willed the correct amount of mana into my hand, the particles lit up and dispersed. I was able to put my hand further into the hole without fear that I'd have to start over. I bet you dragons never thought of using Realm Heart for things like this, I said, grimacing as my hand submerged into the wall, now up to my forearm. Things like unlocking a door? No, that'd be beneath us, she grunted. Situations call for adaptation, my furry little dragon, I retorted, tugging on the handle buried deep within the lock mechanism of the concealed door. With a satisfying click, the earthen wall rumbled before sliding open. Sylvie was still propping my broken body up. I turned and shot her a proud wink. I get embarrassed at the thought of ever referring you as Papa. Even in her furry little fox form, there was a palpable sense of mockery as she rolled her eyes. Hey, you were the one who hatched for me. Withdrawing Relhart, I wiped at the trail of blood that ran from the corner of my mouth and down my chin, then reallocated my minuscule mana into my legs once more. Working with a single-digit percentage of my mana barely allowed me the luxury of using my mangled legs. Even standing was an arduous task. Using the wall as a support, I got up and spared no time heading down the narrow corridor. The passageway was about 5 feet wide, and the ceiling scraped the top of my head even when I hunched. It was more like a crude tunnel than an actual hallway. Fortunately, there were candles casting a dim light inside little cubby holes dug into either side of the walls. Without the need to use mana for anything other than strengthening my legs, I was able to take advantage of this brief downtime to use mana rotation to replenish my empty core. I could feel the heat from the candles, but after venturing through the harsh, sandy winds, I wholeheartedly welcomed it. I stuck to the left side of the hallway, partly to be somewhat hidden and also because I desperately needed the support. I leaned against the jagged wall as I walked down the small slope. Meanwhile, Sylvie trotted carefully a few steps ahead, checking and testing anything remotely suspicious to be sure there were no hidden traps. Is this really a good idea? You're in no state for battle if we happen to encounter an enemy. I'm limited to what I can do in this form, and even if we do see that the dwarves are allied with the Alacrians, what can we do? My bond bombarded me with questions as we slowly made our way down the hallway. It's not a good idea, but we need to do this, I replied seriously. You're right, I can't fight, and there aren't many places to hide if we do run into someone, but we can't waste time recovering. If I'm right, even if I can't gather proof, I know at least Virion and Alder will listen to me. Fine, but our arrangement still stands. The moment we run into trouble, I'm breaking these walls and we're getting out of here. Sure, I agreed. We proceeded down the dimly lit hallway until something luminescent, something that wasn't a candle, appeared in the distance. Exchanging glances, my bond and I made our way toward the light. The tunnel curved slightly as we got closer to the still light, and my ears were able to pick up distant echoes of sounds. The sounds grew louder as we continued down the tunnel, but there were too many things going on at once for me to pick apart specific sounds. There were conversations and echoes, and multiple sharp footfalls, as well as the clanging of metal. Finally, after a few more minutes of steady staggering, the exit of the tunnel lay just ahead. With my back against the wall, I sidestepped toward the exit, careful not to accidentally kick any pebbles or create any other noise that might alarm any guards who might be around the corner. Sensing no signs of activity just outside the tunnel, Sylvie and I shuffled quickly to the edge of the exit, where a curtain of shadow hid us from any prying eyes. We gazed blankly at the magnitude of what we had stumbled onto. The hallway opened up into an enormous cavern with a domed ceiling so flawless that, for a second, I doubted that we were still underground. Rather than candles, massive torches lined the walls, revealing just how large the cavern actually was and who was within. I let loose a string of curses in my head as I peered down. In the center of the cavern floor, roughly 2 stories down, was a massive teleportation gate surrounded by dwarves, and steadily trickling out from the shimmering gate were Alacrian troops. Before I was able to get a closer look at what was going on, the sound of footsteps made me turn back. The massive cavern was like a beehive, with dozens of tunnels uniformly dotting the wall. Staircases carved of stone lined the walls, each one leading to a different tunnel, and approaching the tunnel that Sylvie and I had come through was a platoon of Alacrian soldiers. "I'm getting us out of here," my Bond stated, her body already beginning to glow. "Not yet." Focusing on an entrance to another tunnel several yards away, I managed to will a few rocks to dislodge. I immediately heard the flurry of movement as the platoon whirled around, weapons and armor clanking. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up my Bond and held her tightly against my chest. Flattening myself against the corner of the entrance and wall as much as possible, I mustered more of the mana I had gathered on our way here and willed a curtain of rock from the wall to surround us. "Just a loose rock." "Let's go," the soldier leading the platoon grunted. "Hold your breath," I ordered Sylvie as I activated Mirage Walk. Coalescing the atmospheric mana around us to hide our presence was a technique I hadn't needed to use since coming back to Dicathan, but in this situation, where enemy mages would be marching just inches away from us, I didn't want to take any chances. Inside the coffin of earth, I was surrounded by complete darkness. I could hear the synchronized steps of the soldiers as they went past us, their deliberate footfalls echoing against the tunnel walls. They were so close I could hear the hushed conversation of the soldiers. "When do you think we'll go back home?" one voice murmured. "Why?" "Miss your family already," a husky voice mocked. "Just focus on racking some achievements through this war. Your blood will be thankful if you can finally afford to move them out of that little hut you call a home." "Great Vritra, shut up back there," a gruff voice bellowed. "Shut your mouths and march, or your whole team is going to be on night watch." I was fascinated by their conversation. Their way of talking was similar to ours, but certain terms, like blood and Great Vritra, I had to guess it by their context. This got me thinking, how can 2 different continents that had almost no contact with each other have languages so eerily similar? "Grandfather told me it was due to the Azura's intervention," my Bond chimed in, her voice tense even in my head. Azura's often sent representatives to secretly help advance Alacria and Dicathan when needed. He said they would take the form of a lesser being, albeit an exceptionally smart one, and help them progress through the centuries. "Sort of like how you Azuras granted us the artifacts way back then?" I asked. "Yep. Except that, apparently, we had been doing it long before then. The artifacts were supposedly a drastic change, something the Azuras chose to do to keep the Lessers from going extinct." "I see," I pondered. It was scary to think that perhaps the geniuses of my old world had actually been deities sent from above to help us survive and progress. As the minutes slowly trickled by, the discomfort of our situation built toward agony. We took only shallow, inaudible breaths, and even then I could feel the oxygen in our conjured stone coffin diminish, as there were no cracks to provide breathable air. It quickly became almost unbearably stifling and hot, enhancing this suffocating feeling. I tried to focus solely on keeping up Mirage Walk to hide us from anyone with a keen sense of mana, but nearly lost my hold on the spell when a loud thump shook the crevice we were enclosed in. "What are you doing?" a soldier whispered impatiently. The earthen crevice shook once more as something hit the wall I had conjured. "I'm ready to fight. Just stay behind me," my bond informed me, her voice dropping to a fierce growl in my mind. "Just hold still," I snapped, trying to keep my heart from bursting out of my ribcage. This end of the entrance was different from the other side, another soldier replied, hesitantly. And it sounded a bit hollow when I hit it. There was a brief pause and I was afraid they might investigate further, but, to my relief, his comrade just scoffed. "Merciful Vritra. I know you're green, but don't hold the others back just because you see something weird. We're on a different continent." I held in a grateful sigh as the marching steps resumed, slowly subsiding as they made their way up the tunnel we had come down through. After I felt sure the soldiers had all passed by and no one else was coming, I opened a tiny hole to survey our surroundings. Only after another few minutes did I revoke my spell. "We got what we came here for. Now let's go back to Tel Virion so you can get some rest and heal your wounds," Sylvie pleaded. "Yeah, let's go," I agreed. Even with Sylvie's unique healing techniques using ether, my legs were on the verge of collapsing, and the only rest I had gotten was when I'd briefly passed out on her back on our way here. I was already contemplating the best way to break this critical news to Virion and Alder, and thinking of the precautions I would need to take just in case things went south and I needed to fight against the two dwarven lances. Preparing to leave, I glanced back at the dome-ceilinged cavern, when suddenly the Alacrian soldiers there all kneeled, facing the transportation gate. After confronting two retainers, and even defeating one, I'd thought I'd be prepared to face a scythe. Even with the suspicion that the dwarves were betraying Dicathan, I was confident we would be able to win this war. But when that dark, horned figure stepped out of that gate, I was shaken right down to my mana core. Being here, barely standing on my own 2 feet, I felt like a gnat staring at an oncoming hurricane. I felt despair. Healing procedure. The mysterious figure cast a suffocating pressure throughout the cavern as it stepped out of the gate. Even Sylvie, who had been so eager to leave, was frozen stiff as she helplessly peered down at the sight below. This oppressive aura had come from a girl that looked no older in appearance than Tesha. She possessed elegant features, dark eyes, and a thin frame underneath a fur-trimmed robe of midnight black, yet even amongst a crowd of dwarves, she appeared small and petite. It was her horns, most of all, that set her apart, however. The horns I'd seen on all of the other Vritra so far had looked menacing, as if they were part beast, but the 2 spikes protruding from above the creature's temples and veering back toward the crown of her skull exuded a sense of prestige and regality, like a tiara placed gently on her head. Unlike the murky black horns I'd seen up until now, this Vritra's obsidian horns all but glowed like precious stones, contrasting starkly against her pearl-colored mane, which flowed back past a set of narrow shoulders. The Vritra indifferently surveyed her surroundings, and I was able to catch a quick glimpse of her face before I retreated back behind the entrance of the tunnel, fearful that the Vritra would be able to sense me even with Mirage Walk activated. There was something beautiful about her. Terrible, but beautiful. After a few seconds, I mustered up the courage to look down once more. "Lady Saris?" A confused, barrel-chested Alacrian soldier greeted her, but remained genuflected in front of the crowd of kneeling dwarves. Whereas Silrit, the female Vritra, asked coolly, facing one of the many Alacrian soldiers surrounding the gate and the kneeling dwarves. The female soldier Lady Saris had acknowledged immediately rose to her feet. "Commander Silrit is currently stationed near the northern coast of Sapin, awaiting you before he begins his attack, Lady Saris." "Very well. Let us depart." Her soft voice spread like a cold breeze, sending shivers down my back despite the distance between us. "Yes, Lady Saris." The female soldier saluted, instructing her troops to follow the dainty Vritra. As she walked past the soldier who had first called out her name in surprise, he spoke. "Forgive my rudeness, Lady Saris, but what of the new scythe?" I was instructed to take him to Commander Yudo. There was a moment of silence as everyone in the vicinity anxiously shifted glances between Lady Saris and the large soldier. She peered down at him with a cold, emotionless gaze before finally speaking. "He's not ready. Melsry and Viessa are still working on him." "I see," the soldier replied, his shoulders visibly relaxing. "My apologies for wasting your time." By her speech, it was obvious that she herself was a scythe, but a part of me didn't want to believe it, that such a being, comparable even to an Azura, was an opponent I would ultimately have to face. Not to mention, it appeared that number of scythes we had to worry about had increased. "Another scythe?" Sylvie echoed, her voice filled with worry. "Come on, let's get out of here." Now that a scythe had entered the war, I had to get this information back up to the castle quickly. I took one last quick glance at the scythe named Saris, just as she looked back over her shoulder as well. For a split second, her gaze passed by the tunnel where we'd been hiding and our eyes met. Her gaze eventually swept past me, but in that flashing moment, her cold eyes had locked onto me with the focus of a predator. There was no doubt about it. She knew I was here. My body stiffened as if every ounce of blood in it had congealed. My hands grew clammy and my heartbeat rose to the point where I feared the entire cavern would hear it thundering in my chest. Yet she turned back and continued up the stairs, displaying the same curt manner as before, unfazed and uncaring. "What's wrong?" I stood still, afraid to move. Only after the scythe had left the cavern did I release my breath. I think she saw me. Feeling my apprehension, Sylvie knew I wasn't joking, which made her all the more restless. "Now can we leave? Or do you want to wait until the rest of the Alacrian army knows we're here?" "Yeah, let's go," I thought wryly. Exiting the tunnel, we were greeted by the ever-present desert wind. Sylvie and I had agreed to hold off on flying until we'd reached the forest on the border of Sapin and Darv. However, after a mile of careful trekking, I had succumbed to a fit of shivers. Constantly using Mirage Walk, in case nearby Alacrian soldiers sensed my mana fluctuations, had drained my meager reserves. Using the rest of the mana to strengthen my legs left me with only my cloak to protect me from the sharp, sand-embedded winds. It's been a while since I've been this cold. I clenched my jaw to keep my teeth from chattering. Leaning my back against a boulder for temporary shelter from the wind, I wrapped my cloak tightly around me. Just a little more. "We're almost there." "Should I use ether once more?" my bond asked as she gazed up at me in my pitiful state. "No. I can barely keep mana rotation active in this state. Using ether might set off the soldiers, or worse, the scythe." "Okay." She pressed against my leg to do what she could to keep me just a little warmer, and we stayed still for a brief moment until the wind died down just a bit. After painstakingly walking back toward the forest, zigzagging from one boulder to another in case of any Alacrian soldiers hidden from the faint light of the crescent moon, I almost broke into tears at the shadowed figures of trees in the distance. When we entered the forest, the wind died down significantly, and in just a few minutes, despite it being the same temperature, my body slowly began to thaw. "Let's rest here for a bit," Sylvie said, pointing with her snout at a nearby hollow log. "We should get back to the castle," I replied, my eyelids growing heavier with each word. My bond nudged me toward the log. "We need to put some more distance between us and the soldiers ahead anyway. Just a 1-hour nap. At this rate, you'll freeze without mana to protect you while flying." There was a comforting power to her words that seemed to drain the rest of what little energy I had left. Suddenly overcome by a wave of fatigue, I stumbled into the hollow log. My consciousness slowly faded into darkness, and the last thing I witnessed was Sylvie dropping a mouthful of leaves on top of me for warmth. Despite my feeble state, deep sleep eluded me. I was still tense about being out in harm's way with so little strength to protect myself and the recent turn of events, and my mind worked overtime to stay at least half-conscious. After about an hour of resting, Sylvie and I climbed out from the comfort of our blanket of leaves and departed. I no longer needed to use mana to strengthen my legs while riding Sylvie, so I was able to protect myself from the prevailing winds. Aside from the howling gales, the journey back to the castle was silent. Conversation was almost non-existent between us, as we had both become lost in our own thoughts. Now that we knew the dwarves were aiding the Alacrian forces, this war had gotten exponentially more complicated. It wasn't as simple as us versus them now. There was still the possibility that only a single faction of the dwarves were aiding our enemy, but if Radia's, Elijah's foster guardian, and now leader of the dwarves, had something to do with this, then that meant we were potentially down 2 lances. Assuming the worst, the only positive in all this was that Radia's was still acting as if he were on our side. This meant that he either had more to gain from being a double agent, or that he wasn't confident enough to openly defy the rest of the council. "We're here," Sylvie announced. Looking up, I could see the castle, floating amidst the layers of clouds. Dotted around the large structure on all sides were soldiers mounted on flying mana beasts. The sun shone directly above, casting shadows on the sea of clouds below the castle and flying guards. It was an awe-inspiring sight. For anyone who had never visited, it would surely have made their jaws drop, but for me, all I could think about was getting inside and hibernating on the first comfortable surface I came across. Most people entered through teleportation gates, so when we approached, the guards immediately gathered between us and the castle. Weapons glowed brightly, held at the ready, as the bonds the soldiers were riding also prepared for battle. However, once we got close enough for the soldiers to make out who we were, they formed 2 lines, creating an aerial path for Sylvie and me to follow into the entrance. "General Layan." The guards saluted in unison from atop their flying beasts. We made our way up the pathway, and the double doors, which towered over even Sylvie, slowly creaked open just ahead. It was obvious that Captain Otter had already arrived, since there was a team of medics and emitters waiting for me in the landing chamber, having been instructed to remain there until I returned. Some of them were casually playing cards, but as soon as the large double doors opened, they all dropped what they were doing and immediately prepared to treat me. The area quickly burst into a flurry of activity with indecipherable noises bombarding my ears from every corner of the large room. By the time Sylvie landed, the medics had already brought over a contraption similar to a gurney. "I'm okay," I croaked, my voice barely audible. "Let me talk to Virion first." "Strap him in and don't let him walk," Sylvie rumbled, startling everyone in the room, including me. My bond had always refrained from talking to anyone but me, and even then she preferred to communicate telepathically. Taken aback by her sudden commands, I complied with Sylvie's wishes and allowed myself to be carried on the gurney, while both medics and emitters began examining me. My bond transformed into her fox-like form and trotted along beside me as they moved me from the landing chamber to a proper medical facility. It didn't take long for the medics to determine where my injuries were. In fact, I heard one of the medics suggest that it would probably be easier to list the parts of my body that weren't damaged. That was always reassuring. Coming from a place and time that was more technologically advanced, I had always looked down on the medical field in this world, but it turned out I had underestimated it. What this world couldn't achieve through technology, they made up for with magic. Teams of deviant mages, all specialists in the medical field, were waiting for me as I was pushed into a large square room with vaulted ceilings. As time trickled by, I could feel my injuries and deprivations catching up to me. The adrenaline that had been keeping me able was dwindling, and it felt like my limbs had turned into lead weights. I struggled to stay awake as the medics and emitters carefully probed my body. After another round of preliminary examinations, an elderly mage entered the room. The thick, square-jawed mage introduced himself as Mendel and said he was a deviant capable of using mana to adjust and fine-tune his vision so that he could perceive the individual layers of any living thing's body. Whether it was the skeletal, muscular, or even nervous system, he was able to see them all. Mendel scanned my body, using an ink pen to draw directly on my skin in dozens of places as he took notes, while I focused all my efforts on staying conscious. "Where's Commander Virion?" I asked after Mendel had finished marking up my body like some sort of map. "My apologies, General Arthur. Commander Virion is currently away from the castle," said a thin, middle-aged man dressed in a pale green robe. Judging by how he had been coordinating the actions of the medics, emitters, and other deviants in the room, I assumed he was the head of the medical team here. While I'd normally be a bit more courteous to the man in charge of healing me, a tone of impatience slipped out when I spoke. "He's away? Where? When's he going to be back?" "He did not say," the man replied apologetically. "I saw him leave with Captain Otter and Captain Glory, along with General Aya." I sank further down into the elevated bed they had moved me to, careful not to keep my eyes closed for too long lest I slip into slumber. If Virion had left with Otter and Vainsy and had taken a lance with him, they were most likely going back to the forest near the southern border of Sapin, where I had defeated the retainer. The sense of dread I had felt while looking down upon the Vritra scythe crept through me, raising goose flesh across my exposed skin. They might run into the Alacrian platoon that was marching up north. Worse, that scythe might try to find the retainer I killed. I'm not too worried about the scythe, since she seemed to be headed in a different direction, but you're right about the platoon, my bond replied. Maybe you should go and warn them. And leave you here alone? After finding out that the dwarves are allied with the Vritra? Has your brain left you? I took a quick glance around the room. There were elves as well as dwarves working alongside the human medics, all busily preparing tools and medicines. Damn it, I thought, knowing she was right. Fine. I guess we can only pray for their safety. Virion has a lance with him, after all. Don't try to handle everything alone. They'll be fine without you, she comforted me. I'll be right here, making sure these medics aren't doing anything suspicious. Just rest and focus on healing. What about Alder? I asked the head medic hopefully. Once again, I'm sorry. He dipped his head. Only Commander Virion knows the whereabouts of Lord Alder. I myself have only seen him once, very briefly. I heaved a sigh of frustration as the last ounce of strength left me. It's fine. So what's the plan here? Were you able to come up with a diagnosis for my injuries? The head medic turned to Mendel, who stepped forward and looked down at his notes before speaking. General Arthur, your injuries are unique in how complex they are. To be frank, it's only because of your assimilated body and the level of your mana core that you're even able to remain conscious. Even so, I can't help but say I'm surprised to see you so lively, all things considered, of course. I managed to shift my gaze to look down at Sylvie, who was sitting on the floor beside my bed. I have you to thank for that. You're welcome, she replied curtly. Although I fear I'll have to do this again in the future. I shot my bond a weak grin before looking back to Mendel. So what will the treatment be? The deviant shifted uncomfortably as he stroked his short beard. The injuries to your legs and lower body have healed, but not perfectly. For you to be able to walk without the use of mana, we're going to have to, very precisely, break your bones and tear your tissues in very small increments, then guide them to heal properly. Prying open my tired eyes, I locked gazes with the head medic, who had been silently waiting for further instructions. Whether because I was so desperate to be in full health again, or because I had undergone countless surgeries after battles during my time as a king in my previous world, my mind was at peace. I gave Sylvie one last meaningful glance before closing my eyes. In these circumstances, anyone in this room could potentially harm me. I was thankful to have her with me. Go ahead. Yes, General Arthur. The thin medic nodded vigorously. Rest assured, upon hearing news of your condition from Captain Otter, Commander Virion spared no effort in gathering the most elite mages of all 3 races to restore you to full strength. I'm in your hands. At my whispered words, the mages and medics in the room immediately bowed. Seldia, you're up, Mendel barked. A young female elf approached me, giving me a gentle smile. She extended her hand, pressing on my forehead with one finger. Excuse me for the intrusion. As she closed her eyes, a soothing wave radiated from her fingertip into my head and down the rest of my body. My eyes fell shut as a gentle blanket of darkness wrapped around me. Why are you crying? Where to next, Nico? I asked, cheerfully swinging the plastic bags filled with school supplies by my side. We still have to pick up our uniforms, right? Cecilia answered, cradling a textbook in her arms as if it were a baby. It hasn't been 2 hours yet since we got ourselves measured. We'll make that our last stop, Nico replied. He looked down at his little notepad. We need to buy backpacks and calculators. The 3 of us strolled casually down the city sidewalk. The streets were old and crooked, with paving stones that wobbled and shifted out of place from the weight of passing pedestrians. Dull buildings towered over us, blending in with the murky gray sky. A recent rain shower had replaced the usually grimy stench of the area with a fresh, earthy smell, while puddles had gathered in the dips and potholes of the neglected streets. Arkestead was by no means a pleasant or appealing city. Yet, at this moment, everything around me was at least bearable. From the homeless people lurking behind the trash bins in back alleys to the scowling soldiers threatening to arrest any passerby who accidentally bumped into them, the usual sights, and everything about this place that I hated so much somehow seemed charming. The sun had fallen by the time we finished purchasing all the supplies we needed to start our new lives as students. As we headed toward the outskirts of Arkestead, both the patrolling soldiers and streetlights became scarcer, keeping us on our toes. Nico and I knew the area well enough to outrun any potential thieves or kidnappers, but having Cecilia with us made the walk back to the orphanage all the more tense. Are you excited to go to school, Cecilia? Nico asked quietly, hoping to fill in the tense silence. Her brows furrowed in thought, but she ultimately nodded, with a smile that had become more frequent as of late. I'm nervous and scared, but yes. I was about to chime in when a faint rustle drew my attention. Pretending to be digging through the plastic bag of school supplies, I took a peek behind us and saw a shadow flit into an alleyway. Right, Gray? Nico nudged my arm. Huh. I looked up at him. Sheesh, don't space out on us, Nico admonished. I know we've been through this area hundreds of times, but it's still dangerous to be daydreaming like that. Scratching the back of my head, I smiled sheepishly. My bad. And I was just telling Cecilia that we'll be there in case anything happens to her, Nico said. Walking on the other side of Nico, Cecilia giggled, and I heard another faint noise. A shiver ran down my spine. I could feel my heart pound against my ribcage as if trying to break free. Suddenly, I was all too conscious of my breathing, this same shallow, ragged breathing I'd heard so many times in movies when the main character was scared. I was afraid. I didn't know of what, but my instincts were telling me to run, to get out of here. Out of the corner of my eye I saw something move, fast, just a twinkle against the flickering streetlight, and once again, the world seemed to slow down around me. I lunged sideways, knocking Nico and Cecilia into the grimy street. Run! I roared as I heard the click of another projectile being loaded from the shadows. Although startled and confused, Nico was able to gather his wits. Abandoning his bags, he pulled our disoriented friend into the nearby alleyway. It felt as if someone else was taking control of my body as I instinctively dipped down and picked up Cecilia's textbook. I raised the thick hardbound book up to my chest, just as the force of the projectile sent me staggering back. I glanced down quickly and saw a syringe-like object embedded into the textbook. The dart contained a clear liquid that quickly oozed into the pages of the book. It wasn't a bullet. I knew that for sure. Then a memory of my trip to the zoo with Headmaster Wiltbeck sprang to mind. It was one of those needles they shot at animals in order to make them fall asleep. Yanking the needle out of the textbook, I followed Nico and Cecilia into the narrow alleyway. A gruff voice barked out orders from behind me. After them. I don't care what you do with the boys, just keep the girl alive. Keep running. My voice echoed off the worn stone walls as I ran, ducking under the rusted fire escape ladders and vaulting over trash bins. It didn't take me long to catch up to my friends, which meant the crooks behind us would soon reach us. Nico was fine, but there were trails of blood running down his legs and arms from scrapes and scratches he'd gotten while running. I knocked down metal trash cans and discarded boxes, throwing anything hard I could get my hands on at the pursuers in a desperate attempt to slow them down. "They're going to catch up," Nico wheezed. He was running out of breath. "Why are they after us?" Cecilia panted. She was exerting all her energy and focus into not tripping over anything. I shook my head. Other than what the man had said, I had no idea. "Nico, do you still have that glove on you?" "I should wait, you're not seriously. Can you think of any other way?" I said, cutting him off, my voice laced with impatience. At Nico's signal, we veered left into a narrow alley. Our pursuers' footfalls were growing louder as they gained on us. Grudgingly, Nico dug through his jacket pockets. After finding the glove, he reached out to give it to me, but Cecilia snatched it out of his hand. "Cecilia?" Nico exclaimed. "I'll do it," Cecilia stammered, putting on the fuzzy black glove. Dumbfounded by the girl's sudden courage, I nearly tripped over a pile of discarded clothes. "It's too dangerous. And you still can't control your key. We heard what that man yelled earlier," Cecilia huffed. "They aren't allowed to kill me, right?" I looked to Nico for assistance, but he couldn't come up with an argument either. Cursing under my breath, I tightened my grip around the syringe in my hand. "Fine." Nico, got a plan. My friend's eyes narrowed the way they always did when he was thinking. "We make a right over there," he ordered softly. I looked back over my shoulder. 2 pursuers dressed in black were less than 20 feet away from us. We turned sharply into a wide back alley behind an old restaurant. I had expected that we would keep running, but Nico pulled me back by my sleeve. "Cecilia, fall on your belly like you just tripped over something." "Gray with me," Nico hissed, dragging me behind a cluster of metal trash cans. My heart thrummed like a drum, so loud that I worried our pursuers might hear. It only took a couple of seconds for the 2 men in black to skid to a stop around the corner. The one on the right spoke into his wrist. "Sir, we have the girl in our sights." The girl tripped, and it looks like the boys have abandoned her. "Permission to proceed," the other man said. Unlike the crooks who had tried to mug Nico and me a few months back, these 2 were obviously professionals. They cautiously moved towards Cecilia, but to our surprise, our timid and quiet friend began bawling. "Guys, don't leave me," she wailed as she began crawling away. "Please." The man on the right scoffed and shook his head. He walked forward and stepped on Cecilia's leg. I gnashed my teeth as Cecilia cried out in pain, but for once, Nico looked even angrier than me. His eyes were fierce in a way that made even me fearful. The man who had asked for permission to proceed remained a few feet away, while the other pursuer reached down and pulled Cecilia up by the back of her coat. He raised his other wrist and spoke into the communication device. "We have her." Cecilia took full advantage of the opportunity. She lashed around and planted her gloved hand on the pursuer's face. A shrill scream tore from her throat. Like the other times she had gone out of control, a blast of ki erupted out of her. However, some of her rampant ki had flowed down her arm to her hand. A current of electricity flashed out of the black glove, lighting the dingy alleyway. The pursuer who had grabbed hold of Cecilia wasn't even able to scream. His body spasmed and a puddle formed on the ground between the man's legs as Cecilia pried herself free from his grasp. Nico squeezed my arm and we rushed into action. Nico dived for the uninjured pursuer's legs while I went for his sternum. I'd thought the flash of light would have disoriented him enough that we could end the fight quickly, but he had recovered in time to react to our attack. Sidestepping out of Nico's reach, he kicked my friend away while bringing his right arm swinging down at me. I backstepped away from the blow, then closed in to strike his exposed throat, only for him to dip his head. His left hand shot toward my neck at frightening speed. I gagged as the man's cold hand gripped my throat and lifted me off the ground. "You have potential, kid," he sneered, bringing me close to his face. "A waste you have to die here." At this distance, less than arm's length, I was able to see the man's face for the first time. His nose and mouth were covered by a mask, but it didn't matter. His scarred left eye was brown, and the right eye green. I would have known him anywhere. My vision was darkening, and I could feel the strength leaving my body, but despite the situation, I didn't panic. Praying to any higher being that might help me, I drove the point of the syringe into the man's neck. What he gasped, letting go of me as he fell to the ground. With no time to waste, I hurriedly roused the unconscious Nico and helped Cecilia back to her feet. "We did it," Cecilia whispered as she leaned on me for support. Her legs were shaking, not from the cold, but in fear, and her cheeks were lined with tears. "Good job, you two," Nico muttered weakly, putting Cecilia's other arm over his shoulder for support. "Yeah, we did it." I nodded. "Now, come on. We need to get out of here before any more of them show up. You'd best kill us and run far away, brats." I spun around to see the guy with the brown and green eyes squirming on the ground. "You have nowhere to go," he mumbled, his voice slurring from the effects of the drug. I made sure of that. "Let's go, Gray," Nico urged, tightening his arm around Cecilia to keep her steady. None of us spoke as we made our way back to the orphanage. Even the streets were quiet, except for the sirens that screamed in the distance. It was as if we didn't want to accept what had happened to us, that we had almost been killed for no reason. I wanted to look forward. I wanted to think, instead, about the fact that we were going to be attending a school in a new city soon. We would have to buy new supplies, but that was fine. Everything would be okay once we got to the orphanage and Headmaster Will Beck got us out of Arkestad. Cecilia was able to walk on her own after a few blocks, a vast improvement from her earlier key outbursts, which used to knock her out cold for hours. "Thanks for the help," Cecilia muttered, breaking the silence as she shyly handed the black glove, or what was left of it, back to Nico. The shock glove my friend had made had been reduced to a clump of wool from the overload of Cecilia's key. "Sorry about your glove. Don't worry about it." Nico stuffed the remains of the glove into his tattered jacket and looked at me with a grin. "At least I was able to see what it was capable of, thanks to you. Gray wasn't useful at all. Make fun of me all you want. I was the one that saved you guys today," I gloated, sticking my tongue out at Nico. To my surprise, Nico responded seriously. "You're right. I wasn't any help in that fight." "Hey, I was just kidding," I said, a pang of guilt ringing in my chest. "Nico, it was only thanks to your glove that we were able to escape them," Cecilia consoled him. "Yeah," I quickly agreed, walking ahead of them. "And I bet you can learn to make a lot more and better tools and weapons after going to school." Nico's sullen expression brightened at our words. Taking out the remains of the shock glove, he gripped it tightly, a newfound fervor in his eyes. "We'll need to get new supplies first. Headmaster Will Eck is going to blow a fuse." Cecilia's face contorted into a fair imitation of the headmaster's serious frown. "She might even make us go back tomorrow morning to find them." The two of them burst into a fit of laughter behind me, and I let them enjoy their moment. The summer nights were usually warm, but I thought the heat felt different tonight. The air was dry, and there was a smell of smoke that was only getting stronger. Why? I turned the corner onto the street our orphanage was on and found my answer. Behind me, Nico and Cecilia drew closer, but their footsteps seemed to echo and their voices were muffled, as if coming from a very long way away. Suddenly, the words of the man with the brown and green eyes rang in my head. "You have nowhere to go." I stopped dead in my tracks, my gaze locked on the sight of the orphanage burning to the ground. Police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances were clustered in front of our home. And then I saw her. She was being carried on a stretcher. A paramedic had just put a tarp over her, covering her face, but I saw her. I saw Headmaster Welbeck. I ran, leaving Nico and Cecilia behind. I evaded the policemen securing the perimeter and pushed aside the paramedics. People shouted around me, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. All I could hear was my blood pounding in my ears. I tore off the tarp covering Headmaster Welbeck. Blood, too much of it. Her eyes were closed. Why are they closed? I shook her. She needed to wake up. Nico, Cecilia, and I had been attacked by bad people, but we'd gotten away. Everything was supposed to be okay now. I shook her too hard. Her arm fell limply off the edge of the stretcher. Her eyes were still closed. Hands were grasping for me, words tumbling like fall leaves around me, but they were lost behind the man's words, which burned like a hot iron rod against my skull. "You have nowhere to go. Arthur Lewin." Arthur? My eyes shot open. Tears were streaming down my face. Everything was still blurry, but I could tell I was in my room now, inside the castle. My breaths were still short and erratic, and my left hand gripped something soft and warm. Arthur, the familiar, soothing voice called out to me again. I turned my head, blinking away the tears still forming in my eyes. Next to me, holding my hand, was Tesha. Her eyes were red and wet with tears as well. "Tesha?" My voice came out dry and raspy. "Why are you crying?" "Dummy." She choked back a laugh, smiling as the tears rolled down her cheek. "I could ask you the same thing." Intermission. My gaze lingered on Tess. She was smiling, laughing, even with relief and embarrassment as she wiped away her tears. This was the first time I had seen my childhood friend since the ceremony where I'd been given the title of a lance, but it had been even longer since the last time we had spoken. The elven princess had changed since then. There was a faint scar just along her hairline above her right ear. It might have gone unnoticed had she not tied up her hair. Battle scars were visible all over her arms, and a fresh bandage was wrapped around her left forearm. "You're hurt," I noted, gently tracing the line of blood seeping through her bandage with my fingers. Noticing my worried expression, she grabbed my scarred hand, taking it tenderly in both hands. "Oh, please. I have more injuries from attempting to cook than from actually fighting." I laughed, glad to have her there, speaking to me, holding on to me. Despite the calluses on her palms and fingers, her hand felt soft and warm compared to mine. Shaking her head, Tesha said, "Do you have any idea how scared I was when I heard the news from my captain?" "Your captain? Does that mean you got promoted to head?" I asked, staring at the princess's stunned expression. "You're unbelievable. Your thoughts immediately go to whether I got promoted? You almost died, Arthur." "I'm just glad you're doing well," I replied. Tess took a deep, resigned breath and leaned her head on my arm. "I don't even have the strength to argue with you." I felt her hand squeeze mine, and the gesture was so warm and comforting that I nearly burst into tears again. Time seemed to slow down for a brief moment, and we stayed there, silent and contemplative and together. "You took such careful measures to make sure everyone would be safe that I never even thought about how dangerous this war would be for you." Tess lifted her head, gazing up at me with her brilliant turquoise eyes. "Seeing you like this, in bed, full of injuries, it was a cold reminder that you're only human and not some indestructible warrior mage." I snorted. Is that how I look to you most of the time? Some indestructible figure. With the emotional maturity of a toddler, she finished with just a hint of a smile. Is that any way to talk to a general? I scolded, trying to keep a serious face as she struggled to do the same. My apologies, General Arthur, she replied, laughter in her voice. A knock at the door interrupted our playful banter, but it opened before either Tesha or I responded. Virion stepped confidently into the room, along with his son Alduin Aerolith. They were followed by Alduin's wife, Muriel. Alduin and Muriel didn't stay long. They had to depart due to problems in one of the elven cities up north, but I thought it very kind of them to take the time to visit me. What's been happening? I asked of Virion once they had gone. We'll get to that, Arthur. First, I need to make sure that Dicathan's newest lance is being well cared for. I'm glad Tesha has come to keep you company, the commander said, a twinkle in his eye. A grunt from the open door drew all our attention to my sister, Eleanor, who had just arrived with Sylvie and Boo, her 8-foot-tall bear, who was grunting with pleasure as he casually chewed on a slab of meat. Virion cleared his throat. I'll give you a moment with your family. When you're done, though, I think it best that we discuss what has happened. With a wink at Tesha and a respectful nod to my sister, Virion marched from the room. Your sister has been patiently waiting for you to wake up, Sylvie informed me as Eleanor carried her into the room. It hadn't been that long since I had last seen Ellie, yet it felt like I had never before noticed how big she'd gotten. I couldn't call her my baby sister anymore. Come here, Ellie, I said gently. My little sister's lower lip trembled as tears began flooding down her face. Letting go of Sylvie, she bolted into my arms, nearly knocking the wind out of me. I was so worried, she said angrily, her voice breaking into sobs. What would have happened if you had died? I'm okay, Elle, I said soothingly, but her face remained buried in my chest. I reached up to stroke her brown hair and noticed that the injuries I had gotten from the witch-like retainer were still there. My expression darkened at the sight of the ugly red scar that spread all over my left hand and up to my wrist, as if the skin had been burned off. The injury had diminished greatly thanks to Sylvie's Vivum abilities. The scar already looked like it was a few years old, but my entire hand had turned a sickly shade of pink. Boo regarded me with a suspicious eye as he gnawed on his bone, but he allowed me to continue embracing his master. Sylvie casually hopped onto my bed and curled up beside me. She didn't say anything, but a wave of relief flooded from her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Rubbing the tears from her eyes, Ellie's gaze landed on my scarred hand. How could you let yourself get hurt like this? Scars fade, I said with a weak smile, hoping to dismiss her concerns. Physical appearances had never been of great importance to me, but it was still a bit nerve-wracking to see how bad a mark my injuries had left. I worked up my courage, then carefully got out of bed, first making sure my legs were able to carry me. Standing up on my own 2 legs without the help of Mana was a blessing I had always taken for granted. I took slow, steady steps toward the mirror while Tesha, Ellie, and Sylvie watched apprehensively. Boo looked on with disinterest. I took a deep breath, then looked up to study my reflection. Even without taking off my robe, I could immediately see the toll the battle with the retainer had taken on my body. My gaze immediately went to my neck. The same red scars that covered my hand and wrist had been branded across my throat. Untying the band across my waist, I slipped out of my robe so I was only wearing my undergarments. Wow, I'm a mess. You could have been a lot worse off, Sylvie chimed in, her usual curtness gone. Scars of varying lengths were littered all over my toned body, like the chips and cracks on an ancient statue weathered by time and the forces of nature. More of the red scars were visible across my shoulder and part of my back. The scars that ran from my waist down to my knees were particularly gruesome, as if someone had torn apart my legs piece by piece and crudely stitched me back together. Consider it a godsend that you were able to recover even to the state you're in now, a clear voice said, rousing me from my thoughts. Casting a sideways glance toward the door, I caught sight of the three-eyed Azura, Alder, stepping into my room. He was followed by Virion, who quietly took a seat on the leather couch. Master, Tess greeted him, getting up from her seat. My childhood friend's cheeks were flushed as she awkwardly positioned herself away from me. Realizing that it was probably my lack of clothing that made her uncomfortable, I slipped back into my robe before greeting the Azura. Alder. Arthur lay in. He nodded before dipping his head at Sylvie. Lady Sylvie, what you said just now. What did you mean? I asked, taking a seat beside Virion. Sitting down across from us next to Tess, he pointed at a ring on a finger of his left hand. Do you remember the elixir pearl Winsome gave you a few years ago? The one you never used? I looked into my dimension ring, but couldn't find the gold-flecked pearl that I had saved to help me break into the white core stage. What happened to it? It's what gave your body the strength to recover to the state you're in now, the Azura said matter-of-factly. He straightened his deep lavender robe. Even with a team of lessers specializing in medical mana, as well as Lady Sylvie using her ether arts, albeit inexperienced, it still took the full effects of the powerful elixir to heal you. I'm guessing you and Winsome aren't allowed to give me another elixir, right? I asked. Alder shook his head. Since the war has started, we can't risk the treaty being broken. Damn, I said, leaning my head back on the couch. Sorry to kick you while you're down, but I thought you might still want this, Virion chimed in, taking Dawn's ballad from his dimension ring. I was able to secure your sword from the retainer's corpse. My heart sank as he handed me the once stunning sword. The translucent teal blade of Dawn's ballad had dulled, and its tip had been melted away by the retainer's corrosive abilities, throwing off the sword's delicate balance. After sheathing it in its scabbard, which I had been carrying inside my ring, I idly stared at the palm of my right hand, where Ren had embedded a gem. It was a stone he had refined himself called Aclarite, and it was supposed to somehow turn into a special weapon. Now would be a great time for a new weapon, I thought to my hand. Arthur, Sylvie's voice sounded. I told Alder some of what happened, but I think it'd be best if you went over it with him and Virion in detail. Right. Slowly getting up from my seat, I walked over to my little sister, who'd been silent the whole time. Ellie, can you wait for me outside while I talk over some stuff? Raising a skeptical brow, she replied, only if you promise not to leave without at least saying goodbye. Looking into her eyes, I promised. Fine. She got up from her seat and walked toward the door before looking back over her shoulder with a proud expression. I want to show you what I've been working on. Oh! I raised a brow. I assumed there was a spell she had been practicing. I can't wait. My sister closed the door behind her and Boo, and the only ones left inside my room were Commander Virion, Alder, Sylvie, and Tesha. Let me catch you up on what happened since the battle with the retainer, I began. Wait. Let's call an official meeting with the rest of the council, Virion interrupted, getting up. No. I want this to be for your ears only. What you choose to do with this information is up to you. Tess raised a timid hand. Should I leave? It's fine. I shook my head. Before I start, though, I want to know one thing. And what would that be? Alder replied, taking note that my gaze was directed at him. Who has control over the two dwarven lances, Micah Earthborn and Alfred Warned, you or Radia's? The Azura's single purple eye, which was open, narrowed in thought as he continued staring at me. I'm still in control of those two lances. Why do you ask? It took longer than I expected to debrief them on the events that had transpired after my battle with the retainer. As expected, Virion and Tesha were dumbfounded at the dwarves' evident betrayal. Alder's expression remained steadfast. If he was surprised, he did a perfect job of concealing it. Despite his initial surprise, however, Virion recovered quickly. If the dwarves are in alliance with the Alacrian army, it'll be much harder to prevent battles from reaching civilian cities. Were you able to discern whether it was just a separate faction of dwarves or if it was more widespread than that? I can't say with certainty until I get some answers out of Radias, I said through gritted teeth, regretful of the circumstances implicating Elijah's former guardian. The news of a scythe appearing is troubling, Alder added. If she intends to wreak havoc with her retainer by her side, as well as an entire division of troops, then this isn't something 1 or 2 lances can take on, even with an army backing them. Which is why I need to know where the allegiance of the dwarven lances lie, I replied. A large-scale battle is nearing, and I don't want any unforeseen obstacles. From lance to brother. Leaving Sylvie in my room to rest, I ventured through the brightly lit halls of the castle, looking down at my feet as I took careful steps. It was the first time I had noticed the vibrant patterns of the thick carpet in the upper residential halls. It was a funny thing to note. I'd always been in such a rush, chasing whatever goals I had, that I'd never even looked around to enjoy the subtle pleasantries around me. It didn't take me long to find Ellie. She was sitting by a large window, gazing outside at the sea of clouds and idly combing her fingers through her bond's thick fur. Boo opened an eye, sensing my presence, but went back to his nap when he saw that it was me. "May I join you?" I asked. "You don't need to ask." She smiled weakly, taking a glance back at me before returning her gaze to the sky once more. I sat down next to her on the ground, admiring the rolling clouds and the twinkle and shine from the rays of sunlight above. I could see the tip of a mountain in the distance, but other than that, only an endless expanse of white and blue. "Do you miss them?" Ellie spoke in a soft voice. "Mom and Dad. Not as much as I should," I admitted. "I worry for them. I know they're safe out there, but so many things have been going on." There was a moment of silence, and my sister simply continued petting the bear. "You know, there are a lot of people, adults and kids, who come up to me saying how lucky I am to have a brother like you. The ones who aren't jealous of me are jealous of you, that you're a lance, that you're so talented in magic and fighting, and that you have the recognition of all of this continent's leaders. Some even say that you might become one of the next leaders when you get older," she scoffed. "But it's funny. I never told you this, but there was a time when I hated you. I felt like it was because of you that my life was like this now. I blamed you for Mom and Dad feeling like they needed to help out in the war too, and I blamed you for the fact that I couldn't have a regular life in school with classrooms and a bunch of friends." My sister was looking away from me, her body turned toward Boo, but I could see that the hand running over his coarse fur was trembling and her shoulders quivered. "Ellie, but the funny thing is, I don't blame you anymore." "How can I blame you when your life was worse than mine? Most of the memories I have of you were you coming in and out of the house full of injuries, with unbelievable stories of how you faced this monster or that monster. It was really fun and amazing to hear back then. I thought you were so cool and strong, but I know better now. The things you had to give up to get where you are today." My sister hurriedly wiped her face on her sleeves and turned back to me with red eyes and a wide, forced grin. I reached for her, but she grabbed my hand and shook it before getting up. "Phew. Now that I got that off my chest, come on. I want to show you something." "What is all this?" I asked when we reached the outdoor terrace of the castle. My gaze swept through the dozens of wooden planks hanging from various tree branches. There were some arrows protruding out of the planks, but more were on the ground and the tree trunks around them. "What I've been working on," my sister proclaimed proudly as her bond curled up on the ground beside her with an aloof yawn. Ellie seemed abnormally perky after our conversation by the window, as if she were trying to forget about it. Trying not to dwell too much on my sister's inconsistent behavior, I watched as she picked up a peculiar-looking short bow propped up against a pillar, then retrieved a stray arrow whose tip was buried in the nearby grass. Raising the flexible bow so that the nocked arrow was at eye level, she held her still trembling breath and took a moment to aim before letting go of the string. The thin arrow whistled as it sliced through the air, curving ever so slightly around a plank and hitting a different wooden target behind it. I applauded her, genuinely impressed, but she held up a hand and shook her head. "Now, watch this." Raising her bow once more, she mumbled a brief chant. The tip of her guiding finger on the hand holding the bow began emitting a soft glow. When my sister slowly pulled the string back, the mana took form into a thin glowing arrow. I remained silent, half from focus, half from surprise, as Ellie fired the mana arrow at a nearby target plank. The arrow let out a soft hum, rather than a sharp whistle, as it hastily approached its target, but before it reached the plank, the arrow dissipated. My sister's shoulders sank in disappointment. "I swear I was able to reach the target a couple days ago." "That was amazing!" I exclaimed. "I failed, though," she replied, disappointed. "You're barely 12, Ellie. Most kids your age can hardly even conjure a ball of mana, let alone shoot one out that far away," I said, my voice still laced with enthusiasm. My sister was silent for a moment, absent-mindedly staring at her bow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Aren't you glad that your dear brother is impressed, after all that practicing?" a voice chimed in from behind us. I looked over my shoulder to see a rather odd duo walking out into the terrace, Emily Watskin and Helen Shard. "Surprised, General?" Helen said, one eyebrow raised. While it made sense for Emily to be in and out of the castle since she was apprenticed under Gideon, seeing her with Helen, the leader of the Twin Horns and current head of a large platoon of soldiers, made for a head-tilting moment. However, considering the peculiar bow in Ellie's hand and her sudden skill at archery, I quickly put two and two together. "I won't deny that," I replied with a smile. Emily had noticed my injuries. "You look like you've been through a lot." "About as much as any other soldier out there," I said with a shrug. After Ellie and I properly greeted the two friends, we all sat around the patio table chatting. We discussed how my sister was struggling with mana manipulation, despite having awakened at an early age. "You're having a hard time?" I asked my sister. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I could have helped. You're a general now, and even before then, you were always busy. I didn't want to bother you with it. Besides, Mom and Dad were helping me before they had to leave." My sister tried to sound cheerful, but the faint sullen tone in her voice, especially after our conversation earlier, made my chest ache. I stopped by one day to check up on her after finishing a dungeon tour, and she asked me for help, Helen chimed in, trying to lift the mood. "I'm not a conjurer, so I couldn't exactly help her, so I asked the artificer, Gideon, to run some tests on her. He pawned off what he called a chore on Emily here, and that's when we found out about your sister's little gift." "I wouldn't call it a gift," Eleanor said, suddenly shy. "What gift?" I demanded, my curiosity growing. "I think it'll be easier for you to just show your impatient brother, Ellie," Helen encouraged. "Okay," she agreed. Raising her hand, she concentrated on the center of her palm until a faint orb of mana manifested. There were no attributes, but the spherical orb of pure mana slowly began changing shape until it had turned into a 7-pointed star. "You see," after I assessed Eleanor, Emily stressed her role as she leaned forward. "I realized she has a real knack for molding mana into detailed shapes. Normally, whether you can make a fireball into a fire cube doesn't really matter, but if you're able to conjure the exact shape of an arrow along with a particular arrowhead, then you can potentially have an infinite arsenal of arrows that enemies won't be able to predict." "Well, coming up with the arrow solution was my idea," the leader of the Twin Horns said. "It's a clever technique, for sure," I said, glad that Ellie had found a way to train herself and occupy her mind while Mother father and I were all off to war. They've both been a great help. Helen has been really strict but helpful in teaching me archery, and Emily made me this bow to train with. That's me being easy on you, Helen replied, looking at Ellie with a warm expression. She turned to me. I've been in and out of the castle, so she's been learning on her own, but her growth is actually quite scary. It's like these gifts run in the Lewin family. Clearing her throat to get our attention, the freckled artificer adjusted her glasses, then explained the mechanism for the bow she had customized for my sister. The bow is still in the testing phase, and it requires a certain amount of finesse, but like Helen said, your sister catches on frighteningly fast. I still have a long way to go, Ellie demurred. Looking carefully now, I noticed fresh blisters on her fingers and palms, proof of her effort. Thank you, both of you, for helping my sister like this. I turned to my little sister, tousling her hair. And I'm sorry I haven't been there for you. Like I said, I don't blame you. You're just doing what you have to. Ellie shrugged. Besides, Helen told me Mom and Dad are far away from battles, so I'm not too worried about them, but I'm just thankful when you come back in one piece. My heart lurched once more with guilt, and I understood why she said she had blamed me for our parents participating in the war. That was why they'd left. They didn't want to just sit safely, waiting and praying that they wouldn't hear news of my death. I'm sorry for always worrying you, I said softly, unable to do anything but apologize. Ellie's gaze settled on the scars around my throat, but she said nothing, and in some ways, that pained me even more. My little sister had indeed grown up much more quickly than I had wanted her to. Her childlike innocence and selfishness were gone. What are you doing here back at the castle so soon anyway, Helen? My sister said, changing the subject. Right. The heads and above got called into the castle for a big celebration tonight, she answered. The reason for the event was supposed to be a secret, but it's already been leaked. Apparently a retainer has been defeated. Really? Emily's eyes lit up. Do you think it was a lance? Nothing's confirmed, but that's probably the most likely scenario. All I know is that Commander Virion himself took a small crew to retrieve the body, Helen answered. Things are looking up then. My sister perked up. I'm glad. Glancing from Helen to Emily, then to my sister and back, I thought at first that they were teasing me. But after a few minutes of listening, I realized that they were seriously just gossiping. Do they really not know who killed the retainer? But after giving it more thought, I wasn't too surprised. I had arrived in the castle several days after the retainer's body had been retrieved. There'd been a team of medics waiting for my arrival, but I doubted whether anyone had been told how I'd been injured. Wait, so this celebration is happening tonight? I asked, steering the conversation back to its original path. Yes. Isn't that why you're back at the castle too? Helen replied with a raised brow. My sister answered in my stead. My brother came back because he got hurt. What? How? Where? Are you okay? Emily bombarded me with questions. I was just careless. It's no big deal. I was tempted to tell them the truth, especially my sister, but I assumed Virion had a reason for keeping it secret. It was a big deal. My sister pinched my side. You were out for more than a day, and you still have those scars. Wincing as she twisted my skin even further, I apologized to my sister once more, assuring her that I wouldn't make the same mistake again. The conversation shifted to other topics, but for the rest of our little gathering that afternoon, Helen regarded me with doubtful eyes. Coming back into my room, I was greeted by my bond. How was spending time with your sister? Ellie's all grown up now, I said, letting a hint of bitterness seep into my words. You make that sound like a bad thing, Sylvie replied. I just wish she didn't have to be. Wisdom and maturity stemming from enduring hard circumstances is a painful thing to see as a big brother. But I was able to at least catch up with her and learn a bit more about what's happening in her life. Did you know she's learning archery from Helen? She and Emily even came up with a new practice for Ellie, a combination of conjuring and archery. Sylvie let out tiny puffs of air from her nostrils, and it took me a moment to realize she was laughing. I haven't seen you this excited in a while. That's not true, I rebutted. Oh! Sylvie raised her head, looking up at me from the bed. Tell that to your grinning lips. Shush, I said, dismissing her. Despite my sister's heavy words, it had been enjoyable to spend time with her. How are you feeling? Sluggish, heavy, sleepy, and weak, Sylvie sent, curling back up into a ball. It's like being a hatchling all over again. Well, there's supposedly a big event happening later tonight. Do you feel up for it? I asked. I'll pass, she replied, her voice listless. Save me some food, though. Taking a seat on the couch, I closed my own heavy eyes. I'll have the maids bring some up. Make sure it's meat. Go to sleep. With Sylvie's soft hum making the otherwise cold and silent room a bit more homey, I took some time to sort out my thoughts. Reaching into my dimension ring, I pulled out Dawn's ballad and placed it gently on the tea table in front of me. An involuntary groan escaped me as I looked at the poor state of my weapon. This sword had been by my side for nearly 5 years. I hadn't needed to polish, sharpen, or even clean the blade, and it had been able to withstand just about anything. Dawn's ballad was truly a valuable asset. Studying the sword, I decided that, even damaged, it was better than any other sword I'd be likely to come across. The quirky Azura, Ren, had implanted a weapon on me, but I had no idea if or when it would manifest. It would be reckless to count on having it during this upcoming battle. My thoughts then shifted to my recent journey to Darv. I needed to be sure whether Radias was the leader of this treason, and if he was, to decide what I should do. Even if Elgia's foster parent didn't control the 2 dwarven lances, according to Alduin and Muriel, he still held a large amount of support from the dwarven citizens. The dwarves' overall dissatisfaction with humans, especially the Glader family, ran deep, so if we had to kill him, it would mean a mass uprising. Pulling myself out of my thoughts, I noticed that the room had become dim. I couldn't tell how much time had passed, but it clearly wouldn't be long until the event. Arthur? Are you in there? We're coming in. With a loud bang, the door to my room burst open and a crowd of maids and guards filed in, with Virion at the back. I had no time to prepare or even react. The guards were already pushing the furniture aside to make space in the center of the room, while a horde of maids began undressing me. What disturbed me more, though, was how accustomed I was to being thrown into situations like this. Shall I call this the Virion effect? Virion stepped up, already elegantly dressed in a black robe. Its silver trimmings accentuated his silver hair, which was tied neatly behind him. Now, you're probably surprised by... Nope, I cut in. What is it you're planning this time, old man? A few maids gasped at my crude response, but Virion just waved for them to continue. I see that barging into your room and having a team of maids abruptly strip you naked doesn't put you in the most amiable of moods. No offense taken. I've taken the liberty of arranging this event as a sort of trap, harmless, for our dear Radias, and you, my soon-to-be grandson, have the lead role. Old face. Tesha Aerolith. The figure standing in front of me, her head tilted ever so slightly in scrutiny, wore a lavishly decorated dress of shimmering black. The silky fabric came up just above the base of her neck, with subtle frills adding a girlish touch. The sleeves covered the length of her arms with the same delicate frills at the ends, while the dress fell on the shorter side, coming up just short of her knees. Locks of gunmetal hair flowed down on one side in perfectly arranged twirls that contrasted starkly against the dark color of her attire. After wearing armor and being covered in grime for the past several months, I couldn't believe the person in the mirror was me. You look beautiful. My mother's glance shifted from me to my reflection with a warm smile on her face. Looking at her as she sat properly in a chair beside me, however, I couldn't help but lose confidence, even in my new dress. Though I knew she was much younger than my father, my mother should still be past her prime. Yet her bright silver hair was still lush, her blue eyes still radiant, and her skin still youthfully supple. She and my father had already finished preparing for the event, and in contrast to my dark gown, my mother wore a beautiful dusty rose dress which flowed gently, emphasizing her slim waist and the swell of her hips, while still maintaining a reserved elegance. I studied myself, turning left and right so I could see every angle while a team of maids nodded in quiet contentment. I'm not so sure about this. The dress is a bit bleak, isn't it? Maybe I should wear something a little brighter. I think the black makes you look mature, she answered. What do you girls think? I agree, the head maid quickly replied. This was made by a famous silk weaver in Calburk City, who designed it specifically for you, Lady Tesha. The lacing and frills add a playful touch while the overall shape and color of the dress gives a very, excuse my language, sensual appearance. Sensual? I pondered, twisting left and right once more. Leilak, the designer, believes that the clothing itself shouldn't be beautiful. Rather, he feels the clothing should bring out and accentuate the beauty of the wearer, a younger maid added. I think this dress does a fine job of that. If I didn't know better, I'd think your hair and eyes were actually glowing in contrast to the dress. Oh, please. You girls said the same things when I first tried on my armor. I can't trust any of you, I argued, but I was unable to keep the smile from creeping across my pouting face. A wave of laughter filled the room as the maids hurriedly added the finishing touches. Stepping out of my room, I spotted Stannard, Darvis, and Courier chatting with one another. Your Majesty. The three of them stiffened at the sight of my mother before greeting her in unison. Mr. Barrick, Mr. Clairol, and M.S. Reed. My mother responded with a soft smile, then looked at me before turning toward the stairs leading to the uppermost floor of the castle, where the event was being held. Tesha, I'll see you up there. I have matters to attend to with your father and the other council members. My mother was escorted toward the stairwell, through the gathering crowd, and out of sight. I remained in the hallway with a couple of castle guards and my 3 friends and team members who had silently waited as my mother and her maids departed. Then they turned back to me with cheeky grins. Lookin' good there, princess. Darvis, dressed in a sleek black suit, nudged me with his elbow as we made our unhurried way to the stairs. His usually unruly mane was slicked back with oil, and the structured cut of the suit did a nice job of toning down his burly frame. You're being gross, Darvis, Courier said, rolling her eyes as she turned to me. But he's not lying. You look gorgeous. It was obvious my petite friend had put in a lot of effort for the occasion, and it had paid off. Complimenting her youthful appearance and curly, bobbed hair, her fluttery green dress came down to mid-thigh, a length that'd be frowned upon by the older generation if not for the tights she wore underneath. Thanks, but I didn't realize how uncomfortable I'd be in this getup. At least you look good in your getup, Stannard complained from behind us. I look like some ornamental bird. The rest of us laughed as Stannard fluttered his bright blue robes like they were wings. Rather than a fitted suit like Darvis, Stannard had chosen to wear a more luxurious conjurer's robe, which looked to be more decorative than functional. Anyway, I said, turning back to Courier, who was walking beside me. You look rather charming yourself. Are you trying to snag one of the noble boys at the event? Courier's face immediately reddened, but she tried to look calm as she answered. Please. Most of the younger nobles attending are probably their family heirs, which means one thing. They're super pretentious. Seriously, hiding safely here in the castle to protect their lineage while sipping on wine. My oldest brother happens to be one of those heirs you speak of, Darvis said. And you are absolutely spot on about him. Then maybe help Stannard find a nice lady to settle down with after the war is over, I said. Yes, please. He nodded fervently. I'd like that very much. Hey, why don't you help me? Darvis complained. Shush. Kuria reached over and smacked her childhood friend's arm. Why would the Princess of Elenoir introduce anyone to such a crass lump of muscle? Excuse me? Darvis clutched his heart as if he'd been stabbed. After I so kindly invited the two of you, this is the thanks I get? Tesha would have invited us even if you hadn't, Stannard retorted. Regardless. I'm just going so I can hear the big announcement and eat some good food, Kuria said. I'm also curious as to what the announcement is going to be, I said. Your grandfather didn't even tell you? Must be big, Darvis said, his brows raised. By the time we reached the stairwell, traffic was at a standstill due to the sheer volume of people trying to get up, but with our pointless banter and talk of recent missions, the time seemed to go quickly. Unlike some of the past events held by the council, this one was open to people from outside the castle as well, so the large spiraling stairway was packed with nobles. Unaccustomed to being crammed in such tight quarters, many were loudly voicing their complaints. Some used the opportunity to casually brag to their peers, at a not-so-casual volume, about their families' large expanses of land and wealth, hoping to impress potential suitors nearby. While I noticed some glances come my way, few nobles had the audacity to try and approach me. Those who did were easily scared away by my guards. It was clear how uncomfortable Kuria and Stannard were in the middle of so many nobles. While Kuria had had some exposure, since her family had served Darvis's family for generations, Stannard came from a humbler background. I'm tired already, he mumbled as he was pushed and pulled by the crowd. You think it's bad here? Imagine how packed it is on the lower floors, closer to the teleportation gate, Darvis consoled him. Kuria agreed. Yeah, I heard there are a lot of people coming from outside, since this is the first time since the war started that the castle's been open to anyone other than the residents. As we inched slowly toward the top floor, I glanced around every now and then, hoping to maybe spot Arthur. Chances were that he was either still resting or would come later on, but my eyes seemed to subconsciously search for a head of long auburn hair. As if reading my mind, Kuria asked, by the way, where's your handsome lover? He's not my lover, I said a bit too loudly, causing heads to turn around us. And he got injured recently, so I think he's resting. Probably. Mr. Lance got hurt? Darvis gasped mockingly. I guess he's not as strong as they say. Yet you still got your ass handed to you, Stannard chimed in innocently. Shut up, my burly friend retorted, then, glaring at Kuria, said, and he's not that handsome. With that long hair, I bet a lot of people mistake him for a girl. Is someone jealous? Kuria grinned. I've heard that after Arthur's appearance at the dungeon, quite a few girls were smitten by him. Looks like our princess now has to fend off competition as well as Alacrians and mutant mana beasts, Stannard teased. You guys know I can demote you all now, right? I threatened in return. After half an hour of inching up the stairwell, we finally reached the top floor of the castle. The view was met with a collective gasp of amazement. Like the terrace on the residential floor, the top of the castle was enveloped in a transparent dome-shaped barrier so that the entire venue appeared to be taking place outdoors. The sun was just beginning to set, and the entire castle was surrounded by an endless expanse of serene magenta and burning orange. Orbs of light floated above us inside the dome, casting a gentle glow. Hundreds of nobles were there, elves and humans and dwarves, all dressed meticulously, and an orchestra played a variety of flutes and stringed instruments to fill the gaps in conversation. Stepping up to the top floor, I felt as if I'd been transported into a mesmerizing fairyland. Darvis let out a long whistle of appreciation, while Stannard's gaze darted from one place to another in wonder. It's beautiful, Kuria breathed. Ugh, I spotted my family, Darvis groaned. Kuria, come on. Let's greet them now and get it over with. As Kuria was being unwillingly pulled away by her friend, I spotted Emily. Wearing a bright yellow dress that appeared to have some smudges and stains on it, she was pouring herself a drink near the empty stage. The apprentice artificer seemed unbothered by the looks of disdain and disgust from the nobles nearby as she casually finished her drink in a single gulp. "Emily," Stannard shouted before I had the chance to call out to her. "Ah, little Stannard." "Princess," Emily greeted, waving her empty glass. I broke into a fit of laughter at the sight of her running awkwardly while she held up her dress, with no care for her outward appearance. Emily was breathing heavily by the time she reached us. "Finally, people I know." "I didn't expect to see you here," I said after greeting her with a hug. "Who did you think was responsible for setting up all these lighting artifacts?" She rolled her eyes. "You did all this?" Stannard exclaimed. "Well, it certainly wasn't my carefree and lazy master," she mumbled sourly. "Is that how you got those stains?" I giggled. Emily looked down and gasped. "Oh no, I didn't even notice. Must have been when I was adding more of the mana-conducting fluid." "Hey, Emily, isn't that your master over there?" Stannard pointed near the tables where, lo and behold, the master artificer, Gideon, was alternating between biting into a large leg of some bird and sipping on a glass of wine. "Damn old coot," Emily muttered before stomping off after him. "Master Gideon." At Emily's outcry, the old artificer choked on his food. Stannard and I followed her, ducking our heads in embarrassment. "You old bat. After pushing off all the work on me because you were feeling unwell, you show up here to drink and eat." Emily huffed, snatching away the gnawed hunk of meat, which Gideon was trying to take another bite of. "Must you raise your voice so, dear apprentice?" "I'm standing right in front of you," Gideon grumbled, taking a sip from his glass before acknowledging our existence. "Princess Tesha, Stannard. Glad to see you two are still alive. That's always a good thing." "It's been a while," I responded, while Stannard bowed respectfully. Emily huffed out a defeated breath as she handed back her master's food. "You usually don't care for these sorts of events. What brings you here besides the free food and liquor?" "I was given a rather interesting task by your grandfather. He looked at me, so I'm just killing time until then. Plus, I get to see the one person on this entire continent who, I dare say, is smarter than me." "There's someone smarter than you, Master Gideon?" Stannard asked, genuinely surprised. Meanwhile, Emily leaned in, eyes glowing with curiosity. "What's this task?" "The princess's lover boy, Arthur," Gideon said in wonder. "Boy, what I'd give to be able to extract all the secrets from that boy's head." "What is the task?" Emily pinched her master's arm. "It's a secret," Gideon said mockingly, then slapped her away before rubbing his arm. The eccentric old artificer wandered off after a butler holding a plate of finger foods, and Emily chased after her master to try and get more information. "So you are going to be here?" A faint smile crossed my lips. "How is that possible?" Stannard muttered to himself. "There's no way Arthur can be smarter than Master Gideon. If I hadn't known Arthur since we were both children, I probably wouldn't believe Gideon either," I consoled him. As I followed Emily and her mentor, my gaze drifted toward a crowd gathering near the top of the stairwell where we had first entered. I recognized the head sticking out of the crowd. With his black hair still parted down the middle and his sharp eyes softened by thick glasses, it was undeniably the Xyrus Guild Hall manager, Caspian Bladeheart. "Tesha?" Stannard said, snapping me out of my daze. "Yes? What is it?" "I was just asking if you wanted to try to look for Darvis and Curia." His pale blue eyes shifted between me and where I had been staring. "You go on ahead," I said, already walking toward the small crowd. "I'll meet up with you guys later." Pushing aside the people gathered there, I headed toward the familiar man. Then my eyes landed on the girl. She was about my age, and he and several guards were protecting her from the crowd. "Claire," I blurted. The former leader of the disciplinary committee, whose condition and whereabouts had been kept hidden by the Bladeheart family, was standing in the center where the nobles had gathered. Princess Tesha, Caspian Bladeheart, Claire's uncle, greeted me. It's been a while, I replied. Uncle, it's stifling in here. Let me get some fresh air with Princess Tesha, Claire said. The usually expressionless Guildhall manager frowned, his brows furrowed in concern. But it'll be fine. She gave her uncle a soft smile before pulling me through the crowd. I remained silent as we made our way to the edge of the roof of the castle, where a small set of stairs led down to a deck overlooking the sky. Neither of us spoke for a moment. We simply leaned against the railing. The medley of noises surrounding the big event were muffled by the whistling of the wind against the barrier surrounding us. You look great, I finally said. I wasn't lying. Claire had been an upperclassman and I, along with many other students at Xyrus, had looked up to her, always bright and never afraid to take challenges head-on. Seeing her tonight, wearing an ivory dress with a thin shawl draped over her shoulders, it seemed a gentle, calm air had replaced her normally lively and spirited aura. It wasn't just that, though. I couldn't quite place my finger on it, but something felt different about her. I appreciate it. She smiled faintly. And I think you've probably heard enough how beautiful you look tonight. Mostly from friends and family, I said, looking down at my dress and wishing for a moment that it was a suit of armor instead. Their words are more obligatory than anything else. I swallowed down all the questions I, like so many of the nobles who had gathered around her, wanted to ask, choosing instead to let the silence linger. I heard you're leading a team out on the field, she said. Yes, although it's been fairly recent. I'm jealous, she continued. You must have gotten a lot stronger. Oh no, I still have a lot to learn, I replied. I've yet to control my beast will completely, and my long-range conjuring is a mess since I've been focused on getting better with my sword. I see, she nodded. I don't think I've ever told you this, but the Bladeheart techniques played a big part in shaping my swordplay, I continued. Speaking of which, noticing my hesitation, she shook her head. I still practice with the sword every now and then, but not nearly as much as before. Are your injuries still? She shook her head. My injuries from Xyrus are mostly healed. That's great, I said, a little too loudly. Will you be taking part in the war, then? No, she answered flatly. Oh! I was surprised by Claire's answer. She'd always had a strong sense of justice, which was a big part of why she had been selected as the leader of the disciplinary committee. Did your family not approve because of what happened at school? It's not that. She gazed overhead at the stars surrounding us. Do you mind if I ask why? I pressed. If your family's okay with it and your injuries have gotten better. My physical injuries have gotten better, she interrupted, leveling her gaze at me. Taking me off guard, she began removing the straps of her dress. She turned around so that her back was to me, then lowered her dress to reveal the large scar on her lower back. She had other scars from past wounds, but none of them compared to the large disfigurement next to her spine. Then, lifting her dress, she turned back to me, her expression hard. But the one thing the emitters and medics couldn't fix was my manicure. My hand came up to my mouth as I inadvertently gasped. I now realized what was different about her. The thing that I couldn't place my finger on. Then, she nodded, her face masked with an expression that told me she had accepted this long ago. I can't use magic anymore. Center of attention. Despite spending much of my life learning how to behave properly, what to say, and how to say it in various situations, I was still unable to muster up the appropriate words to respond to Claire. Any sort of apology or attempt at consolation could only come off as pitying or insensitive. How could I dare tell her, it'll be okay, after complaining about my lack of progress in the one part of her life she'd never be able to get back? let alone improve. To my surprise, Claire breathed out a soft laugh. I'm sorry. It's just your expression, she explained, noticing my confusion. If I didn't know better, I'd think you'd just swallowed a bug or something. Don't worry. I've pretty much come to terms with it. But still, I muttered. It's fine, Claire said dismissively, shaking her head. I've told my uncle that I plan on helping out where I can at the Blade Heartsword Institution. I figure training new soldiers can be my way of helping out in this war. I couldn't respond. She was the one who had almost died and was now unable to practice magic, yet she was trying to lift the mood while I stood here, disheartened. Claire, a clear voice suddenly boomed from behind us. The two of us turned to see the eldest son of the Glader family at the top of the steps, his sister standing next to him. Prince Curtis's eyes were locked on Claire, his sharp brows furrowed in concern and frustration. Princess Kathleen was wrapped in a shimmering white dress. Though she was known for being expressionless, her eyes were red and lined with tears, her delicate pale hands clenched by her sides. Before Claire could even say a word, the two of them rushed down and embraced their former leader. It's nice to see you both, too, Claire puffed, struggling to breathe. Prince Curtis released her, his expression still a mixture of worry and anger. Do you know how worried we all were? Your being here means you're okay, right? What happened? Kathleen asked. I took a seat and listened as the three of them got caught up. Claire told Curtis and Kathleen the same thing she'd told me. I watched their faces darken and imagined that I must have looked very similar to how they looked now. As I had done, Curtis froze, unable to form a response when Claire revealed her inability to manipulate mana. But to my surprise, Kathleen spoke up. You're very strong, she said, then lifted her watery gaze and locked eyes with her former leader. I think being able to overcome such a huge obstacle and move forward with a smile says much more about you than the color of a mana core ever could. Touched by her powerful words, I shifted my gaze and saw that Claire had stiffened at the princess's response. Tears began rolling down her cheeks. Seeming surprised by her own reaction, Claire hurriedly wiped the tears away with her palms, but they refused to stop falling. This is embarrassing. I can't believe I'm crying. My chest throbbed, watching her cry while Princess Kathleen embraced her once again. Curtis turned to me and dipped his head, but remained silent. Claire's sniffles soon turned to giggles as she laughed at her own state. Look at me. I was barely presentable before, and now I'm a teary, snotty mess. Who are you trying to be presentable for? I teased, eliciting a laugh from all three of them. Just like that, the ice had melted. Princess Tesha, Curtis smiled, nodding politely as I approached again. I apologize for not greeting you right away. Princess Tesha, Kathleen echoed, dipping her head. No problem. I smiled back. And we should be able to be a bit more comfortable with each other, considering we were once schoolmates. Right, Curtis, Kathleen. You're right, Curtis grinned. And yes, it has been a while, Tesha. It's nice seeing you again, Kathleen said, with a smile so faint I almost mistook it for a twitch. The three of us eventually settled around a patio table nearby. I wasn't particularly close to any of them, but all four of us quickly bonded over our mutual friend, Arthur. They all had much to say about him, and soon enough, we were sharing laughs and stories about his exploits. He always seems so put together and mature, Claire said. And then I spot him doing weird things, like fighting with his bond over the meat on his plate at the cafeteria. Tell me about it. I've known him for more than a decade, and I still can't always tell what he's thinking, I said, my mind going back to our argument in the dungeon. What was Arthur like when he was younger? Kathleen asked. I had to think for a moment before answering. I remember him being much colder. He kept his distance from everyone. Even when we were laughing together and teasing each other, there always seemed to be some restraint on his part. Of course, I had no clue back then, but looking back now, Arthur has come a long way as a decent person. There have been moments when I was truly jealous of him, though, Curtis admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. I can certainly see how most young men would be jealous of him when it comes to magic and fighting, but he's rather lacking in other aspects, I replied. And what aspects might those be? Claire grinned deviously. Perhaps knowing the female heart? I didn't have anything specific in mind. I looked away, hoping the evening sky would mask my burning cheeks. Claire turned her head to the quiet princess. Your most fearsome rival in love can't even admit to her feelings, Kathleen. What? Rival in love? Curtis exclaimed, also turning to his sister. Who? Arthur. The princess's pale face turned such a bright shade of red, I feared she might pass out. No. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think Arthur is much better suited to Princess Tesha. That won't do. Claire continued teasing. You can't give up without a fight. Curtis jumped in, lecturing his sister about being too young to date, while Kathleen denied everything Claire was saying and shot me quick, uncertain looks. I smiled along, but I also took a good look at the princess sitting across from me. Large, dark eyes with long, thick lashes on a face so small you could cover it with one hand. Milky complexion and such a small, delicate body that even I wanted to protect her. In addition to the fact that she was an extremely gifted deviant conjurer, she had no flaws. I wonder if Arthur prefers the cute, reserved type. Tesha? I snapped out of my daze at the sound of Curtis's voice. Sorry. I was thinking of something else. It's okay. I was just curious where Arthur was. I haven't seen him around anywhere. I saw him this morning, I answered. He was still recovering, so I didn't think he'd make it to the event, but it turns out he will be here. Arthur got hurt? Kathleen blurted, surprising her brother and Claire. I nodded. He's okay now. Supposedly, it was some sort of blunder on his part, but I feel like they're not telling me everything. Arthur isn't the type to make a blunder during a fight, Curtis noted. I wonder what happened. You know, said Claire, suddenly melancholy, I really have come to terms with my injury, but if there's one thing I regret, it's being unable to fight by Arthur's side during this war. I'm curious as to what he'd be like, too. If it's anything like how he was during the incident at Xyrus, I know it'd be worth it, Curtis said. I thought back to the day the soldiers and I had found Arthur atop the mountain of corpses. Those memories still sent chills down my spine. It was a part of Arthur I wouldn't mind not seeing ever again. We continued our conversation until it became apparent, by the drastic increase in the noise level, that something was going on. I think it's about time we went back to the main hall, Claire suggested, getting up. The rest of us began following her up the steps, but suddenly she came to a stop. What's wrong? I called. She stood rigidly at the top of the stairs, but my concern had been answered by the time we reached her. Wearing an elegant set of armor, composed only of a pauldron and greaves made of mithril, was the lance Vari Ori, otherwise known as Zero. Master. Kathleen immediately bowed. General Vari, I said in greeting. Good evening. She nodded, her sharp brown eyes tracking from Kathleen to her brother and back to me. I'm here to escort the three of you during tonight's event. Of course, Miss Bladeheart is welcome to join you. Claire, are you okay? I asked, shaking her gently. Taking a step back, she turned to me with a wry smile. Why, it's just that, since I can't use mana anymore, General Vari's aura, even suppressed, paralyzed me for a second. I'm fine now, she hurriedly added, seeing the concerned expressions on our faces. We headed back inside, but my thoughts were on Claire and all the things that we had always taken for granted, things she was now incapable of doing. Even in a place like this, they stand out, a voice murmured a few feet away, pulling me away from my thoughts. You really have to rate them by a whole different standard, Another voice whispered, this time closer. And here I thought the girls at Calburk were pretty. You're into those prim and proper ladies? His friend replied. I've heard the girls down at Black Bend are more willing, if you know what I mean. His friend hid a snicker behind a gloved fist, but immediately froze when he realized my eyes were on him. I repressed the urge to rebuke them. In the past, I probably would have done so, and at a volume that everyone could hear, but this wasn't anything new, nor was it worth causing a scene over. Besides, my glare was enough to shut him up for now. Needless to say, walking alongside General Vary with Curtis, Cathon, and the mysterious Blade Heart child who had, until now, not been seen since the Xyrus incident, I turned heads left and right. Looking around, I could see men of noble households nudging their companions, trying to be discreet, the same way the girls tried to be discreet while they ogled Curtis. He and Darvis wore very similar styles of clothing, but the two couldn't have looked more different. While Darvis, with his hair slicked back and his attire ornamented with a bit too much gold, looked more like an overdressed thug than a noble, there was no doubt for anyone here that Curtis was royalty. Walking through the hall filled with staring nobles, I was grateful to have General Vary by our side. Even the bolder nobles didn't dare step in our direction with a lance beside us. Claire leaned toward me. How do you guys get used to this much attention? It's absolutely nerve-wracking. I smiled and whispered back, just don't trip over your own feet. Great. She looked down. Now I'm conscious of my walking. Arriving near the front of the stage, I caught sight of my parents, along with the rest of the council, seated against the wall. Suddenly, the entire hall darkened. Gasps of surprise and mutters of confusion erupted. While I wasn't able to enhance my vision like augmenters could, assimilating with the Elderwood Guardian had greatly improved my senses, to the point that I could see the members of the council trading puzzled glances with one another. Most people seemed to assume that this was part of the event. The noise inside the hall slowly died down until only the soft rustling of clothes could be heard. Footsteps echoed across the wooden stage, creating even more suspense amongst the guests. Then an illuminating artifact, floating above the stage, activated to reveal my grandfather, now standing in a pillar of light. Thank you all for waiting. His sharp voice rang with authority, evoking applause from the nobles, but I could only groan in embarrassment. Everyone seemed to love the theatrics, but I found them tacky. My grandfather, the highest authority in Dicathan during this war, had certainly dressed for the part, with a rich burgundy robe embellished with gold trim and gleaming black jewels. Even his hair seemed to shimmer like pearls, most likely with the help of the lighting, and he stood straight with his hands clasped behind him. After the applause died down, my grandfather spoke. First, let me apologize to everyone here. I know that little has been said about the purpose of this event. This was done intentionally, not for security, and certainly not for safety. No, this was done for the sake of surprising each and every person here today. Heads turned as nobles looked at one another in confusion, uncertain if they had heard right. Yes, you all heard correctly, he chuckled. Some positive news, in the form of a surprise, is something we could all use in these times of duress. Murmurs of agreement sounded from those around us. So, since I've kept you all waiting long enough, allow me to present to you our first step toward victory in this war. We have come together today to commend the one responsible for eradicating a central power of the enemy side, a retainer. My grandfather stepped to the side as a whirring noise sounded from below. The stage split in half and a gruesome figure, locked in a tomb of ice, was raised into view. The nobles closest to the stage all took several fearful steps back, some of the weaker ones even stumbling. Falling into a stupor as I gazed at the Vritra, I felt someone tugging on my arm. Looking back, I saw Claire barely managing to stay standing, her face deathly white. Claire? I hurriedly grabbed hold of my friend by the waist to keep her upright. Do you want to go further back? No, she shook her head. I need to be able to at least endure this much. It pained me to see her so helpless, especially because she was someone I had once looked up to, but I let her be and turned back toward the stage. Considering it was able to emanate such a noxious aura even after death, I could only imagine how strong it must have been in life. As I looked in wonder and horror at the display, I was struck by a thought. The Vritra had been encased in ice, and to such a degree that I felt its chill from back here. I looked instinctively at General Vari, but she looked as stunned as everyone else in the room. And her gaze wasn't fixed on the disfigured monster. I peered at the stage and saw another person coming from the back, hidden in the shadows behind the column of light shining down on the ice-encased retainer. I should have been expecting something like this after all these years, but I wasn't. I was as stunned as General Vari and everyone else in this hall when Arthur stepped into view for everyone to see. Meaning, everyone in the hall held their breath as Arthur came into view and silently waited for him to speak. He stood wordlessly and surveyed the outdoor gallery from atop the stage. Every person present seemed entranced by the image as their hero stood before them, bathed in light, posing dramatically next to the block of ice. I had seen Arthur just hours before and was stunned by how different he looked now. His long auburn hair was tied loosely in a knot. Rather than the usual formal human attire, he wore a silky decorative robe like us elves. However, unlike our traditional garb, the loose sleeves of his robe hung barely past his elbows, and the visible portions of his arms were covered by thin, tight-fitting gloves. Completing his refined ensemble was a rich fur pelt as white as snow, slung over one shoulder. It hadn't been too long since he had appeared in front of the world, adorned in extravagant armor that had dazzled everyone who'd come to watch. Now, seeing him up there standing in the column of light in his elegant attire, he didn't seem just dazzling. He radiated an otherworldliness that I had only felt in the presence of Master Alder. I was distracted by his transformation, and it was only when Arthur turned his head, peering deeply at the Vritra retainer encased in ice, that I realized the red burns that had scarred his neck were no longer visible. He turned back to face us before speaking, his voice low and steady. Displaying a corpse as some sort of trophy or keepsake for the masses to gawk at is something I deeply disapprove of, but those of you attending this event tonight aren't part of the masses. Each noble here knows that the workers, civilians, and inhabitants of your lands are waiting impatiently for news regarding this war. Until now, vague assumptions and baseless theories were the only things you could give them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Arthur paused, but the crowd remained quiet, patiently waiting for him to speak again. Born to a humble background, I have been able to climb to where I am now thanks to my family, as well as the friends I met along the way. I am now a lance, and the youngest one at that, but I'm not the strongest. The lances out there, some whom are fighting battles as we speak, are far above me in power, yet even I was able to defeat a retainer, one of the so-called highest powers of the Alacrian army. Arthur paused once more, and excited murmurs began sounding from the crowd. I realized that his speech patterns were intentional. He was a year younger than me, and with his background, he had neither been taught nor prepared for things like speeches or the intricacies of public appearances, yet he utilized every breath, word, pause, and gesture to perfectly take control of the crowd. As you can see, I've sustained no injuries from my battle with this supposedly powerful force, and am healthy enough to chatter on like this amongst a crowd of nobles, he said with a smile, eliciting laughter from everyone around me. Placing one of his gloved hands on the tomb of ice, he shifted his gaze to where the council was seated. This is not only my offering to the council, who has granted me this role, but is also a gift that I hope you can all take home and share with your people, figuratively, of course. Cheers and laughs erupted after Arthur bowed, signaling the end of his speech. The illuminating artifacts turned back on as Arthur left the stage and my grandfather took his place. Please feel free to get a closer look at the Vritra, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. With that, a few guards replaced my grandfather on stage, and the crowd burst into chatter and shuffling movement. The council came up first. Though they tried to hide their astonishment, it was obvious by their expressions that this was the first time any of them had seen the corpse. I watched as my parents, along with the elder Gladers, studied the frozen tomb. Only the dwarven elder, Radias, kept his distance, his expression subtly strained. "Princess Tesha, would you like me to escort you to the corpse?" General Vary asked, a rare hint of anticipation in her sharp eyes. I didn't want to disappoint the Lance, so Curtis, Catherine, Claire, and I followed her toward the stage where nobles were already beginning to surround the frozen Vritra. Reaching the front, I looked past the soldiers standing guard and examined the corpse inside the ice. It was hard for me to look at the Vritra for too long, though. In terms of its physical attributes, she looked human, but staring at the two hollowed-out cavities where her eyes should have been filled me with a fear that couldn't be blocked by mana. I watched as Vary stared intently at all angles of the Vritra, her hands moving along the ice tomb as Claire studied the corpse wearily. Suddenly I remembered. "Claire." I gently tugged on her sleeve. "Wait right here. Let me go get Arthur." "What?" "Tesha, no." Ignoring Claire, I quickly made my way to the back of the stage, behind the curtains. "This area is off." The female guard stationed behind the stage retreated a few steps when she recognized me. "Princess Tesha?" I smiled, quickly making up an excuse. "My grandfather is expecting me to meet him." The guard's gaze shifted toward the narrow staircase beside her. "General Arthur and Commander Virion have ordered me to allow no one down these stairs, not even the rest of the council," she replied hesitantly. "I know. They told me not to tell the council that I'm here, either." I lied. "Now please, they're expecting me." She hesitated for a moment longer, then stepped aside with a nod, motioning for me to go down. I didn't thank her. That would have been suspicious. I just nodded back and headed down the staircase. It was wide enough for only one person at a time and seemed to spiral down endlessly. So long and repetitive was the staircase, it would have seemed like an illusion if not for the slight nuances in the design of each of the illuminating artifacts. I quieted my steps with wind magic as I went further down the stairs. I knew what I was doing was wrong, even if it was just Arthur and my grandfather, but I was too curious about what these important matters were and why they needed to keep them secret, even from the council. Once I got close enough to hear faint voices muttering behind closed doors, I withdrew my magic. Both Grandpa and Arthur were freakishly sensitive to mana fluctuations, so if I wanted to eavesdrop, I would have to rely on just my hearing. Thanks to my enhanced senses after my beast will's assimilation, I was able to make out what they were saying. From the sound of it, the artificer Gideon was there as well. "Don't push yourself, brat," my grandfather grunted. "I'm fine. I didn't need to use magic, so it's just physical fatigue more than anything else," Arthur replied. His voice was weak compared to how he had sounded up on stage. "This paste is rather stifling, though. Best not touch your neck, or it will wear off more quickly," Gideon muttered. "You wouldn't want your scars showing during the party." "Right," Arthur responded, his voice taut as a bowstring. "I still have to go back out there." "Of course you do. You're the star of the event," Grandpa replied. "Your speech was convincing enough, though, so it might not be necessary for you to stay until the end." "Good." "Gideon, how did the recording go?" Arthur asked. "It was a hassle trying to capture the images at the exact moments you specified. There's still a bit of a delay between the moment I press the trigger and when the image is, hold on, let me take note of that so I can fix it." "Focus, Gideon," Arthur snapped, his voice impatient. "I know you just had your legs forcefully torn into a mess and put back together, but that's no excuse for being grumpy with me, Gideon grumbled. Anyway, I was able to capture the images of Radius's face when Virion first announced the Vritra, then when Arthur first came into view, and when Arthur said he had sustained no injuries, Gideon noted. Here, let me see that, my grandfather said. What's Radius looking at in this picture? Not what, who, Arthur answered. He's looking at General Vari, who was in the crowd. I suggested to Tesha's father that we have the Lance look after the royal children. So Radius thought General Vari was the one who killed the Vritra? Gideon asked. Wait, is that why you froze the retainer's corpse? To make him think it was Vari. My grandfather sounded surprised. I wanted him to think that it had taken the strongest lance to kill one of the strongest forces in the Alacrian army before it was revealed that I killed her, Arthur explained. You always have a few tricks up your sleeves, don't you? My grandfather said, a touch of pride in his voice. Look at Radius's face when he first saw the Vritra come up encased in ice. He's surprised and looks immediately over toward Vari, the artificer pointed out. Then look at this image after Arthur comes into view, and then when Arthur announced that he, the weakest of the lances, had kicked the retainer's ass without even sustaining an injury. Shock and anger, my grandfather noted. Most would be surprised and grow progressively happier to learn that the weakest lance is stronger than one of the supposed Alacrian powerhouses. This still doesn't prove that Radius is actively helping the Alacrians, but this does give us a good idea of what his stance is on all of this, Arthur added. We'll know for sure in the next battle when. Arthur's voice trailed off. I couldn't hear any of them anymore. Lord Radius is helping the Alacrians? I needed to hear more. Just what was Arthur planning in this next battle? I inched down a few more steps to get closer, but I still couldn't hear them. Damn it. I knew it was risky, but I decided to take the chance, hoping that Arthur's weakened state would allow me to use just a tiny bit of magic. Before I could do so, however, a surge of mana erupted in front of me, and I covered my face with my arms on instinct. So, we had a little mouse sneaking around outside our door. My stomach sank as I realized Arthur's voice was now just inches away from me. Surprise, I said weakly. Arthur Lewin. I very much enjoyed the surprised look on Tesha's face when she realized she had been caught. Virion, close behind me, grumbled a curse under his breath as he realized it was his own granddaughter who had been eavesdropping. You know, boys don't like girls who snoop around like this, Gideon quipped. Tessa's gaze flickered to me before looking away. I wasn't snooping. I came back here to look for Arthur and the guard let me in rather easily. Yes, I'm sure the guard did, Virion replied, then cast a barrier around all four of us. Now, how much did you hear? Enough, she answered, her expression turning serious. Is Lord Radius really? We're not sure yet, I cut in. It's too soon to assume anything or act on any of the information we've gathered so far. Her gaze fell, downcast. I see. Is there anything else we need to go over, Virion? I looked over my shoulder at the old elf. I think we've shaken Radius up enough for today. Good work, brat, Virion answered with a nod. I turned back to Tess. Then would you like to accompany me for the rest of the event? She was taken aback at first, but then her face lit up in a bright smile. Sure. We headed back up the stairs, where we were greeted by lively music and laughter, along with the frequent clinking of glasses. The mood sure turned festive, I noted. Tesha casually linked her arm through mine. If I don't do this, every nobleman within eyeshot will try to either ask me for a dance or to have a drink with him, she explained, looking the other way. Every nobleman, huh? I teased. My meek childhood friend has sure turned confident. She tightened her grip on my arm, pinching it as she waved to the nearby nobles who greeted her. Unable to express my pain with so many eyes watching, I casually leaned toward her, prying her fingers from my arm as I whispered, "Same old Tesha, resorting to violence, I see." It's because only violence seems to work on someone as slow as you, General, she replied with a feigned smile. As we walked through the large open venue of the party, I was greeted left and right by nobles from cities all over Dicathan. Despite her childish antics, Tess was a big help throughout the evening. She pointed out notable guests whom I should greet and share a drink with, and others who would be plenty satisfied with just a sincere greeting. While I had experience with events like this from my former life, I knew very little of the politics involving the Three Kingdoms. Tess, on the other hand, knew exactly who was important and knew their various personalities. By subtly leading the conversations and keeping them brief, while making sure not to offend anyone, Tess made my night much easier. Perhaps the only downside to having her beside me was the occasional glare and pinch she gave me whenever she caught me returning a smile to the many ladies who greeted me. She seemed to think I should only extend courtesy to those members of society outside my potential dating range. "Brother," Ellie called from the crowd. Looking around, I caught sight of her. She was excitedly waving her arm amidst a group of friends. Even from here I could see the glimmering bracelet she wore, embedded with the pink beast core of a Phoenix WRM I had gotten for her and mother. I waved back and headed over to them. When I reached the group, my sister unexpectedly wrapped her arms around my waist. "Ellie?" I said, startled. "He really is your brother," a pigtailed girl in a puffy dress stammered as she tugged on Ellie's sleeve. "Girls, I'd like you all to meet my brother Arthur and Princess Tesha," Ellie announced, puffing out her chest as she wrapped her arms around my free arm. "It's an honor, General Arthur." "Princess Tesha," said a curly-haired girl in an overly embellished white dress. "You were so cool up there, General Arthur," another girl exclaimed, inching closer to us. "Is it true that you took no injuries at all when you defeated the retainer?" Looking at these little girls' sparkling gazes, I suddenly felt embarrassed. As pretty and fragile as he looks, he's actually one of the strongest mages in all of Dicathan, Tess answered for me. "You're so lucky to have him as your brother," a small girl with bobbed hair and a frilly dress said jealously. "My oldest brother wasn't able to get into Xyrus, so he's going to some no-name academy in Karn City, and my father sent my second brother to fight in the war after he caused trouble with another noble's daughter." I watched silently as my sister resumed gossiping with her friends. It was a relief to see her laughing and smiling, as opposed to shedding tears over my injuries and our parents being far away. After I gave my sister another hug, Tess and I walked away from her group. "It's funny how my sister always finds the need to introduce me to everyone she knows," I said with a smile. Even on her 7th birthday party at the Helstia Manor, she told every one of her little friends. "She just wants to show off her older brother," Tess giggled, lightly holding onto my arm. Even girls her age love to gossip and brag about what they have, and for Ellie, her one and only brother is a great source of pride. "Well, I'm just glad she seems to be surrounded by girls." "I'm sure your sister is pretty popular with the boys," Tesha teased. I froze, glancing back at my sister and her friends, just in time to see a small group of noble boys approaching them. Tess tugged on my arm. "Come now, don't be overbearing." My eyes shifted toward the back of the venue, where a large brown bear was gnawing on a thick bone. As if sensing my gaze, Boo stared at me with intelligent eyes. I jerked my head, pointing toward Ellie and her group. Boo turned, and after noticing the group of boys, nodded once. I nodded back. He knew what had to be done. "What are you doing?" Tess asked as I turned back and resumed moving across the room. Behind me, I heard a loud growl and the frightened screams of little boys. "Nothing." After greeting a few more nobles, I excused myself and found a chair, where I slumped down to rest. My legs were on the verge of shaking, but I was still pleased at how well they'd healed. Tess seemed to be searching for someone, stretching her neck as she tiptoed to see over the people around us. "Wait here," she blurted, before bolting off into the crowd. After some time, I spotted her heading back with General Vari beside her, a downcast look on her face. "General," I greeted her, getting up from my seat. "General," she echoed tersely, her eyes examining me. "I'm so sorry, Arthur," Tess apologized. General Vari said she left. "She didn't want to see you." "What are you talking about?" I replied. "Who didn't want to see me?" Tess sighed deeply. "Claire Blayhart. She was here today." The confidence, too. "Arthur Lewin. How many troops do you need?" King Blaine asked as we studied the detailed map spread across the round table. 3, no, 2 divisions should suffice," I answered. "General Arthur, the western coast is where we need to be allocating most of our forces," Radius countered, placing his finger near Atiston and Telmore City. "Sending nearly 20,000 troops up north will make this area too vulnerable." "I have to agree with Elder Radius," King Alduin added. "There are several battles near the coast that have been going on for days. Withdrawing even a single division would tip the balance in the enemy's favor." Queen Priscilla rolled up the transmission scroll she'd been reading. "We are still evacuating civilians from both Telmore and Atiston. If forces on the coast are withdrawn, our troops will be pushed back and the battles will move to the cities. Commander, we can perhaps send some of the Elven troops stationed near Asifan City down toward the edge of the border." 2 divisions seem feasible, Queen Muriel advised, her brows knitted in concern. Seated in front of me, Virion turned his gaze to the lances, all standing upright behind their respective artifact holders. "Generals? What do you think?" General Arthur's vague suspicion based on the loose evidence of what he thinks he saw doesn't justify sacrificing a city or 2. General Byron nearly spat the words. "Baron's nasty tone aside, he makes a good point," said Micah, the female dwarven lance, who looked no older than my sister. "Moving that many troops a few hundred miles will take time, even with the help of teleportation gates." "General Aya? General Vari? General Alford?" Virion asked. "Do you all agree?" General Alford, the oldest of the lances, nodded. "It is too much of a risk." "Sorry, General," the elven lance beside me whispered before speaking up. "I agree, it isn't wise." We all looked to Vari, who was the only lance here that I wasn't confident I could defeat. If General Arthur's claim is true, the right choice would be to send 2 divisions, if not more, up north, the lance answered curtly. It was surprising to have General Vari's support, but it worked against me in this case. However, Virion took advantage of her words to introduce the idea I really wanted to go with. General Vari is right in that, if what General Arthur claims is true, troops must be sent. After all, there has only been one sighting of a retainer since the war started. If a retainer and a scythe lead this next attack, the damages would be catastrophic without appropriate measures. Everyone nodded in agreement. Therefore, Virion paused, his eyes shifting from one lance to another. "I propose we send 2 lances along with General Arthur to investigate whether or not there really is going to be a major attack led by a retainer and a scythe up north." The rest of the council exchanged glances, each of them waiting for someone to come up with an argument against it. "Commander," King Blaine spoke up, "the lances are the central figures for the divisions out in battle right now. If they're gone for too long, morale will decrease. And if a retainer or scythe shows up in battle—" "King Glader," Virion interrupted, his sharp stare piercing the human king. "Why do you think the lances have refrained from partaking in most of the battles so far?" The red-haired king remained silent. "It's quite simple. It's not worth it," Virion continued. "Large-scale destructive spells cast by any of our lances would kill not just the enemy's army, but our own as well. Even if we had everyone retreat, this is home ground. Land will be destroyed and left uninhabitable. Even if the lances withheld their power and fought with the soldiers out on the field, sword in hand, there would still be casualties and deaths, on top of the risk of attracting the Alacrians' retainers or scythes. Always keep in mind when fighting that our citizens have to live on this land. The goal is to win this war, but we must also preserve as much of our civilization as possible. Virion's authoritative gaze shifted from one ruler to another, directing this lesson to everyone present in the room. That being said, if we can avoid a large-scale battle, with both scythes and retainers fighting on the other side, by simply sending 2 lances, then I'd say it's a small price to pay. Our troops can go a few days without their leaders holding their hands. Although the council's reluctance was evident on their faces, they slowly nodded in agreement. Virion clasped his hands together with a smile. Good. Now which 2 lances will accompany Arthur on this investigation up north? A thin hand rose from across the table. Lord Alder is the artifact holder for my 2 lances. Although he is not here, I think it's safe to assume that I can volunteer to send them with Arthur. I resisted the urge to smile. Everything was going as I had planned. Virion played it cool as well, acting as if he was pondering Rodius's decision. Indeed, since Lord Alder is not present, I think it's only sensible to have the dwarven lances under Elder Rodius's command, King Blaine seconded. The battles are taking place in Sapin, so I agree that sending General Alfred and General Micah would be the ideal option, Queen Muriel added. Virion nodded slowly, as if almost reluctant. Very well. General Alfred and General Micah, temporarily under Elder Rodius's command, shall head up north with General Arthur to investigate the possibility that a retainer and a scythe are planning an attack. Both dwarven lances bowed respectfully, as did I. This is a reconnaissance mission, but I leave the situation to your best judgment. Priority is to not alert our enemies, especially if a retainer or scythe is present. If circumstances permit a realistic chance of averting a full-scale battle, you may engage. Remember, our priority is to keep the battle away from civilians, Virion added. Prepare to leave tomorrow at sunrise. Rest of the lances, dismissed. Walking through the dim hall outside the meeting room, I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, feeling the tension release from my chest. I had always hated meetings like these, tense and full of roundabout ways to say no or invent reasons not to take action unless certain that there was a personal benefit. While the council appeared to present a united front of leaders from all 3 races to the public, their deep-rooted ideals and selfishness toward their own kingdoms were immediately apparent when you stepped into a council meeting. Alder's execution of the Graysunders for their betrayal had inspired a certain amount of fear in the other royal families, but King Glader, in particular, had grown bold since the war began in earnest. It was only the force of Virion's leadership that allowed any consensus to be found within the council meetings. Though Virion and I had achieved our desired result, this was just the beginning. I scratched at my neck. Gideon's concealing paste made my skin itch profusely, but I couldn't take it off until I was alone. Despite the discomfort, I had somewhat enjoyed the rest of the evening. But one thing weighed heavily on my mind. Claire had been at the party. She had seen me, but hadn't wanted me to see her. I hadn't seen her since Xyrus. The last memory I had of her was the sight of her being impaled. I tried to think of reasons why she was avoiding me, but the sound of footsteps behind me snapped me back to reality. Looks like we'll be on a mission together. A high voice sounded from several paces behind me. General Micah, General Alfred, I greeted them politely, turning to face them. Just call me Micah. The childlike dwarf smiled, while General Alfred simply nodded in acknowledgement. I'd prefer to preserve the formalities, I said, gently refusing. You're my seniors as lances, after all. At least the boy has some manners, despite his meager upbringing, General Alfred said with a raised brow. Boy, we're really going to get along. The only real impression I had of General Alfred was from when I had first been taken to the floating castle after the incident at Xyrus Academy. He had saved me from Lucas's brother, General Byron, back then. However, he had only been following orders. Well, if you'll excuse me, I should get some rest for the long journey tomorrow. I bowed lightly before turning back to the main staircase. As I walked up to the residential floors, I probed Sylvie's mind to see whether she was awake. Seeing that my bond was deep in slumber, I took a small detour. When I reached the room at the end of the hall, I knocked on the thick wooden door. "Coming," Tesh's voice called out. The door slid open without a single creak, and Tess stood on the other side. She was dressed in sleepwear, but her hair was still dripping with water. "Your la, Arthur?" Tess gasped. "What are you doing here?" "Sorry." I smiled. "Were you expecting someone?" "Yes, Curia was supposed to come over." "Arthur, what's wrong?" she asked, noticing my blank gaze. "Nothing. You just look a lot different from when you were at the event." Tess wrapped a towel around her head as she scowled at me. "Wow! Thanks for pointing that out." Realizing my mistake, I quickly shook my head. "No, I meant it in a good way. You look more like the Tesha I spent 3 years with way back then." "You need to work on your flattery skills," she said, her tone flat. "Wait, no, actually. Don't work on them." I laughed self-consciously. "Do you want to take a little walk with me?" She pulled a thin robe over her sleepwear and accompanied me down the hall toward the balcony where my sister had set up her target planks. Neither of us spoke as we walked side by side. Our arms weren't linked as they had been at the event, but this somehow felt more intimate. We reached the grassy terrace surrounded by trees, but continued walking until we were at the very edge. Sitting against the thick trunk of a nearby tree, I stared out at the night sky. The clouds below us moved slowly, dimly lit by the large moon overhead. "The stars are beautiful," I said admiringly. Coming from a world where brightly lit cities masked the stars, being able to see such a serene spectacle was a blessing I had come to appreciate. "It's quiet nights like these when I wonder if there really is a war happening down below us," Tess said softly. "I sometimes come out here and imagine that the clouds below us are the ocean, and I'm floating aimlessly on a boat." "Childish, right?" "I think you have the right to be a little childish at times," I said. "You're the head of an entire unit now. You're responsible for the lives of the people you lead. That'll never be an easy burden to carry, no matter how much experience you gain." "You say that as if you've been won," she replied, bringing her knees close to her chest. "You're technically a general, but the lances don't really lead soldiers." "You're right, and in that regard I have it much easier. The main duty of a lance is to single-handedly overpower an opposing enemy of their own caliber." I turned to my childhood friend. "Which brings me to why I wanted to see you. Does it have something to do with what you were talking about with Grandpa and Gideon? Was it that obvious?" "You're not the type to do something as sentimental as this without reason," she pointed out. "You either have to go away for a long time, do something dangerous again, or both." "Am I that much of an open book?" I asked, looking away from the stars and into her twinkling eyes. "You're more like an open chapter." Tess smiled. "There are some parts that are so obvious, yet there are times I feel like I don't know you at all." "Such as?" She shook her head. "Well, for one thing, I want to know how you're such an expert at everything you choose to do. What's your secret?" "Secret?" "Magic, fighting, artificing, giving speeches, hell, even espionage and military strategy," she listed. "I know complaining how unfair it is won't do anything. I'm just curious." I held my tongue. The temptation to reveal everything about my past life had been growing each time I saw Tess, but now wasn't the time. "I just read a lot of books when I was younger. I don't know what I expected." Her expression was full of doubt and disappointment, but she didn't question me any further. "Tess, you don't need to be in such a hurry to get stronger. You're doing fine," I comforted her. "It's just frustrating," she said wearily. "Frustrating? I try my best to catch up to you. My mana core is just a half step behind yours. I'm a beast tamer just like you, and I've studied under some of the best teachers in the continent, as well as an Azura, just like you. Yet, I feel like the closer I get to reaching you, the farther you slip away from my grasp. Tess, just promise me you'll return back safely." She gently ran her finger across my neck where my scar had settled. Using a simple water spell, she loosened and peeled away the bandage that I had applied to hide the unsightly mark. "I don't care how many scars you come back with, as long as you're breathing and in one piece." I could feel my face beginning to burn at her words. I tried to think of something to distract us both. Then I thought back to our argument in front of Cynthia Goodsky's grave. Then and now, she had gotten worked up about the same thing. "Why is it so important for you to catch up to me, Tess?" For a moment, the world around us was quiet as she stared off into the night sky. "Because only then will I have the confidence to tell you that I love you again." Before I could even process her words, Tess turned to face me. Her expression softened, and she gave me a smile so genuinely sweet, and with just a hint of shyness, that a sudden warmth rushed through me. "View from the sky. Alfred Warrend." It didn't surprise me when Elder Radias came to visit me, telling me he had brought home an infant human boy. I was familiar with his kindness. I myself had been a recipient of his goodwill, after all. He had taken me away from the cruel streets of the upper caverns, giving me food and shelter in his own home. Treating me as if I were his blood, he taught me to read and write, and, after discovering my natural inclination toward magic, even taught me the basics of mana manipulation. But even then, I was cautious. Growing up without a home or family taught me to be suspicious of everyone. There was always the nagging thought that maybe this man was just nurturing me to sell me off one day. However, that wasn't the case. Years passed happily, and my suspicions had long since evaporated. I had come to consider myself his son. After graduating as one of the top conjurers at Earththorn Institute, located in the capital city of Vildoral, I had been selected to train to become a guard with the royal family. The Graysunders were greedy and looked down on their entire race, always discontent with how they were perceived, inferior to the humans and elves. But I served the king and queen faithfully and with the highest respect. That is what Radias taught me. After decades of dedicated service to the royal family, I heard talk of choosing the next two lances, and it soon came to light that I had been selected as one of the candidates. At first, I had planned to drop out of the private tournament. If I had wanted my life bound to someone, it would be no one but Radias. Radias had respected my decision, until the day he brought home the boy he named Elijah. Without giving me any details about how he had come across a human infant, Radias urged me to become a lance and to represent the dwarven people as a general, to forge the soul bond with the royal family and serve them faithfully. I argued, saying that I did not wish to chain my life irrevocably to the Graysunders, but Radias assured me with utmost confidence that it would only be temporary, that I would be bound to him in the end. I had learned during my time as a guard for the royal family that the Graysunders had been in power since the creation of Darv, yet Radias was somehow able to guarantee their downfall. He was the man I respected as a father and savior. Even if I disobeyed the king, I would never disobey Radias. Another decade passed. The human boy grew under the care of Radias, and for the first time in history, the lances were knighted in public. Radias was kind, but he was a man who, despite his love for his people, kept his thoughts to himself. He never told me what he meant when he said my soul bond with the Graysunders wasn't permanent, or why he kept our ties a secret from the boy. He never explained who exactly it was who had told him that this boy was supposed to be the savior of the dwarves. "You're quiet, Alfred," Radias said from the other side of the large circular room, drawing me out of my contemplation of the past and back into the present. "What's the matter?" "Nothing, my lord." I pried my gaze away from the window and faced the man who'd raised me. "Alfred, I've told you to call me Radias when we're alone," he scolded gently. "Now take a seat and have a drink with this old man." "I have grown old as well." I took a seat across from him, accepting the goblet he handed me. "The view of the moon is magnificent, is it not?" he said, taking a swig from his goblet, which seemed tiny in his large hand. "It is," I agreed. What an ignorant misconception of the humans and elves. They think that just because we live underground, we prefer caves over buildings. With the unbearable gales that batter Darf constantly, did they never stop to think that we didn't construct tall towers and buildings because we couldn't? I nodded, looking out the window as I took a sip. Ignorance leads to false assumptions and interpretations. Very true. But times of change are upon us. Radius idly traced the scar running across his left eye. "The time has come, my child." Reaching over the table, Radius gently grabbed my wrist, then clasped my hand in his. "Are there any doubts or hesitations clouding your mind?" "None, Father." The word felt foreign to me. I had never said it aloud, despite always thinking of him that way. But I knew I would regret it if I didn't say it before my time came to an end. The corners of Radius's eyes crinkled in a gentle smile as he held my hand firmly. "Good, good. My only regret is that you won't be here to see the triumph of our people. If only you had been bound to me instead of that Azura." I shook my head. "There are some things we cannot change. But there is one thing I want you to know." "What is it?" "I know your ambitions for our people, but that is not why I am doing this. Our people were the ones who scorned me and beat me while I was on the streets. I just want you to know that the reason I can do all this, without hesitation, is because it is what you desire." Closing his eye, Radius nodded slowly. "Good child." "Very good." Arthur Lewin. I sat down at the edge of my bed, removing the pin that held my hair up. My bond let out a soft grunt of acknowledgement before falling back asleep, leaving me to the silent peace of the night. Tessa's voice echoed in my head, her words conflicting with my priorities. "To tell you that I love you again," I repeated softly to myself. There were only a few things I truly wanted in this lifetime. Not fame, power, or wealth. I'd had that and more during my previous life. What I wanted, the reason I was fighting this war, was something I hadn't been able to do as Grey, simply to grow old with my loved ones. For that, I was willing to go up against any enemies, Azuras or not. But I had trouble fighting the temptation to throw everything away. There were times I wanted to just escape to the edge of the Beast Glades with Tess and my family. Selfishness made me question my every move. "This isn't your war, Arthur. Your legs are near crippled and you have scars all over your body. Haven't you done enough? You're fighting for your people again. You did that in your last life and look where it got you." I realized why I was constantly pushing Tess away, giving her excuses or roundabout answers for a later date. I was afraid. I was afraid that if I let her in, my selfishness would become uncontrollable, that I would throw away Dicathin to save the few I truly loved. Time trickled by while I was lost in my thoughts, and before I knew it, the rising sun, still hidden by the clouds below, had painted the skyline a vibrant orange. Removing the luxurious attire I had worn to the event last night, I slipped into a comfortable shirt and vest. I tucked the ends of my pants into my boots before draping a thick cloak over my shoulders. "It's time to go, SYLV. Sylvie's bright yellow eyes fluttered open. Hopping off the bed, she came to stand beside me, watching me as I carefully applied the special paste to hide the large scar on my neck. "I'm ready." Before heading downstairs, I stopped by my sister's room and knocked on her door. "Ellie, it's your brother." The door slid open, revealing my sister in mid-yawn, her hair frizzy on one side and flat on the other. Behind her, lying on his belly beside the bed, was Boo. He peeked at us with one eye before going back to sleep. "Brother? What's Ro?" She stopped in mid-sentence, staring at my clothes. "You're leaving again? Already?" I forced a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. "I'll be back soon." I pulled my sister into my arms. "You don't have to come back soon. just come back alive." She squeezed me tight before pulling away, then kneeled down and hugged Sylvie. My sister smiled widely, but tears had already begun welling up in the corners of her eyes. I tousled her nest of ash-brown hair. "I promise." I made my way down the stairs with Sylvie, and we were greeted by a chirpy Micah and stern-faced Alfred at the front of the corridor leading to the teleportation room. The gruff, elderly dwarf, who came up to my shoulders despite his ramrod-straight posture, immediately turned away from me and headed down the hall. "We'll be traveling by flight rather than through the gates," he said over his shoulder. General Micah, on the other hand, strolled leisurely by my side. By the smile on her small, creamy face, one might have thought she was on her way to a picnic. "Micah's excited to finally go on a mission with you," she said as we trailed behind General Alfred. "The other lances talk about you, although not all of it is good." "Do you always refer to yourself in the third person?" I asked. "Most of the time." "Why? Is it making you fall for Micah?" She winked. "Micah may look like this, but Micah's a little too old for you." "What a shame," I said, unable to keep the sarcasm from leaking into my voice. "Let's hurry," General Alfred barked as the soldiers standing guard in front of the landing room swung the doors open. Time spent on this journey means time spent away from the battles already in progress. The artificers and workers inside dropped what they were doing and saluted upon our arrival. One person, however, walked toward us with an innocent smile. Elder Radias, General Alfred greeted him, bowing deeply while Micah and I simply dipped our heads. "Lances." Radias's smile deepened, the scar running through his left eye curving. "Excuse my intrusion. I merely wanted to send you all off in person." "It's an honor," General Alfred replied. Radias walked to me, staring at me silently. When he smiled at me, I couldn't help but wish this person wasn't a traitor, that I had suspected him wrongly. I still regretted the fact that I wasn't able to protect Elijah. The thought of indicting and, if my suspicions proved true, killing the man who had raised my friend as his own left a bitter taste in my mouth. Radias placed a large hand gently on my arm. "You must be fatigued from your previous battle. By the Azuras, let's hope your suspicions turn out to be false so you can hurry back and get some proper rest." While his expression and gesture seemed genuine, Radias's words seemed carefully chosen. Nonetheless, I replied with a smile. "Yes, let's hope so." Maybe I'm being too suspicious of him, I thought. He was Elijah's caretaker, after all. While that may be the case, you shouldn't factor that so heavily in regards to your suspicions now, Sylvie advised. Radias released my arm, then gave one more meaningful nod to his lances before stepping out of our path. Alfred led the way to the portal on the other side of the large room. "We're ready to depart. Don't fly beneath the clouds." "Will your bond be fast enough to keep up with Micah and Alfred?" Micah asked. The prideful Sylvie, with a contemptuous snort, chose that moment to transform into a full-sized dragon. The floors of the castle trembled and the workers around us instinctively backed away, despite having seen my bond before. "I'll manage," she rumbled as her long tail swept me off my feet and placed me on the base of her neck. The wall in front of us, lowered by a drawbridge mechanism, leaned outward from the castle to create a large sky dock. I was nearly thrown off by the screeching winds that immediately buffeted Sylvie's large body. The roof and the multiple terraces were protected by a transparent barrier of mana, but we were hit with the full force of the winds at an altitude of more than 20,000 feet. Our voices were lost in the wind, and General Alfred merely pointed in the direction we were supposed to head. Then he and Micah took off into the clouds. I'll never get tired of this view, I thought, looking out as the morning sun became more prominent, casting an ethereal glow on the clouds. Agreed. Sylvie sucked in a deep breath before spreading out her wings. She let the wind carry her body off the dock, and we followed closely behind the others, not knowing what the outcome of this journey might be. A dwarven night. I spent the entirety of the first day on Sylvie's back. Without a word muttered to either of the dwarven lances, we traveled until night fell and my legs, already taxed from the hours of gripping tightly onto the base of my bond's neck, could no longer take the strain of riding on bare scale, even with the protection of thick cloth and mana. So, because of my limitations, we stopped for the night and made camp near the base of the Grand Mountains, just a few miles north of Valden City. Please, help yourself. I held out a skewer of grilled fish toward Generals Micah and Alfred. The childlike dwarven lance happily accepted the charred freshwater fish, crunching through the bones as if they didn't exist, but the older lance merely shook his head. If you have enough energy to cook, perhaps we should leave soon, he said, ignoring my courtesy. His eyes remained fixed on a book he had brought. Don't mind him, Micah said, her mouth still full of fish. The old man doesn't eat food given by anyone he doesn't fully trust. I nodded, tossing the fish I had grilled for General Alfred to Sylvie. She snapped and the blackened fish disappeared inside her maw. Hello listener, as we are limited on what we can upload on YouTube, you can always check our Patreon for a lot more books, or you can support this channel through PayPal or Ko-fi. Thank you for your support and for listening.